Hello, everybody. My name is Evan Freiberger, and we are live. As you can see, the overlay has changed a little bit, but more importantly, you can also see that the outlook has changed quite significantly since the last time that we talked. And we now have officially, as of a couple minutes ago, a moderate risk, which is a 4 out of 5 for severe weather. It's looking like today is going to be a very dangerous day with the potential for strong tornadoes, potentially a tornado outbreak, potentially very large hail up to 3 inches and higher. Wouldn't even be surprised if we got a 4-inch hail report, which is very damaging hail. And not only that, hurricane force winds are going to be possible today. No, this isn't an April Fool's joke. This is the real deal. This is a storm that has a lot of potential today going into tonight and tomorrow morning, and then also into tomorrow. We're going to be going over all of that, the latest information on the storm, and also the latest timing on these storms, and going over some of the kinematics and all of that kind of stuff. Mainly here on Radar Mega. We're not going to really be using pivotal weather too much today, but as you can see over here, we have a large area here, really from, parts of San Antonio going into Texas, parts of Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, parts of West Virginia going into Virginia as well, and then northern North Carolina there. You can see that we do have a large area here, unfortunately, for that severe weather and tornado potentials, mainly over here, kind of in this orange area, which is a 3 out of 5. The yellow area is a 2 out of 5, and the orange area is a in the green area, is a 1 out of 5. And so, as you can see, this is millions of people underneath this risk. So a lot of people need to be weather aware today. This is definitely going to be a dangerous day, especially here in the red region and in the orange region. So this is actually our first moderate risk of the year. So let's kind of break it down. In the moderate risk is Wichita Falls, parts of Wichita Falls, kind of there just on the eastern side of Wichita Falls, Ardmore, that's in Texas, by the way, Ardmore, Lawton, Norman, McAllister, Shawnee, Moore, Oklahoma City, Edmond, Stillwater, Tulsa, Muskogee, Claremore, Pawnee, Hamini, and Bartlesville. You guys are all in that moderate risk. You guys need to be very weather aware today. The main thing with this moderate risk is going to be very large hail, the potential for tornadoes and damaging winds. In the enhanced risk, which is a 3 out of 5 here, you can see that we have Dallas, Plano, McKinney, Sulphur Springs, Paris, Sherman. If Hannah is here, yes, that includes Wolf City as well. Denton, Gainesville, parts of Gainesville actually might be in this moderate risk if you live in the northern parts of Gainesville, Texas. Also over here in eastern Wichita Falls, you guys are in that 3 out of 5 for severe weather. With these, it's mainly going to be very large hail and a tornado risk also associated with that. Coming down here to Stigler, Wilburton, Hartshorn, Talena, Stigler, Salisal, Stillwell, Tahlequah, Miami, Ponca City, Enid, there in Oklahoma. Then also over here in Arkansas, we have Fort Smith, Russellville, Fayetteville, Rogers, Belle Vista, Mountain Home, and Cherokee Village there in Arkansas. And then over here in Kansas, we have Winfield, Pittsburgh, Ottawa, Olaf, and parts of Kansas City there. Are actually all of Kansas City is pretty much in this enhanced risk, unless these little parts in the north and east are in Kansas City, or north and west are in Kansas City as well. And then also here in Missouri, we also have another enhanced risk. This is going to be for Joplin, Springfield, Ozark, West Plains, Poplar Bluff, Cape Girardeau, St. Louis, Wentzville, Jefferson City, Sedalia, Columbia, Marshall, Moberly, and Hannibal there. And then moving now into Illinois, we have Jacksonville, Taylorville, Charleston, Effingham, Harrisburg, Carbondale. Moving into Indiana, we have Evansville, Vincennes, Jasper, Bloomington, Terre Haute. I always say it wrong. I don't know how to. Everybody always corrects me, but you guys, hopefully if you live in this area, what this city or how to pronounce it, and know that I'm talking talking about it, even though I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Moving over to Ohio, we have Hamilton, Cincinnati, and then in Kentucky, we have Louisville, Crittenden, Dry Ridge, and Henderson there. So we have a large area here of a lot of severe weather being possible. In this yellow area, that's a 2 out of 5. That includes places like San Antonio, Austin, Tyler, Little Rock, Charleston, Chillicothe, Indianapolis, Urbana, Bloomington there. And then going a little bit further out here, we got this green, which is a 1 out of 5, which essentially means, kind of brief, like very scattered severe weather is possible. Your main chance, though, in the green area is going to be, rain, thunder, and maybe some potential there for some flooding. But the severe weather side is going to be pretty low. So that all being said, this is just the categorical risk. But we're going to go into the breakdown here. I mean, what are we talking about? Are we talking about tornadoes? Are we talking about very large hail? Are we talking about all of it? So let's kind of break down each risk here. So now we're looking at the tornado risk. As you can see, they have reintroduced the 10% hashed risk, and it's pretty large. I'm not going to lie. This expands a pretty large area for a 10% hashed risk. So I definitely think there is a potential today for a tornado outbreak. Unfortunately, doesn't mean it's guaranteed to happen. Again, some things can still go wrong today, including a messy storm mode, including not enough lower level shear, but there is still a possibility for a couple of strong tornadoes and a decent amount of tornadoes, especially here in this yellow area. So this actually includes eastern Oklahoma City, just they're close to Norman, but not exactly Norman, McAllister, Wilburton, Stigler, Muskogee, Tahlequah, Tulsa, Claremore, Bartlesville, Hominy there in Oklahoma. Also here in parts of Arkansas, we got Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Rogers. Over here in Kansas, we got Pittsburgh. Over here in Missouri, we have Joplin, Springfield, Sedalia, Jefferson City, Columbia, Wentzville, St. Louis. You guys are all in this 10% hash risk, and then parts of Illinois as well. That's Belleville, Edwardsville, Greenville, Carlinville, Whitehall. There. So, you're probably wondering, okay, what does this hash risk mean? So the hash risk means EF2 tornadoes or stronger. So, if you get like a EF0, EF1 tornado, it can still be damaging, but usually to weaker structures or smaller trees. But when you start to get into the EF2 and higher category, we're starting to talk about major roof damage. We're talking about sometimes walls collapse. If we get anything stronger than an EF3 today, then we could be talking about whole homes destroyed, whole neighborhoods destroyed. It doesn't mean that you're going to have a tornado go directly into your area. That's not what this 10% hash risk means. It doesn't mean every single city in here is going to see a tornado, but if we do get one, it does have the potential to be strong. So make sure that you have a plan in place to deal with this. We're talking about, have a bug out bag. Your important documents in those bags. You want to have extra water, extra food that can't expire, just in case the power is out for a couple of days out here. So you still have time to do that preparation, although we're getting pretty close to the start of this event. Again, this is going to be for today. All of this is happening today, most likely getting started here in a couple of hours. So you guys definitely need to be hyper weather aware, and you need to start preparing right now. Around this 10% hashed risk, you can see that we have a 5% risk around that, and also a little bit of a 10% non-hashed risk. That means the tornado potential down here for Oklahoma City, Norman, Edmond, and Stillwater, Ardmore is definitely there. But, whether or not the shear will be strong enough to cause a strong tornado is a little bit uncertain. So that's why you guys aren't in this, kind of black hatched region here. So definitely still be weather aware there in Oklahoma City and Norman. And then around that, we have a 5% here for tornadoes. That's going to include Louisville, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, Springfield, Kansas City. Over here near Wichita Falls, McKinney, and Plano, you guys are all going to be in an elevated risk for tornadoes. But again, it's on the lower side. 5%, means a 95% chance, you won't see a tornado within a 25-mile radius. But still, there is that chance today if you live in some of these areas. Also over here near Springfield, Indianapolis, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Evansville, Cape Girardeau, Louisville, Cincinnati, and Hamilton. You guys all need to be weather aware today. And around that, we also have a 2% tornado risk. That includes areas like Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, north of Little Rock, Jonesboro, Hopkinsville, Lexington, Charleston, Parkersville, all the way to Bloomington, up here in northern Missouri, and parts here of southeastern Kansas, and parts of southwestern, or kind of just western Oklahoma. So if you live in these areas, make sure that you do have a plan in place to deal with potential for tornado. Although the 2% is a really low chance for a tornado, but still, I would have some sort of way to get alerted with these storms. Again, just because it's a 2% doesn't mean that tornadoes are impossible. It just means that they are a little bit improbable, but they could still potentially happen. So definitely have a plan in place, just still to be weather aware or to be able to get alerts if you don't want to be like watching TV and weather coverage all day. But yeah, the big risk here is definitely going to be this yellow area right in this area. Again, we're talking like Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Bartlesville, Rogers, Fayetteville, Fort Smith, Joplin, Pittsburgh there in Kansas, Springfield, St. Louis, unfortunately, is quite a big city. So, if we get a tornado here in this area, that would not be good. So definitely, make sure that, you have a plan in place. And for St. Louis, I do have some like kind of unique advice. If you live in like a mobile home or a trailer, there's a lot of people that live out here. And if we get a strong tornado and people are still out and about, we could get some traffic jams out in some of these regions. And the advice for St. Louis, or the advice not for St. Louis, but for people that are in like trailers and mobile homes and RVs, is to evacuate immediately and seek sturdier shelter. But if there's a traffic jam, then you might get into your car and have unfortunately a little bit of traffic around you if everybody is trying to seek shelter all at once. So I personally, if I lived in a mobile home and a trailer, I'd be finding a friend now and just going over to their house that has like maybe a brick house, a little bit more of a sturdier house with the foundation. I'd find somewhere to hang out that is a little bit more sturdy now, and not wait for a tornado warning to do that. And you might not get a tornado warning at all today, but at least you are guaranteed in a safer place than you would be a mobile home or a trailer. Because again, those buildings, they can just crumble very quickly, and in fact, they are more dangerous. If you were to be in a ditch, with a tornado coming towards you, and you'd be safer in that ditch than you would be in a mobile home or a trailer. You'd be like a lot more safer, because what happens with the trailer is it falls apart and then it becomes a blender almost immediately. And I use these types of terms because I want to illustrate exactly how dangerous it is to be in a trailer. It makes it more dangerous. You could be standing out into a field, in the middle of a field. Yes, standing out in the middle of a field is dangerous. You could end up most likely getting seriously injured or worse if you're standing out in the middle of a field. But believe it or not, that is still safer than being in a trailer or a mobile home or an RV, because then you're going to have all that debris that your house or your trailer is made of swirling around you in your immediate vicinity. So please find a sturdier shelter, especially if you're in some of these clogged up city areas. Okay. So that is the tornado risk. It's just one of the risks out of many. So now we're going over to the wind risk here. And as you can see, we have a 30% hashed risk now, which means hurricane force winds or stronger are going to be possible in this area. That means we could definitely see widespread power outages. So, if you live in any of these regions, especially in this black outlined area, which we will go over the cities here in just a moment, but if you live in any of these regions, you are going to want to be prepared for power outages, and also be prepared. Like if you live near a bunch of trees, you want to be prepared to, be into the most interior room of your house and on the lowest floor possible. Because as these winds come through, they're most likely not going to destroy your house, especially if it's well built. If you're in a trailer or a mobile home, though, that's a different story. But you could definitely get power outages, and you could definitely get some of those trees fall onto your house. So, you want to try to avoid that, which means you want to be in a lower floor closer to the more interior room of your house. So you want to have that plan in place now before the storms come, because we could have a pretty widespread area here of a lot of power outages. And, we're talking about Stigler, Muskogee, Tahlequah, Miami there, in Oklahoma. Over here in Arkansas, we got Mountain Home, Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Bella Vista. Over here near Joplin, Springfield, Ozark, West Plains, Lebanon, Rolla, Sedalia, Columbia, Jefferson City, Wentzville, St. Louis, and Fredericktown there. Also in southern Illinois, we have Effingham, Belleville, and then also Vincennes. So if you live in any of those cities or around those areas, definitely make sure you're taking those proper precautions to deal with those stronger winds. Around this, we have a 30% for damaging winds. That's going to be 60 miles per hour or above. Those can still cause damage, especially to like mobile homes, to smaller trees as well. So make sure if you live in this red area, that you are also taking precautions potentially for power outages. Again, with power outages, your power goes out, you want to have extra water and you want to have extra food just in case the power goes out and you don't have access to the food in your refrigerator. Because again, if it can spoil, it will most likely spoil if your power goes out for a couple of days. So just make sure you keep that in mind as we come closer. Definitely, you still have a couple hours or so to run to your local mart, get just a couple bottles of water. Don't buy all of them. Leave some for other people. You don't need 1,000 bottles of water for 3 days of no power. And also get some canned food. Make sure that all your important documents are nearby you, just in case for all of that. But in this 30% region here, this is going to be for 60 mile per hour winds or above. That's going to be parts of eastern Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Bartlesville, also over here in parts of Arkansas as well, parts of Missouri there near Cape Girardeau, down here in southern Illinois, in Carbondale and Harrisburg, Evansville, Henderson, Jasper, Bloomington, Greenwood, and Terre Haute, Louisville, Cincinnati, Hamilton, Charleston, Taylorville, Jacksonville there in Illinois, Moberly, Hannibal, Marshall, Grain Valley in Missouri, and then Iola, Humboldt, and like Independence there in Kansas. And then in Oklahoma, we got McAllister, Shawnee, Stillwater. Tulsa is in that 30% for 60 mile per hour winds or above. Hominy, Bartlesville, and Norman. So a large area here where we could see a pretty decent swath of damaging winds. I mean, if this were to, cause damage all the way through associated with a line of storms, maybe even this could eventually be considered a derecho. So definitely stay weather aware out there as these storms, progress throughout tonight. So, not only have that tornado risk, we not only have that damaging wind risk, we have that risk for also hail. And the hail is actually one of the biggest risks. And, yesterday when we talked about it, remember we had this little tiny area, not little tiny, I mean, it was decently sized, don't get me wrong, but a little tiny area here for that chance for, what we were talking about, we said yesterday, which was Easter egg sized hail, which is 2 inches. So we're going to have this and above. I wouldn't even be surprised if we got some DVD sized hail today. We could potentially be talking about 4-inch hail today. And most likely, though, on average, some of these storms will probably have 2-inch hail, and some of them will probably have tennis ball sized hail. Also, baseball sized hail is also going to be a possibility here with some of these storms. So just make sure that you have a plan in place to deal with all of this as we get closer. But yeah, this pink area here, believe it or not, is a 45% chance. This is what has prompted this moderate risk. So this is a 45% chance of 2-inch hail and higher. So this is where we're going to probably see the largest hail today. So if you live in Ardmore, over there near Wichita Falls, Lawton, Norman, Shawnee, Ada, McAllister, Oklahoma City, Edmond, Stillwater, Hominy, Tulsa, Muskogee, Claremore, and Bartlesville, you are under the gun today for that very large hail and a pretty high probability of it as well. I mean, 45% is pretty much on the higher ends of what they issue from the SPC for a hail risk. So this is definitely something that you are going to want to be preparing for. Well, how you prepare for this? Just make sure your cars are indoors. If you're under a storm with more than 2-inch hail or higher, you want to stay away from those windows, well away from those windows, as they could shatter. If you're looking out of it, once a big hailstone comes, you could potentially get glass in your eye. So make sure you stay away from windows and be indoors when this comes through, and make sure none of your pets are outside. with this. Now, in this red region, this is also for that 2-inch hail or higher, that Easter egg sized hail or higher is in this red area. So, if you live in Denton, Plano, Dallas, Sulphur Springs, Paris, Wichita Falls, Stigler, Fort Smith, Tahlequah, Enid, Ponca City, Fayetteville there in Arkansas, Bella Vista, Joplin, Springfield, Ottawa, Green Valley, Sedalia, Jefferson City, Columbia, Wentzville, St. Louis, there in Missouri, Jacksonville, Taylorville, Effingham, Charleston, there in Illinois, and looks like just little parts there of Terre Haute are going to be in that 30%. So, not as high as a chance for 2-inch sized hail or higher, but still a pretty decent chance. 30% is typically regarded as pretty widespread 2-inch hail with these storms. So definitely, even if you're in the red area, still pay attention and take those proper precautions for very large hail. And then San Antonio, so now next after that, we have this yellow region, which is a 15% chance for that 2-inch sized hail. Again, that's in that black bounded region here. And so if you live in any of these areas, it's not as high as a chance, but you still have a chance for the 2-inch hail. So I would definitely still take those precautions, even though it's not as high as, say, maybe Oklahoma City, just to make sure that your cars are protected. Because a lot of people live out here. If you get a hailstorm in a city like San Antonio or Dallas or Fort Worth or Austin, Texas, you're talking about sometimes billions of dollars of damage and potentially a lot of animals wounded from these storms, or even worse. So, you want to make sure your animals are safe. If you have a farm or anything, just make sure that, your animals have some sort of protection with this hail, some sort of cover above their heads. But the people in this 15% chance is San Antonio, Kerrville, Austin, College Station, Round Rock, Killeen, Waco, Brownwood, over there near Tyler, Texas, Vernon, Altus, Elk City, there as well, Emporia, Topeka, and then coming over here, Trenton, Chillicothe, Kirksville, then over here, looks like Urbana, Decatur, and Quincy there in Illinois, and then Terre Haute, Harrison, and Sullivan in Indiana. So if you live anywhere in this hatched region, it's dangerous. Even in this yellow region that is not hatched. So this is, quarter-sized hail and above, not as damaging hail, and then, maybe in these other regions, but I would still be weather aware, especially, in Arkansas, going into, parts of Missouri, southern Illinois, going into Indiana, Ohio, and parts of West Virginia, as it's still going to be pretty dangerous with these storms as they come through, but it's not going to be nearly as dangerous as over here. But I would still be weather aware today if you live in these yellow or brown regions, as it's definitely going to be a dangerous day out there. I mean, we have a moderate risk here for severe weather, and that's dangerous. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to go over the timing of these storms. We actually have the latest HRRR out pretty much for both days, but first we're going to be focusing in on Monday, and then we'll go over all the risks for Tuesday after we answer a couple of questions about Monday. But yeah, so let's kind of go over the timing here first for all the storms, and we're first going to focus down here in Texas and Oklahoma. And then let's take off this risk here just to make sure that we can see pretty clearly here. All right, perfect. All right, so here we are kind of in the present moment here on the future radar. We'll go right down here for Oklahoma and northern Texas, where we do have that risk here. And let's go ahead and push this forward. We'll also zoom out so we can also see Austin and San Antonio. So yeah, pushing this forward, you can see, we could have initiation as early as an hour from now. I mean, shoot, that's actually a lot earlier than what was predicted. So we might even have some stronger storms start to fire kind of around 1 p.m. Over there in northern Oklahoma. So definitely got to keep an eye on that. And wow, look at that. I mean, that's going to bring some large hail initially already. Some of that might make its way into Wichita, Kansas there, and then that pushes off towards Pittsburgh, Kansas. And then we start to see a couple more storms pop up. That's around 4 p.m. there, just to the south and west of Oklahoma. This is today. Is Muskogee in the red? don't worry, guys. We'll answer more questions after we get through the timing here. I just want to get this initial forecast so everybody's on the same page and they know what questions to ask. If you don't know what part of the risk you're in and you don't know the timing of the storms, you don't necessarily, it's going to be harder to formulate a question that'll be, helpful to you. So yeah, we'll go over this first, the timing and everything, and then we will start talking about or answering questions specifically for you guys. But yeah, so here's 4 p.m. You got those storms firing east of Oklahoma, and then we're gonna don't worry, guys, we're doing this down here for like the Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, and parts of Louisiana first, but we're gonna be covering all of you guys here. So we're starting here, and then after this, we're gonna move up to Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana next, and then we'll come over here to like Ohio, West Virginia, and Virginia after that. So we're gonna go even further into the future and cover the next day as well. So because tomorrow could be just as dangerous as today. I wouldn't say in terms of the hail and wind, but in terms of the tornado potential, could be pretty dangerous out there. But all right, let's finish this. So at 5 p.m. here, we could have some storms entering pretty close there into Oklahoma City, kind of just to the north of Oklahoma City. You can see that we have some, when you start to see these pinks and blacks here on the future radar, that is indicating some large to very large hail. They're already there in Oklahoma City as we get into 5 p.m. Also starting to see some storms bubbling up there just to the east of Dallas. So definitely got to watch out for those guys. As they form initially, they could definitely bring that large hail potential early on there. So moving this forward, you can see that this kind of clusters into a line pretty quickly, but these kind of southern storms and maybe some storms along the line could potentially bring that chance for some spin-ups within that line as well. So we could already be talking about tornadoes at this point. This is going to be around 6 p.m. tonight. So definitely want to have a plan in place to deal with that very soon. I mean, you guys, if you haven't prepared, you're running out of time. So if you kind of already got the general gist and you haven't prepared and you still need to go get stuff to prepare, I would do that right now. And instead of watching the rest of this forecast, to be honest. But yeah, still now pushing into 7 p.m., we're talking about over here near Tulsa, McAllister, over there near Ada. Got some stronger storms starting to form, maybe starting to see those initial storms start to form over here near Killeen, Brownwood, and Kerrville there. That could eventually become a severe thunderstorm risk. Now, going into 8 p.m., you can see that we have a decent amount of storms still pushing off into the east, now starting to push into Arkansas there, Fort Smith as well. Again, this is still going to have some sort of tornado potential along this area, and also that very large hail potential as well. So Rogersville, Fayetteville, and Fort Smith, you guys really got to be watching out by around 9 p.m. And then down here near Fort Worth and Dallas, you can see Killeen, Austin, Texas, we have a decent amount of storms starting to fire up here, but you can see they're according to the HRRR, they're to your south. You might not get anything out of this storm, or those storms can form a little bit to the north. Again, these future radars, they're not a future crystal ball. They're not telling you exactly what's going to happen. So if you live in the Fort Worth, Dallas area, still be weather aware, because if those form a little bit further to the north, you're going to have potentially some very large hail going into a very large populated area, which could be particularly dangerous, as you have a higher chance of, if you have 1 million people, you have a higher chance that you'll have a couple thousand that are completely unaware and they'll still be out and about. Also, pushing this forward a little bit more, you can see that line starts to extend all the way down into Waco, Killeen, over there near Austin, Texas. By around 10 p.m., we start to see those stronger storms move into the past Fort Smith, starting to trek into northern Austin. And by around 11 p.m., most of the severe threat for Oklahoma is going to be done. We still have maybe a storm or two down here near Idabel, there in Oklahoma. Also over here in southern or kind of western or eastern Texas, there near Waco and Tyler, start to see those storms really fall apart. And then our focus is going to come up here to this damaging wind event. So let's kind of push this up here and then kind of bring us back and then go over Missouri. So potentially as early as right now. Let me check that out. Hold on. Just let me make sure Oh, wow. Yeah, we've already got storms starting to fire off here in parts of Missouri, by the way. These ones could eventually become severe near Hannibal and Quincy. Those are going to be moving towards Jacksonville. Let me check on that storm that was showing up on the H. Isn't that crazy, though? That you can see that on the model, the future radar, and then go to the real life. This is real radar right now, and these storms are actually happening right now. This isn't future radar, and then all of a sudden, there you go, you got storms in that area. So these storms could eventually become severe, but they should stay on the lower end for now until we get a little bit further into the day. As you can see, we got this warm front kind of right here near Jefferson City and St. Louis, and these are above it, so they should stay elevated. So I'm not really thinking maybe too much of a tornado risk with those potentially are right now, but yeah, okay. So let's go back over to the timing. That's pretty cool that our technology is that far advanced that you could see that you can see a storm on a model and then go to real life and see it there right there in front of you. So let's go ahead and look at parts of Missouri, Illinois, Iowa, and Indiana here. So yeah, it really looks like right around 1 to 2 to 3. So yeah, that storm that we were looking out there could potentially become, pretty severe and maybe even have some very large hail there near Springfield by around 2 p.m. That could be shortly. Over here to the east of Topeka, there near Kansas City, you can see that we have some storms starting to fire there. Again, this is 2 p.m. today, south of Wichita. There's still that storm complex. Let's push this forward 2 frames. So at 4 p.m., you can see that we do have some storms potentially over there near Chillicothe, Olaf, Kansas City still. Some very large hail could be associated with these storms, and also that tornado threat. Again, today we're really watching out for that tornado threat along this warm front here, and also any storms that could fire discrete out in front of it, and also associated with a line of storms that could also be bringing some pretty damaging winds with it. This is going to be the beginning, most likely, of an MCS that'll kind of push off to the east here, and that's what's going to be causing those hurricane force winds, those damaging winds of up to 75 miles per hour or plus. We could get some storms today with 80 miles per hour, maybe even 90 miles per hour today. And so if you live out in front of this storm, you have definitely got to be weather aware. It's not going to just be a tornado threat. It's also going to be, very strong winds with that storm as it moves off to the east. But that being said, we're watching for also tornadoes along the warm front as well. So we've got to watch that. Some increased, spin could be there. So that will be happening at around 4 p.m. when that tornado risk should really start to ramp up here. And then pushing this more to the east, you can see that these storms by around 6 p.m. are kind of entering. We got one south, over here near potentially Effingham and Newton and Robinson there. A couple storms really, anywhere in this corridor needs to kind of be watching out. By the time we get to 6 p.m. here, south of Quincy could have a stronger storm nearby. Over here near Jefferson City, those damaging winds are starting to approach you with that larger hail to very large hail threat also associated with that near Columbia and Jefferson City, Missouri. All right, let's push this forward another 2 hours here. So yeah, pushing this forward into 9 p.m. You can see we still have a lot of storms firing along this warm front. And also some stronger storms starting to push in again here into Springfield, back here near Fayetteville. You can see that we also have a couple of storms back down there as well. And then pushing this even further by around 11 p.m. The storms don't really appear to have as big of a hail risk, but still some spotty 2-inch hail is going to be possible in this region. But again, the biggest risk at this point is going to be those quick spin-up tornadoes. Some of them could be stronger, but they shouldn't really be long-tracked. And those damaging winds as it approaches like the St. Louis area, potentially at around 11 p.m. here, and then pushing this even further, you can see the line really starts to speed up here as we push into Illinois, parts of Indiana, and that's when we're really going to start to see that damaging wind threat really pick up. The hail threat should go down quite significantly as we move into southern Illinois and southern Indiana, but this damaging wind event, as you can see, is going to be happening overnight. So this is going to be one one of those long nights. Unfortunately, you could potentially have spin ups along this damaging this line of damaging winds. You can have a couple spin up tornadoes like those brief QLCS tornadoes. I remember back when I was covering St. Louis. It was about maybe like 6 months ago. You guys had kind of a similar line come through your area last time, and you guys had we were getting like QLCS tornado after QLCS tornado. We were able to catch like 5 on stream, but there ended up being like 11 to 12 little tornadoes that you can't even catch on radar. So it's going to be one of those days where it's going to be pretty difficult to catch all of the tornadoes. So definitely I would take cover in front of this line, especially for those damaging winds away from those trees. But this should move into southern Illinois by around 2 a.m. And then around 3 a.m. south of Indianapolis, there near Louisville, you can see we do have a lot of convection associated with this line of damaging winds by around 4 a.m. But after 4 a.m., this starts to push off to the east, and this is going to be the main risk. So if we go back here for the Ohio Valley, like Ohio, West Virginia, Northern Kentucky, and Virginia there, if we push this through, you can see that there's not going to be a whole lot happening kind of in the afternoon hours. We could potentially have some spotty showers. Some of them might be severe, but for the most part, they're not going to really be causing too much of a problem. The main issue with these storms for Ohio, West Virginia, Northern Virginia, maybe southern Pennsylvania there is going to be this little MCS bringing some damaging winds. Now, by about this point, 5 a.m., the instability should really be falling apart. The damaging winds shouldn't be as much of a threat, but this is still could cause some damage, still could cause some power outages, especially in higher elevations, as those winds will be stronger the higher up in elevation that you go. And so this is kind of pushing off to the east here. You can see we definitely have a decent amount of winds still coming through this area, but then by 7, 8 a.m., this should just be a blob of rain. Right after 5 a.m., this kind of just transitions into a blob of rain. We could still have some damaging winds there in West Virginia, but it's a very low chance that we're still talking about, a widespread severe weather, especially as it pushes into Northern Virginia. There should just be a blob of rain with gustier winds, but sometimes these MCSs surprise us a little bit, so it's one of those things that we're going to have to keep an eye on as it progresses throughout the night in the early morning hours there. So that is the timing pretty much for the entire storm for Monday. So that is one area of the threat, but we also have some decent upgrades for tomorrow as well. Before we get started on that, though, I do just want to keep on briefly checking in on these storms just to make sure we're not getting any early day surprises. Okay, that's there. That's there. The storm that the HRRR indicated over here hasn't fired yet. Okay, not seeing anything pop up just yet. All right, so also some storms popping up there near Greenville, Vandalia, north of Shelbyville, and south of Decatur already in Illinois. So things are starting to form there. And again, now this one here was indicated by the HRRR to maybe become a pretty big hail problem here for southern Illinois. So make sure that you're watching out, kind of in the current time frame. I mean, this is live radar here, not the future radar. So definitely keep paying attention to that. But let's go ahead and go over to, we'll just put a radar over here, take these off, and then we'll look at tomorrow's risk, where we have quite a bit of new information to go over there as well. As you can see, they have expanded this enhanced risk further down to the south. So that's going to be south of Cincinnati, Louisville, Lexington, Richmond, Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Nashville, Murfreesboro, Huntsville, Florence, and Corinth. I do think still, and a lot of models are still saying this, I do think still there's a pretty high chance that they move this enhanced risk back up to the north. I really don't agree with the SPC right now in terms of keeping this enhanced risk further to the south, and we'll talk about that as we look at the HRRR model as we go over timing. We'll go in a little bit more detail with that on why I think they're going to push this enhanced risk back up to the north and maybe even add a strong tornado risk to it, because really everything's pointing towards strong tornadoes. All the models are. I have no idea why they took southern Ohio out of the enhanced risk, because the chance and the confidence is high enough to have it there. So just because you're not in that enhanced risk now there in Cincinnati, Hamilton, Chillicothe, and Athens, if models keep on going the trends that they do, they will re-add that back. I can guarantee it. So just treat it like you're an enhanced risk there. But yeah, so around that, we have a slight risk over here in West Virginia, Parkersburg, Johnson City, Knoxville, Chattanooga, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Tupelo, Jackson, East Memphis there, Owensboro, Evansville, Bloomington. You guys are all in the slight risk. That's a 2 out of 5 for severe weather. And then we've got a marginal risk. It's a 1 out of 5 for severe weather around that. That includes areas like Washington, Pittsburgh, Columbus, Bell Fountain, Indianapolis, Memphis, Jackson, Montgomery, Mobile, Atlanta there, and Roanoke, Virginia. So, marginal risk, low chance for severe weather. A 2 out of 5 here, that's a higher chance. Definitely need to be weather aware. And then this 3 out of 5 here is a little bit of a higher chance. But yeah, you can see we have a lot of big population centers here in this enhanced risk. So let's go over all the risks associated with this as well. So let's hop over to here, go over to the tornado risk. And as you can see, we have a 10% tornado risk located over here near Nashville, Murfreesboro, Cookeville, Bowling Green, Campbellsville, Somerset, Danville, and Berea there. And I do think that they are going to push this up to the north. I really do. I don't agree with Cincinnati being in a 2%. I just don't agree with that whatsoever. The models are not pointing to that. Anyways, we'll go over that in just a second on why I don't agree with that. But yeah, so we have a 10% out here for those areas. Again, I do think this is going to stay here, for Bowling Green, Nashville. This isn't a 10% hash risk, so we're not talking about strong tornadoes, but there's an elevated risk for these areas for tornadoes. Down there near Nashville, also up here near Danville, Campbellsville, Bowling Green. You guys all need to be weather aware for that tornado risk. Around that, Florence, Huntsville, Corinth, Lawrenceburg, Tullahoma, McMinnville, Dixon, Clarksville, Hopkinsville, Bowling Green, Radcliffe, Elizabethtown, Louisville, Frankfort, Lexington, London, and Corbin. You guys are all going to be in that 5% for tornadoes there. So definitely, keep your eye out. 5% is not as much as a 10%, but it's definitely something. The environment's going to be there. There's plenty of spin in the atmosphere. There's going to be a decent amount of instability across this entire region here. This 5%, for the most part, everything else about this, I agree with. All right. So the southern extent here, I agree with that. The 10%, I agree with that here. But up here in the northern extent, I do not agree. I think this 10% should be up a little bit further to the north. And I believe that there's a chance. It's conditional, but I believe that there is a chance for stronger tornadoes the further you go north. So that's mainly where I disagree with this tornado risk. Everything else, I think, is in the right place. And in this 2%, we got Charleston, Johnson City, Knoxville, Chattanooga, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Jackson, Owensboro, and Evansboro. Also over here in Indiana as well. I still think that, actually, I should have drawn that a little bit bigger. I do think this area up here, it should be drawn like that. Hey, thank you. The mic. For the $10 donation. I appreciate it. That's a super helpful out to the channel. We rely on your guys' generosity to keep this channel funded. So a big shout out to the mic and helping us out. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat. We don't have any sponsorships or anything, so that it goes a really long way. You have no idea. But yeah, so those are my thoughts on the tornado risk. Again, everything else here that I'm going to talk about, I agree with, like this damaging wind risk. We have a large area here in the red. This is going to be for those damaging winds of up to 60 miles per hour. We're not talking about hurricane force winds for this day just yet. Still, things could change. So, we'll have to see how the models progress here. But if you live in Huntsville, Florence, Murfreesboro, Nashville, Clarksville, Dixon, Cookeville, McMinnville, Corinth, Bowling Bowling Green, Hopkinsville, Corbin, Somerset, Campbellsville, Elizabethtown, Louisville, Lexington, Georgetown. You guys are in that 30% chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds and above. You could get some instances of 70 miles per hour winds in this red region, and that's where the highest chance for a lot of severe weather is going to be possible there. Also, around that, we have a 15% chance. So not as high as a chance, but still a decent chance for damaging winds there for Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Tupelo, Jackson, Tennessee, over here in northern Georgia, Rome, Dalton, Cleveland, Lenore City, Harriman, Knoxville, Tusculum, Johnson City, Churchill there in Tennessee, and then also over here in Kentucky, Madisonville, Henderson, Murray, also Pikeville, over here in Virginia, Wise, Big Stone Gap, Lebanon, West Virginia, Beckley, Charleston, Parkersburg, and Huntington. Over here in southern Ohio, we have Marietta, Athens, Portsmouth, Chillicothe, Circleville, Lancaster, Logan, Cincinnati, Hamilton, and Dayton. I do think this damaging wind risk is pretty accurate up here, although we will have probably an elevated tornado potential up in here, up in Ohio. I do think that the damaging winds should stay, right around in this region. I do agree with that there in that area. But Bloomington, Jasper, and Evansville there in Indiana. Then around that, we have this 5% chance for damaging winds, but that's a pretty low chance there. Most likely you're going to see rain and thunder, except for like up here. I think, near Columbus, Bellefontaine, there's a little bit higher. Bellefontaine, there's a little bit higher of a chance for a surprise there on the damaging winds. All right, so now let's go over to the hail risk. Not nearly as big as a deal as the day before, but you can see we do have a large yellow area here. That's a 2 out of 5. Or it's a 15% chance of quarter-sized hail and above. That includes areas like Birmingham, Huntsville, Tupelo, Nashville, Murfreesboro, Knoxville, Hopkinsville, Evansville, Lexington, Louisville. I mean, there's a lot of vills. A lot of vills in the southeast and Ohio Valley. Lexington, Cincinnati, Hamilton, Dayton, Chillicothe, Parkersburg, Charleston, Bloomington. You guys are all in that. You guys are all in this 15% risk for damaging winds. Hey, thank you, Jake, for becoming an EF1 member. I do appreciate that. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Jake. Thank you very much. But yeah, so those are the risks for this day. So now let's go over the latest timing, and let me break down a little bit on why I think that tornado risk should go a little bit further to the north. And we're going to be looking at the HRRR here. Louisville. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll make sure I said Louisville. Thank you, Balil, for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. And I see all these new subscribers coming in. I wish I could thank all of you guys, but obviously we got to stay focused on the timing. So we're gonna start down here, near Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi. Talking about the timings of these storms, and then we'll work our way up to the north. We'll do this area next with these severe storms. So again, now we're going over Tuesday. This is Tuesday, so this is not today. This is tomorrow when we're expecting all of this. So let's go ahead and push this through. We'll keep Nashville all in there. Okay, perfect. So we'll push this through. So going into, we got to push this back to the earlier model here. Just joined. How is Raleigh for Tuesday? It should be pretty marginal there in Raleigh. All right, so going into like Tuesday morning, not a whole lot happening down here in the southeast, a couple of scattered showers, and then all of a sudden we start to get this line start to pop up here, south of Nashville initially at around 2 p.m. And this line of storms is going to have that severe potential. The northern part is going to have a higher tornado potential, a higher damaging wind potential, and a higher hail potential up there, starting at 2 p.m. somewhere in like near Corinth, Tupelo, near Greenville, Mississippi, and then down there near Monroe, Louisiana. And then that continues. Look at that. That pushes all the way up to north. And you're looking at Nashville. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, that just missed us. There's nothing there. All right. So just keep this in mind. As I push this forward, you can see that something forms on the backside, and there are some chances of severe weather. And then also with this line of storms, this could potentially most likely will fire a little bit earlier and then come pretty close to Nashville. There's no guarantee. Nashville's kind of a question mark here, I will say. Will those storms fire a little bit earlier? If they fire a little bit later, you guys might get missed by all the most serious severe weather out of all of this. So, just hope that that fires a little bit to the east and it doesn't really hit you there. But for everybody else, further to the south, there's a pretty high guarantee that this line of storms forms and comes through you, like Tupelo, Florence, Alabama, Jackson, Alabama. And then that line continues to push off to the east. Not as dangerous looking, but still could have some damaging winds, tornado potential there, going from Huntsville, south of Florence, down through Chattanooga, Knoxville, over there near Johnson City by around 6 p.m. Let's push this forward 2 more hours. There near Chattanooga, down near Birmingham, we have at 8 p.m. Knoxville, Johnson City there as well. Pushing this even further, you can see we might even get some new convection as we go into the later portions of the night here. Down south of Birmingham at 10 p.m. That's going to push off to the east towards Montgomery at around 12 a.m. All the way down, maybe even extending all the way down into Mobile. Could have some, maybe some damaging winds still associated with this line of storms. But the tornado risk is going to be like almost non-existent with this line, and also those damaging winds and large hail should be on the low side, but spotty, a little bit in between there of some storms that could be severe down there, still existing into the early morning hours of Wednesday. Now let's come up here a little bit further to the north here, where we're going to be talking about this tornado risk that's going to be possible up here. So we're going to break it down for you guys, and I know it sounds crazy. It's like Evan's disagreeing with the SPC, but let me show you what I'm thinking here. So here's a low pressure system. By around 2 p.m., it's starting to form and starting to fire these storms. Look at all these little individualized supercells forming here north of Lafayette, all the way up into maybe even South Bend. I mean, I don't even think we have a risk that goes all the way up there near South Bend, but some of those storms could be severe there. If we go look at the instability, the fuel for the storms, which is important, let's go look at that really quick. Surface-based. Where is it? Surface-based CAPE. Look at that. This is not like some low fuel environment. I mean, we're talking about 2,000, almost 3,000 joules per kilogram here out in front of this storm. And this isn't the only model that's saying this. I mean, there's other models that agree with this. So, there's going to be a lot of instability out in front of these storms. Now, let's go up into the upper levels as well. These aren't some just run-in-the-mill storms here. I just don't understand their thought process. Yeah, the lower level winds, look at that. We're talking, 50 to 60 miles per hour in the lower levels. So, we look at the lower and the upper level winds to determine spin. We got 90 to almost 100 miles per hour here of upper level. So there's going to be a lot of spin in the atmosphere. There's a lot of fuel and instability available for all of these storms, going into Indiana and parts of Ohio. I still don't understand. I just do not understand their reasoning, because a lot of models are showing this. It's not just the HRRR. We'll look at the NAM here in a moment. But yeah, so you can see we got a lot of these little individualized supercells firing at around 2 p.m. here, South Bend, near South Bend, Lafayette, and then that's going to move off to the east towards Indianapolis. Again, all of these storms have the chance to become tornadic. Maybe even a couple of them, especially down here in the southern portion of this line here, could have a strong tornado potential. They're going through Indianapolis, Bloomington by around 3 p.m., and then those storms continue off to the east at around 5 p.m. We still have these supercells ongoing over here near Hamilton, Dayton, Cincinnati, Bellefontaine, and Lima. The storm just formed north of Tulsa. Really? That's impressive. I think the HRRR predicted that. Let me look at that just really quick. I know I was in the middle of something, but I just want to make sure. Storm just formed north of Tulsa. Liar. Oh, this guy. Okay, you weren't lying. It's not like a storm, but it's a little area of heavier rain. All right, let's go back over to the model. Sorry, we do have to make sure that, because it does seem like some of these storms could be firing a little bit earlier, so we do have to kind of go back and forth between forecasting and live coverage. But thank you. Oh, by the way, thank you. Big shout out to James, who just became an EF5 member, which is ridiculous. Thank you very much. That is a lot of money you just spent, and hopefully you stick around for a while, man. As we don't do too much memberships, but we do, a whole lot of coverage. So I do appreciate that. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for James. I think that's like $49. I put it there as like a joke, kind of, just in case somebody really wanted to support this channel. It's there. As you can see, it says AKA you're rich. That was the joke. But thank you also, Connor, for the $4.99 donation as well. Thank you very much for that. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Connor. Yeah, our membership, our regular membership is like $4.99 a month. So it's really just there for a joke. But anyways, let's go back and continue to break this down here for Ohio. But yeah, so going into around 6 p.m. here, look at this. We have got bean after bean after bean after bean. These are all supercells that are going to have tornado potential. Most likely, let's go over to the surface-based cape. And yeah, look at that. That's 2,000 joules per kilogram across almost the entirety of Ohio. 2,000 joules per kilogram. That is a lot of fuel for these storms, a lot of fuel. And if we go over to so that means every single one of these storms, some of these are going to be more discrete here. They're all going to have that tornado potential, every single one of them. If we go over here to the lower level shear, look at that. We're talking 50 to 60, 70 mile per hour lower level winds there. That is plenty for strong tornadoes, even long track tornadoes. We could be talking about long track tornadoes with this. In the upper level winds, look at this. 90, 100 miles per hour, in this region. I think I just don't understand the SPC, their reasoning. We definitely have some signals here where we could get strong tornadoes, maybe even, I'd hate to say it, but I do think there is a possibility for violent tornadoes. I think there is a possibility for long track tornadoes with these cells. So again, if you live really anywhere, especially over here, because the lower level jet really starts to pick up over Ohio. So if you live in Cincinnati, Dayton, Springfield, Columbus, Chillicothe, Bellefontaine, Mansfield, all of these storms are going to have enough instability to produce those strong tornadoes there. So please be weather aware. I understand it just says you're in a 2% tornado risk right now, but I think that is wildly inaccurate. And I do believe we're going to get some major upgrades here shortly. If we don't, I just don't understand. But yeah, thank you, Jen, for the $20 Venmo donation. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat. But look at this. This is everything that you look for with these storms. 60, 70 miles per hour. Hey, thank you, Becca F, for the $20 donation. Yeah, violent tornadoes, those are the ones. So strong tornadoes are typically like EF2, EF3 tornadoes, but the violent ones, those could potentially get up into those EF4 and plus there. We're talking about an environment here, with 60 to 70 mile per hour lower level shear. That's like a 4 out of 5. That's a 4 out of 5. It's not the strongest it can get, but that's pretty elevated there for that lower level shear. And also thank you, the Earl D there, for the $4.99 donation. I appreciate that as well. I'm at work designing new milkshakes and burgers. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. My last name is Freiberger, so that's pretty funny. But yeah, more seriously, when you have this much shear in the lower levels, that's a lot. That's way above average, and plenty for tornadoes and strong tornadoes. I've seen 15% hatched risks, with this kind of environment. And if we just had the shear and no instability, then we wouldn't be talking about tornadoes. We maybe a couple brief spin ups, but we have 2,000 joules per kilogram overspread this entire area. Okay, so it's going to be a dangerous day there in Indiana and Ohio as this pushes forward. I still believe that. I do think if they don't change the risk, I'm going to be surprised, super surprised if they don't add a 10% hatched risk up here in this region here for like Indianapolis going into Ohio. Let's see how long this continues here. So let's kind of push this forward a little bit more. So this is at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Looks like we still. So what we're watching here mainly is when does that instability start to die here? So let's go. Yeah, still have plenty of instability here. Let's keep pushing this forward. And it's not like the storm mode's super messy either. That's the problem. So yeah, so it looks like the instability starts to die there on the Pennsylvania and Ohio border. So it looks like the entire state of Ohio could potentially be in this risk for strong tornadoes. Again, there's one saving grace for this. If we get too much prefrontal convection and the instability doesn't happen, then we're probably not going to see much of a tornadic event up here. But there are a couple of models that are indicating that instability will really push up into Ohio, and then we're going to have these tornadoes come through. So I think my confidence is high enough, at least if I was in the SPC, to put a 10% hatch risk up here. That's just what I'm saying. It's definitely very obvious here that this is a dangerous risk that needs to be watched here. And we could still have tornadoes ongoing at 8 p.m. here, getting close to Cleveland. Actually, let's see if it'll make it all the way up to Cleveland there. Well, Cleveland, we're talking, yeah, 1,000 joules per kilogram up there all the way near Cleveland as well. So really any storm along this line will have a tornado potential. They're near Cleveland, Akron, Canton as well at 8 p.m. And then pushing this forward even more, you can see that we do still have this line ongoing. It looks like it's starting to become a little bit, there's a lot more prefrontal cells out here, or a lot more prefrontal convection that's not really organized. So it really does seem like when that instability starts to fall apart, that's what's causing it. Maybe a little bit of an outflow boundary pushing out in front of these cells, and that's going to really limit these storms' abilities to really do anything. You can see they really just fall apart there once they leave Ohio. So if you live in Pennsylvania, there's still probably a little bit of a tornado potential there, but it should be a quite weak one associated with mainly non-severe storms. You could have some low top supercells still existing, but for the most part, that instability is gone according to the HRRR. So those are my thoughts on the timing for everybody. This line of storms is what I'm most concerned about. Again, this is going to start over here in Indiana near South Bend, Lafayette by around 2 p.m. And then after that, you can see it's going to be a good 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours here of pretty intense tornado environment really all across this region. So again, if you live up here, just be super weather aware. Again, it is not guaranteed to happen. We have a couple models that are saying this, and what could happen is maybe the instability doesn't show up. Maybe there's a little bit more cloud coverage, and then this area gets safe. Is safe. So, again, these models are never 100% correct. I do want it to really make that known here about these models. This is not some magic ball. Weather models are not some oracle that tells you exactly what's going to happen. That's just not how it is. But I do want to tell you that the chance, if this does happen, we are going to have a pretty dangerous tornado day up here in Indiana and Ohio. And I want you guys to be prepared, because this could be one of those scenarios where everybody gets too busy with covering today, and then all of a sudden, we get major upgrades. And if you don't know about it already, you're going to get caught off guard like we did last time. Unfortunately, last time, the models never even depicted, strong tornadoes up there in, Indiana and Ohio. And until like right before it. But we've got a little bit of lead time with this one. So I would definitely be prepared in case the worst case scenario happens. Oh, yeah. Everybody drink some water. Will this be bad in Tennessee? I mean, there's definitely a tornado chance in Tennessee, but it's not going to be nearly as bad as up here in Indiana and Ohio. A new mesoscale discussion for Illinois and Missouri. Let me check that out. By the way, guys, if you haven't liked this stream yet, please hit that like button. It helps us reach more people with this important information, and also hit that subscribe button as well. If you need to go somewhere later and come back, we will have storm chasers today for today's coverage, and we will be live again tomorrow for this, doing live coverage of the storm. So, and we'll have storm chasers then as well. So if you want, webcam, storm cam, or storm chaser coverage, and live radar coverage, make sure you hit that subscribe button, as we will be live for the entirety of this event. And in fact, I don't even think I'm going to end the stream at this point, because it seems like we already have storms firing. So we might have to monitor those. But we do have a new mesoscale discussion here. And yeah, look at that. We're already getting some pretty dangerous wording already. Potential for large to very large hail will increase this afternoon as the warm front lifts northward. So yeah, we're going to be watching cells firing along this warm front here, near parts of Missouri there, and also parts of Illinois. So there's a watch potential of 60% here. So definitely be weather aware as the threat is slowly getting started. Thank you, Pam, for subscribing. I appreciate that. This is bad for Mansfield, Ohio. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could definitely be bad. Again, that instability, according to the HRRR, makes it all the way up into Cleveland. So really, the entire state of Ohio will have some sort of increased tornado potential, with the strongest, I believe, kind of in this corridor right here. So yes, that includes Mansfield. Live in a mobile home in the county of Mansfield. This morning I booked a hotel. There you go. That's perfect. That is the best way to be prepared. A dog named Pistachio. And if your dog's name is actually Pistachio, that is adorable. That's a really good name for a dog. Could look at Canton. Yeah, Canton's over here. So over for Canton, I do believe, there will still be a tornado risk there for Canton, but it'll be either in the process of dying or already dead by the time it gets to you. But there's still a chance for a tornado by the time it gets to Canton. So I would definitely be weather aware. But again, I really do believe that tornado potential is going to be maximized, starting in eastern Indiana going into Ohio. Pebbles, Ohio. I'm not sure where that is. Let me see. Pebbles, Ohio. There we go. That would also be a good name, Pebbles. Looks like, according to the HRRR, there's just enough instability out there, and you could have some pretty dangerous cells around you by around 6 p.m. By around 6 p.m. tomorrow. Weather update. Oh. Lancaster, Ohio. Check it for you. Yeah, Lancaster, Ohio is just south and east of Columbus. Yeah, you're kind of in that. You're in that kind of just on the edge of what I think is the sweet spot here. So yeah, if you live in Lancaster, you could have some dangerous cells around you by around 8 p.m. Again, these times are not exact. Again, these models aren't crystal balls, but it is going to be around somewhere around 8 p.m. in that region. But yeah, I mean, this is honestly the best tornadoes, are like the best case scenario for a tornado that we have seen all year. Obviously, it's not a good thing, obviously, but tornadoes, they love this kind of environment. They are happy with this, and you should be very aware as these storms come through. That's all I'm saying. You don't want happy storms. And this is everything a storm would want to create a tornado. Weather update in Indiana. Yeah. So for Indiana, over here near once this gets started, the kinematics will already be there. It won't be as strong as it will be as it enters into Ohio. But yeah, I mean, there could definitely be some tornadoes along these lines, this line of storms here. If these storms can remain discreet enough as they push into Indianapolis, Muncie, and Fort Wayne, you definitely need to be weather aware there. I definitely believe that. So just make sure that you are paying attention to these storms. And that's going to start a little bit earlier, around like 2 p.m., 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. I definitely think a tornado outbreak would be possible on Tuesday, tomorrow, here in the Indiana and Ohio area. Depends on storm mode. I mean, not. I mean, yes, you could have potentially stronger tornadoes with more discrete cells, but even if this forms into a line, and we have enough instability with this much shear, definitely get a bunch of spin ups along the line. So, I mean, the environment's there. I think we're definitely going to see a couple of tornadoes up here. That's my opinion. Again, models could change, but I wanted to paint this scenario for you guys just so you're not caught off guard, because the risk is a little bit misleading in my opinion. Connor is live in 7 minutes. Okay. Yeah, let me get one of our storm chasers set up here. He's about to go live. I think he's going to be chasing up in the Missouri area. Not sure if there's much to look at, but if he's near something, we can have some sort of view of the storm. Oh my gosh, I just realized my chat's all messed up. Why is my chat so small on the top? Hold on, let me fix that real quick. I changed my overlay around just a little bit. We have a new warning system, a new warning alert system too. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Not gonna lie, it's pretty cool. But yeah, so you can see it right now on the bottom. It says there's currently no active warnings. Let me see if I can do a quick test just to show you guys what we've got now. They have to run all the way through. If you wanted to do one for stream, we can. Yeah, can you do just one right now? Let's see if we can get a test through. It'll say like tornado warning or something, but it'll just show. I mean, it's not a real tornado warning, but it'll be a test. Let me see if we can get one to come through here, just so I can show you guys. Yeah, new alert system. It's kind of like a mixture between Tornado HQ and like an actual alert system. But anyways, let me continue to get Connor set up here really quick.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Again, this is not real. I just wanted to show you. This is our new warning system. Again, not a real tornado warning, just showing you what our new system can do. It should just be one test. It's like we were testing it before. I think he said that it has to go through like tornado warning, PDS tornado, tornado emergency, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think he said he could do just one test, so it should clear out here eventually. Hopefully we can. Okay. Yeah, it worked perfectly. How long until it clears? Here, I'll remove this right now just so people don't think there's a tornado warning as they're just coming in. How do I? But yeah, that's our new warning system. Oops. We'll just clear that until it clears out. It should clear out at any moment. And while that happens, so yeah, this is Storm Chaser Connor Croft. And he's going to be out here, most likely somewhere in the Missouri, Illinois area. He's going to be chasing along the warm front. Yeah, this is a test. Yeah, I just wanted to show you guys the new system. But yeah, you can see we do have it says live in 24 hours. Is this the wrong one? Whoops, I clicked on the wrong one. Hold on. There we go. Okay, it says it's gonna be live at 2. So it looks like he pushed it back an hour. Yeah, that's that was tomorrow's stream. But yeah, we'll have him in the background here, just in case. Or when he goes live. There we go. Okay, it's back to normal. But yeah, that's the new warning system. We're back to answering questions. So feel free to continue to ask. Let me go check on the current conditions out here across kind of our main storm area out here. Yeah, so this right here. So if we go, we'll go to like the large view here. This right here, that is that warm front that we're going to be watching. So we're watching for storms to fire along this warm front. Everything up here north of this warm front, that's going to be elevated convection. That's going to be storms that aren't going to be really that strong. They could still have a decent hail potential, like strong or a large to very large hail potential, but we're not talking about really much of a tornado threat with any of these guys up here to the north. But right along this warm sector, we're going to have a little area of increased lower level shear. That's going to be kind of that's the wrong direction to point it, but yeah, a little bit of lower level shear, kind of working its way along that warm front, and that should allow these storms to start rotating. Now, whether or not they produce a tornado or not, that's one of the questions that we're going to try to answer here as they start to fire. But yeah, looking kind of a broad view here. Really don't have too much going on as of right now. So we're going to continue to answer people's questions on the models. And looks like we're going to have the 18Z, the new HRRR model run here shortly. Lexington, Kentucky. So yeah, Lexington, if we have like some of these prefrontal storms fire like out there near Lexington, there still could be a tornado potential there, but it does seem like the mode is a little bit more messy down there near Lexington, south of Cincinnati. You guys definitely should be weather aware for those tornadoes. I do still think there's a tornado potential down there, but it's not going to be nearly as high as Ohio, given the fact that all of that lower level shear is up here in Ohio. Hey, thank you, Outshine, for subscribing. Sprinkled a little while ago, but it stopped. Gotcha. Husband works outside of Troy, Ohio, in the Dayton area. Yeah, so his main threat is going to be around 6 p.m. There's Dayton right there. And yeah, there's definitely going to be some strong tornado potential as that moves through. So if he's working during that time, make sure that, he's very weather aware as we go into the evening hour. Pittsburgh is going to be at the very tail end. There still could be a tornado threat with this line, but it's going to be really diminishing quite quickly as it moves through Pittsburgh. So, that instability really drops off as the storms get to you. 6 p.m. is when they're packing up. Yeah. Yeah. So he could be driving in that. So, if he can like call in sick, that would probably be the best, in my opinion. Unless he's like doing construction or working at I think you said he was a construction worker. If he's doing construction in like a well-built building that has a basement, it would be good if he stays there, technically, because then he could go underground. Thank you for the shout out at the beginning. What time am I looking at today? So yeah, over there near Wolf City. Looks like sometime around 9 p.m. tonight is when the storms could be in your area. Again, it's going to be hit or miss. This isn't 100% accurate. Some of these storms could fire, up in this region, or they might not. But, definitely be weather aware around that 9 p.m. region, because if they do fire, it's going to be around that time. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate that. Wondering if I should be worried in Dixon, Illinois tonight. Let's see. Tonight. Let me see where Dixon, Illinois is. Dixon, Illinois. So yeah, you're the northern portion of this. You might get some rain, maybe one elevated hailer. It's definitely going to get gusty up there, but in terms of like organized severe weather, I wouldn't be worried about it at all, honestly. Although there is a chance for snow up there. We could look at that really quick. That to me would be my main worry if I lived up there. Let's check out the latest snow totals up there for Dixon. Actually, the snow should miss you too. That's a good change. Okay. I thought you guys were still in a little snow chance, but it looks like they've shifted that off a little bit to the east. Chicago could get potentially up to 2 inches. Wow. I know people don't want to talk about snow anymore. I've gotten the pulse on everybody's feelings about winter now, and everybody's just tired of the snow. Bowling Green, Kentucky. Yeah, Bowling Green is like right here. Looks like you're gonna miss out on today's storms for the most part, but the very southern edge of this line could still have a tornado potential if more storms convect in that region. That's gonna be around 7 p.m. tomorrow. Somewhere around that time frame should be weather aware. Oh my goodness, there it is. Breaking news, moderate risk issued for Ohio. Moderate risk. That's not good. Holy moly. That is not good. Breaking news. Everybody like this stream and share it, please. This will help us reach more people with this new information. Again, this could be a very dangerous day. We need to share this stream as far as wide as possibly can. Put it on your social medias, especially if you live in the Ohio area, so we can spread the stream to people that are in that area. This is dangerous. We now have a moderate risk here for Ohio, which is not surprising as we were just talking about it, but this is not good. Here we go. 15%. Oh my goodness. Yep, 15% tornado risk. 15% tornado risk out in this area. Let's see what they're saying. Are they saying the violent word? Significant long track tornadoes. That's exactly what we were just saying. Wow. Yeah, very dangerous day tomorrow, guys. Again, that's mainly just for Ohio there, that 15%. And then we even have, oh, wow, I'm actually in a strong tornado risk as well. That's crazy. But yeah, we have a 10% hatched risk. Let me make sure this is showing up on stream. That extends all the way down into northern Alabama through parts of like Nashville, there in Kentucky as well. And then we have a 10% hatched risk there for parts of Indiana. So yeah, that's perfect. That pretty much perfectly aligns with the forecast that we just gave. So everything I was still saying, now it's finally showing up on the SPC risk. I was telling you guys, because you guys were just in that 2% up there in Ohio. I was telling you guys, I don't believe that for a second. And this is why. This is actually more dangerous of a tornado day than we're going to have today. This is going to be the most dangerous day out of both of these days for tornadoes. So again, if you live in Ohio, over there, and even in parts of West Virginia there, look at that. Parts of West Virginia are in that strong tornado risk as well. But yeah, 15% chance for tornadoes, that's high. That's a high probability there of tornadoes and strong tornadoes. And again, they're saying here a few significant and long track tornadoes. Long track tornadoes. Those are the ones that are on the ground for a while. And they could be strong. I mean, we could be talking about EF2 to EF4 tornadoes. Hopefully, not more are stronger than that. But again, like I was saying, all the information, all the kinematics is there. Again, this is going to be for Tuesday here. Yeah, unfortunately, a hatched risk there for Nashville as well. Let me come back over to here and see if it's updated on Radar Omega, because then we can go over the cities a little bit better. Okay, it is updated. So let's go over the new risk here. Wow, that slight risk extends all the way down, a 5% tornado risk all the way down into Florida. My goodness. What a day. This is going to be very dangerous. Very, very dangerous day tomorrow. All right, let me take off the precipitation here for a little bit. So let's go to snowfall. There we go. All right, so this is what we're looking at. So it looks like we got Cincinnati Georgetown, Chillicothe, Athens, Marietta, Logan, Lancaster, Columbus, Springfield, Dayton, Hamilton, Bellefontaine, Lima, Mansfield, Canton. Now in a 4 out of 5 for severe weather. Again, that main risk up there is going to be, wow. It's going to be winds of up to hurricane force winds and 2-inch plus hail. So you guys got it all up there. Strong tornado risk, strong wind risk, and very large hail risk. We'll go over that in a little bit more detail here in just a moment. But yeah, you guys are all in that 4 out of 5 for severe weather. The extension here, south of Cleveland, Youngstown, Pittsburgh, Morgantown, Muncie, Louisville, Asheville, Charleston, Lexington, Richmond, Campbell's, Somerset, Big Stone Gap, Knoxville, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Florence, Nashville, Murfreesboro, Dixon, and Clarksville. You guys are all in that risk for strong tornadoes as well. So definitely want to be weather aware in a large area here across the southeast going up into the Ohio Valley. Also over here near Newcastle, eastern Indianapolis, Greenwood. You guys got to all be super weather aware. Again, this red here is a 4 out of 5 for severe weather, and that includes strong tornadoes, damaging winds of over 75 miles per hour, and large to very large hail. Ah! No, don't change it back on us. I need to do my forecast. Oh my goodness gracious. Let me try refreshing it. There we go. Yeah, they're still updating the app, so it's going to be finicky. But yeah, so there's that. In both of these areas, you guys need to be preparing now for this event. This could be a pretty damaging day. I mean, we're talking about a lot here. So let's go over and talk about the tornado risk here. Unfortunately, this is not looking good. So let's go over to the tornado. They haven't updated the tornado risk. Oh, there it is. All right. So there it is in this red area with these dashes out in front of it. This is a 15% chance for strong tornadoes. Again, this is a very elevated risk. This is now a dangerous day. We are definitely talking about tornado outbreak potential for Tuesday. Again, this is going to be mainly there for Canton, Mansfield, Lima, Bellefontaine, Springfield, Columbus, Lancaster, Logan, Athens, Marietta, Chillicothe, Georgetown, Cincinnati, Hamilton, Richmond there in Indiana, Crittenden and Dry Ridge there in Kentucky. So if you guys live in these areas, please be weather aware. This is a dangerous day. I don't use this kind of wording unless it really is. I'm not one of those channels. I'm definitely one of the only channels on YouTube that'll just tell you how it is. There it is. Still glitching. Well, let me get it back up here. Yeah, they're changing it on their app, and so when they're in the process of it, it takes a while to get it to stay up consistently. But yeah, so that's the latest there on the tornado risk. Again, this is going to be a chance for significant long track tornadoes, the ones that can stay on the ground, not just for a couple of minutes. We're talking about 10, 15, 20 miles, 20 miles, sometimes even longer. I mean, in some of these days, you can get tornadoes on the ground for 60 miles, sometimes even longer, depending on what kind of storms we get. So yeah, definitely be weather aware here. In the yellow area, it's a 10% hash risk for tornadoes. Not talking about nearly or as much confidence up there, but still a decent area here for some strong tornadoes. Again, we're talking EF2 or higher. Those are the ones that can do a lot of damage. So if you live over here near Charleston, Huntington, Lexington, Richmond, Louisville, Clarksville, Nashville, Murfreesboro, Florence, Huntsville, over there just to the east of Chattanooga, Radcliffe, Elizabethtown, Bowling Green, Frankfort, Newcastle, Columbus, Muncie, there in Indiana, up here northern Ohio. You got Van Wert, Ottawa, Norwalk, Tiffin, Akron, Kent, Alliance, Salem, East Liverpool, Weirton, Wheeling. Again, this is a 10% hashed risk for tornadoes. This wouldn't have. No, this is not an April Fool's joke, guys. Come on. That would be extremely effed up if somebody did this, if somebody did that. That is not, no, this is not April Fool's, unfortunately. Mother Nature don't play. You don't care about the holidays. When it ramps up, it ramps up. So I would definitely not conflate that with that. That's just weird. Anyway, staying on a serious note here, around this 10% hatched risk, we also have a 10% here for tornadoes. Now, those aren't nearly going to be as strong as tornadoes, but still strong, and still a high chance or a higher chance for tornadoes in this 10% region for tornadoes. And that's going to be for Corinth, Jasper, and Gadsden, Alabama, Dalton, Georgia, Chattanooga, Knoxville, Lenore City, Church Hill, there in Tennessee, Lebanon, Big Stone Gap, Wise in Virginia, Pikeville in Kentucky, Becky, Clarksburg, Fairmont, Morgantown there in West Virginia, Pittsburgh there in Pennsylvania, Youngstown, Warren there in kind of northern Ohio, and Vermilion and Parma and Bowling Green, Ohio there as well. And then over here in Indiana, we have Monroeville, Bluffton, Fairmont, Elmwood, Franklin there. And then in Kentucky, we have Elkton, Fordsville there in that 10% risk. So again, if you guys live in this region and any of these regions, still be weather aware. Now the 5%, this brown area, is still a pretty elevated tornado risk, but not nearly as probable as over here. So again, if you live here, you definitely have a higher chance of tornadoes. But in the brown area, I still want you to be weather aware for tornadoes. That's going to be Birmingham, Montgomery, Dothan, Mobile, Alabama, Tallahassee, Florida, Georgia there, Atlanta, Georgia, Charlotte, Greenville, Asheville, Galax, Roanoke over there just to the east or west of Harrisburg, Toledo, Fort Wayne, Lafayette, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Hopkinsville, Jackson, Tupelo, Meridian, Pensacola, Panama City, Apalachicola, and Tallahassee. So yeah, Florida's included now in this tornado risk. Then around that we have a 2%, but I mean, it's a pretty small 2%. Usually the 2% is a little bit bigger, but it seems like the tornado risk is just pretty elevated all across this region. Wow, what an upgrade. And this isn't it. This isn't it. This isn't the only thing that they upgraded here. So let's now look at the damaging wind risk. So again, we have another area here of a hatched risk of those 75 mile per hour plus winds. That's going to be in the significant severe area, in this black outlined area with these dashes in it. That's for those 75 mile per hour plus winds. You could get up to 80 miles per hour, maybe even stronger with some of these winds. Widespread power outages are going to be an issue in this region. So let's go over the cities. It's Nashville, Murfreesboro, Cookeville, McMinnville, Clinton, Corbin, Bowling Green, Somerset, Campbellsville, Elizabethtown, Danville, Berea, Lexington, Louisville there. Charleston there in West Virginia. Also, same areas that are in that strong tornado risk as well. Cincinnati, Dayton, Hamilton, Chillicothe, Columbus, Bellefontaine, Lima, Mansfield, Canton, and Akron. You guys all need to be extremely weather aware tomorrow. Again, this is for Tuesday, as you know, very strong winds are possible. In this red region, strong winds are also possible, but that's going to be up to 60 miles per hour and above. Could get a couple of gusts, maybe nearing 70 miles per hour in this red region, but definitely be weather aware around there. You know, that includes, you know, parts of Ohio, going into Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, Georgia, Alabama, parts of Mississippi there as well, the northeastern edge, also in Tennessee as well. So if you guys live in these areas, make sure you are weather aware. We've got a yellow area around that. That is a 15% chance for those damaging winds. Again, that is going to be a 15% chance of 60 miles per hour winds and above. Not as elevated as the 30%, but still a risk that you definitely need to pay attention to. Again, that's going to be, you know, Roanoke, Greensboro, Charlotte, Atlanta, over there near Montgomery, Dothan, Tallahassee, Mobile, Tupelo, Meridian, parts of Indianapolis, Fort Wayne, Indiana, there. And then we have a 5% around that. It's a low chance. You know, your most likely risk is going to be, you know, some heavier rain and lightning in the brown area, but still be weather aware just in case. Now, we also have, man, Ohio, I feel bad for you. I think we all are feeling for Ohio right now as they are in the bullseye for the most dangerous part of this storm again. This is the second time this year where they've gone through this kind of stuff. So everybody put hearts in the chat for Ohio. Everybody put hearts in the chat for Ohio. Don't worry, we're going to guide you through this. We're going to guide you through this. But unfortunately, you are also in the 15 or the 30% hash risk for 2-inch hail and above. Now, again, with this kind of risk, it could be Easter egg sized hail, it could be tennis ball sized hail, it could be baseball sized hail. And if you're really unlucky, it could be DVD sized hail. So if you live in these areas, make sure that you are weather aware. Make sure you have your cars indoors, your pets indoors. It's you definitely, if you go outside during one of these storms, you could potentially get injured or even worse, because we could be talking about very large hail. If you're indoors and you're in one of these warnings, you definitely want to be away from the windows with this kind of storm. So please, if you live in Georgetown, Cincinnati, Portsmouth, Athens, Marietta, Chillicothe, Hamilton, Dayton, Springfield, Columbus, Lancaster, Mansfield, Bellefontaine, Newcastle, Lima, and Findlay there in Ohio, parts of Kentucky as well, including Crittenden, Dry Ridge, and Maysville, over here near Newcastle, Richmond, Connorsville, and Greensburg, Winchester there in Indiana, and also over here near Belpre and what is this one? Williamstown, there in West Virginia. You guys need to be weather aware as the storm approaches, as it is definitely going to be packing a punch here for you guys. So again, you got that tornado risk, you've got that damaging wind risk, and now you also have that hail risk. For everybody else in this red area, that's a 30% chance for hail. And in that area, we're talking about quarter-sized hail. We're talking maybe some ping pong ball-sized hail, maybe a little bit, if you're unlucky, some golf ball-sized hail, but we're not talking about, hail of over Easter egg-sized hail. So in this red region, that's going to be like, Akron, Canton, Pittsburgh, Wheeling, Charleston, Lexington, Richmond, Knoxville, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Murfreesboro, Nashville, Clarksville, Louisville, Lexington, and Richmond there. And then around that, we've got a yellow area here that's a 15% risk here for, that same type of hail. And that extends, in parts of Pennsylvania, West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, including Atlanta, Macon and Albany, Dothan, Montgomery, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa there in Alabama, Panama City, Apalachicola, Meridian, Tupelo, Jackson, Hopkinsville, Evansville, Bloomington, Indianapolis, Lafayette, and Fort Wayne there. And then around that, we have a 5% for that large hail there. So, a lot to look out for. You combined all of these together, and then that's what makes this graphic right here, which is, that red area, that 4 out of 5 for, severe weather. That is why you guys are in that up there in Ohio, because we have all of those risks. We'll go over the timing here again in just a moment. Just gonna let my voice rest. Whew. A lot of information. Yeah, family and friends in the Dayton area. Yeah, share the stream with them. I'll definitely, because we're about to go over that timing. So let's go back over the timing again for you guys now that we've gone over all the information. Let me just check out the radar here currently. It looks like we might have some stronger storms starting to form near Springfield, Illinois for today's threat. Also, a couple of storms firing over here near Terre Haute. Vincini's there as well. Yeah, not seeing any dangerous rotation with those just yet, though. So that's good news. Mainly will probably be a hail threat, as that is north of the warm front at this moment. But all right, let's take the severe risk off here and then talk about, what kind of storms we're going to be having come through this area. If you have any questions in regards to, the timing of these storms, feel free to put that in chat, as we will answer as many as we can. Hey, thank you, Drama, for subscribing. I appreciate that. But yeah, you can see right here along this line of storms. I mean, that's where it gets started, right around 2 to 3 p.m. Out there. I mean, every single one of these storms, as I was saying earlier, this is going to be for tomorrow. Every single one of these storms are going to have a tornado potential. So from like Fort Wayne down in through Indianapolis at around 2, 3 p.m., that's when those storms are really going to get started tomorrow. So if you live in Fort Wayne, Muncie, Indianapolis, Bloomington, just make sure that you are, watching these storms as they come through. Again, around 2 to 3 p.m. is when we should be expecting them. And then they continue off to the east, pushing into Ohio. And again, every single one of these storms here, every single one of these storms could have that tornado potential there all the way along this line here. Again, so if you live in Lima, Bellefontaine, Dayton, Hamilton, Cincinnati, all the way along this line here, we could be talking about strong tornadoes, potentially long track, violent tornadoes as they are coming through this region. So again, if you live in these regions, make sure that you are very weather aware as they're coming through. And again, this is going to be around 5 p.m. Traveling to a concert in Cleveland from Lake Erie Islands. I don't think the ferry boats will run tomorrow. Yeah, it's possible that they shut down. Looks like we might have gotten a new mesoscale discussion. Let me check that out. So yeah, we got a new mesoscale discussion out here for parts of Kansas. Thunderstorms capable of large to very large hail. 1 to 2.5-inch hail is possible this afternoon. So that's for Kansas there. They'll probably issue a severe thunderstorm warning there shortly. That's the latest on today's weather. Please talk about Huntsville, Alabama. So Huntsville, Alabama, you can see like down here near Nashville and northern Alabama, northern Mississippi. You can see that this line of storms is going to be firing, kind of like in this region, and Nashville. Could potentially get into this line, but also you got a chance with the secondary line that comes through as well on the southern side of that. But yeah, I mean, so some of these storms could be still have that possibility there for strong tornadoes. Going into Nashville, some of these over here near Lexington and Richmond could have that potential there. And then, as this line about 6 p.m. here for northern Alabama, we could potentially have strong tornadoes within that line, embedded in that line as that moves off to the east. And then Nashville could potentially get kind of the southern portion of this line as well. Over there near Lexington, Richmond, over there near Louisville, you guys need to be paying attention to this as it comes through. Again, some strong tornado potential is definitely possible on this line, going all the way up into Cleveland, starting off here in eastern Indiana, all the way into eastern Ohio. There, I mean, a large area here of that potential for tornadoes and severe weather. Yeah, this is not live radar. Yes, this is forecasts. Yes. Yeah, that so up here we do now have a 15% risk for tornadoes. I thank you, Swamp Cat, for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. But we'll use that to pay our storm chasers today and our bills. So thank you very much. But yeah, right here, there's that 15% strong tornado risk for Ohio mainly. Do have some small parts there of Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia in there, but it's mostly Ohio. Talking about Lima, Mansfield, Bellefontaine, Newark, Lancaster, Logan, Athens, Marietta, Chillicothe, Springfield, Dayton, Hamilton, Cincinnati, Georgetown, and Bellefontaine. And then that 15% or that 10% hatch risk for strong tornadoes extends all the way down into like northern Alabama, central Tennessee, over there into parts of Kentucky as well. So a very dangerous day. For Stowe, Ohio, yeah, we can check that out. Stowe, Ohio. So yeah, you're still going to be in that strong tornado risk. Looks like it's going to be mainly around like 8 or 9 p.m. tomorrow. So when your risk is really going to be high. So again, just make sure you have a plan in place to deal with those damaging winds, large hail, and those the potential for strong tornadoes there. Any chance we see an enhanced risk tomorrow? No, we already have a moderate risk tomorrow, Bryce. So this is you might not have seen, but this is the latest categorical outlook here. I mean, we have a moderate risk for severe weather. That's a 4 to 5 here in this red zone, this orange zone, which extends all the way down into Alabama. That is a 3 out of 5. So we're almost maxed out on severe weather. So if you've ever seen a video of that crazy severe weather with strong tornadoes, long track tornadoes, those big tornadoes like with very large hail, or some of those videos of those of really fast winds, all that's going to be possible there in this red region. Still kind of possible here in the orange region, not nearly as possible or dangerous here in the yellow region and in the green region. Very small chance of really seeing anything other than rain and thunder. Yeah, very dangerous day tomorrow. It's already a moderate risk, which is one step higher than an enhanced risk. Georgetown, Kentucky. I can look at that real quick. Georgetown, Kentucky. Yeah, it looks like your main risk. You might get some storms actually at the morning hours there. Initially, and then that atmosphere recovers, could potentially have a supercell nearby you by around 4 p.m. But that main line that's going to have that tornado potential is going to be sometime at around the 7 p.m. Region for you there. And again, that's going to include all hazards. Large hail, damaging winds, and strong tornadoes could be possible associated with that line. So definitely be weather aware around 7 p.m. Yeah, I'll be on pretty much all day today. I don't think I'm going to be ending this live stream at all. I think I'm just going to continue. I mean, once the storms get started, I'm going to start. I mean, I have my title and thumbnail already ready. So we'll just go into coverage once those storms get started. But until then, we'll be answering questions about tomorrow, because I just won't, like, after today's live stream, I just won't have a lot of time to talk about tomorrow. So that's why we're focusing on tomorrow's forecast, because today is already about to happen. Looking at a forecast is kind of pointless for today. We've already spread the message about everything. So about today. So it's just mainly if you're in a risk area for today, just be weather aware. We'll be transitioning into coverage in that shortly. But so far, as you can see, we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings at all right now. We do have some storms popping up, but they're not like dangerous yet. What's the chance for tornadoes in there? Sorry, guys. There is, how many people do we have here? Holy moly. Yeah, there's 1,700 of you and one of me. So just give me, just be patient with me. I'm going to try to answer as many people's questions as possible. Yeah, over here near Elizabethtown, Kentucky, kind of the same thing that I just talked about. You guys could have, a little bit of a stronger storm initially. Pretty close by you. It'll either hit you or miss you there at around 3 p.m. And then that line of storms with that tornadic potential comes in at around 6 p.m. for you. So definitely be weather aware as that comes through. By the way, guys, if you haven't subscribed yet or liked the stream, it does help us reach more people in the path of the storm. So make sure you're doing that if you want to help out for free. And thank you, Tracy and Keisha, for subscribing. Southeast Kentucky isn't as elevated as a threat, but definitely still a little bit of a tornado potential there. Looks like it should be like mostly rain initially there, maybe some stronger cells. It's gonna be hit or miss. It really looks like most of the severe weather misses you, but maybe some chances there for some spin ups. But that's on the northern side of this, which should be more stable air. So it looks like Southeast Kentucky's looking pretty good right now. It's mainly just this line of storms that I'm really concerned about here. Central Arkansas, that's today. You guys could have a strong, I mean, not a strong tornado, but some damaging winds and hail there near like Little Rock. But you guys are pretty much, if you live like around the Little Rock area, you're pretty far removed from the most dangerous severe weather there from today. Shepherdsville. Okay, thank you. Let's see. What about Springfield, Missouri? That's today. You guys are in a pretty decent risk out there. I think you're in the moderate risk for today. No, you're just outside the moderate risk, but you do have a strong tornado risk, a damaging wind risk as well, and also a very large hail risk. So you could see tornadoes EF2 or higher, winds of up to 75 miles an hour, and 2-inch hail or higher out there in Springfield. And let me see what the timing of the storms is going to be for you. Yeah, it looks like sometime around 9 p.m. tonight is when those storms are going to be making its way through. Hey, thank you, Brooklyn, for the $5 dono. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Brooklyn. Could you please look to see if they could issue a tornado watch in Tulsa, Oklahoma? Yeah, I think so. I think you guys are in a strong tornado risk as well. Or if you're not, you're just outside of it. Let me check. So, yeah, you're in the moderate risk for today. So, yeah, they could definitely issue a tornado watch. Yeah, look at that. You're in the strong tornado risk for today. Winds of up to 70 to 75 miles per hour are going to be possible. And yeah, that very large hail, potentially up to DVD sized, could be there for you there in Tulsa. So definitely watch out there. Let's check your latest timing. Yeah, it looks like sometime around 6 to 7 p.m. tonight there for Tulsa. So it's really going to get ramped up. Yeah, I mean, this is quite the escalation. I'm glad the models, though. One thing that I am happy about is that the models are like at least giving us a good amount of lead time this time. You know, last time Ohio had this risk, the lead time was was pretty much non-existent. So I'm happy at least today we have some lead time for Ohio because nobody knew last time that Ohio was going to get struck by strong tornado after strong tornado. But this time, looks like we have a pretty good understanding. Uh, Akron, Ohio. Let me see where Akron is. Akron, Ohio. Yeah, you're kind of on the northern edge, but I wouldn't rule out the chance for a strong tornado, damaging winds, and large to very large hail there. Yeah. What alert do I use? What do you mean? The update tomorrow was insane. I was expecting it. We were talking about it. We're actually talking about the last Outlook and how, I just didn't buy it. And we looked at the models. It looked very dangerous. I was already saying significant long track tornadoes, and then they issued the latest the latest Outlook, and it lined up perfectly with that forecast. So we were on top of it. I was expecting it. In fact, I was surprised when I thought the outlook from yesterday was an April Fool's joke, as messed up as that would be. That's how inaccurate I thought it was. Ugh. Sorry, just rehydrating. I just did a lot of talking. Corbin, Kentucky. Let me see where Corbin is. Corbin, Kentucky. Yeah, it looks like Corbin, Kentucky is going to kind of be on that on the southeastern portion of this risk. Let me see. Yeah, you're on that enhanced risk. Yeah, you do have a chance for strong tornadoes tomorrow. Damaging winds of up to 75 miles per hour. And hail, potentially a pretty high chance of seeing hail of around 1 to 1.75 inches. Hey, thank you, Art and Chill. Said Johnson City, Tennessee. Let me see. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Art and Chill. Thank you for your generous donation. Thank you, Wayne, Two Sillies, the Joshua, and Marty's for subscribing. Thank you very much. So yeah, it looks like Johnson City. It's right there. Yeah, so you're just outside of the. So you get a 5% for tornadoes, 15% chance there for damaging winds, and a 15% chance there for quarter-sized hail. And it looks like your timing is going to be sometime around like 2 to 4 p.m. And yeah, you could have a couple rounds there of some pretty strong storms, maybe even 3 rounds there, maybe even 4. Look at that. So yeah, definitely be weather aware. I thank you, Andrew, for the $2 donation. I appreciate that. Was the storm mode for central Kentucky tomorrow? Discrete, semi-discrete. Discrete, semi-discrete. So there's central Kentucky. You can see, do have a line of storms here, but some of them might be a little bit discrete earlier on, like just east of Lexington, but then it upscales into a line of storms. And that's when they become semi-discrete to linear. Let me see if Connor is live yet. Okay, it looks like Connor goes live in 20 minutes. One thing I do want to check is on the other storm chaser that we were going to be using today. So that would be Storm Runner Media. Just give me a second. Set them up as well. How do I get to their page? There we go. Just got to make some small preparations while we're. There we go. There. Like they're going to be live in 5 minutes. Oh, man. Storm Runner Media, man. They're a little bit crazy. It looks like they're targeting that big old hail. Yeah, that's mean. Mad barbecuer. Yeah, they're going to be live. So these are both of the storm chasers we will be using today. I thought we were going to have 3 storm chasers today, but it looks like one of them kind of backed out, trying to get maybe like Brett Adair, but I haven't been able to get a response back from him. Hey, Brett. Storms forming in Oklahoma. All right, let's go check on that. If the storms are starting to form, we might have to transition into live coverage mode here. Oh, yeah. All right, it's getting started out here, guys. This is definitely storm initiation. We're probably going to start getting severe thunderstorm warnings here shortly with these storms. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Already starting to fire. There, let's look at the echo tops. Yep. Yep, there we go. The storms are already approaching 40,000 feet. Not quite there yet. This one might be pretty darn close. Yeah, that one's almost 40,000 feet. Check the Ville. Yeah, this storm up here probably has some decent hail in it approaching Hennessy, Oklahoma there. It looks like we just got a severe thunderstorm watch. So let me go over that. Severe. So yeah, there it is. We just got a severe thunderstorm watch over here for Kansas. That's going to be for Topeka, Endora, Ottawa, Garnet, Lola, Chanute, Parsons, Coffeyville, Arkansas City, Wellington, and Emporia. If you guys live in these areas, you need to be, weather aware. We could have a couple tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size, and scattered gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. Yeah, storms are getting started over here. Let me check the rotations on them. Yeah, so far not seeing a whole lot of rotation on these storms. Yeah, once we get both of the storm chasers live, we'll be going over to here, where we'll have both of their feeds up here, and then we'll have the radar on the top left, and then we'll be switching back and forth in between the big radar and the small radar. By the way, guys, we have 17,000 people, 1,700 people in here and 800 likes. If you guys want to help me reach more people, please hit the like button. I do not care about the like button. To me, it has zero meaning, but it does help out in the YouTube algorithm and allowing us to reach more people. So please hit it. It has no other value other than that. Unless you want to tell me that, yeah, I'm doing a good job with my forecasting. That's also another value. But I mean, I care more about reaching more people in the path of the storms. Hey, thank you, KJ, for the $1.99 donation. I appreciate that. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for KJ. And thank you, David and Michael, for subscribing as well. The weather alert system, yeah, don't worry about it. The person who gave it to me wants to stay anonymous, so we're going to keep them anonymous. Yeah, also still seeing some storms over here near Terre Haute, Vincennes there, and then also still seeing these storms over here south of Canton in Illinois that are still trying to get their acts together. Let's check to see how tall these echo tops are. Yeah, these storms are struggling to mature. Being a little bit further ahead of that warm front. Again, where we're really watching here, we'll do the broad scale view. We're really watching along this warm front here for any storms that can initiate. Those could become some of the first very large hailers that we have up in that region. And then back over here near Oklahoma, you can see we do have these storms starting to form. Let's see what the hail looks like on these. Yeah, it looks like we're just getting our first little indication of some hail, potentially half an inch hail there near Dover and Hennessy. Look what this looks like with no smoothing. Actually looks pretty good. It's not bad. Not bad. Do you guys prefer the smoothing or no smoothing? Would you rather it look like this or this? So that's smoothing. That's no smoothing. Smoothing, no smoothing. This is just the national radar. It has begun. Yeah, it's getting started. This is going to be a threat for some very large hail here for Oklahoma City. I mean, again, we could be talking 2-inch hail. So let me change. Since we're transitioning over to live coverage. Let me change my thumbnail and everything to get this kind of lined up with what we're doing. Hey, thank you, History Nerd, for the $5 donation. I do appreciate that. So we do this, that, now. Yeah, all right, so tornado, weather broadcast with live storm chasers. Save. I gotta change my thumbnail as well. There we go. All right, we've officially transitioned into live weather coverage. We'll still answer questions, but I do want to monitor these storms as you can see, they can get started here pretty quickly and become quite a big threat pretty quickly here. So again, it's not just tornadoes. The tornado risk should remain relatively low with these storms initially, but that hail threat, especially for a city as big as Oklahoma City, could be very damaging. So I definitely want you guys to be indoors, and away from windows when these storms start to come close to you. Hey, thank you, Heather, for the $2 donation. How about St. Louis tonight, especially East St. Louis? Yeah. So over here near St. Louis, the storms haven't really gotten started just yet. But if we look over here at your risk, you are in an enhanced risk there. An enhanced risk for severe weather. That's a 3 out of 5. You're in the hatched risk, unfortunately, here for strong tornadoes. In terms of the risk here for damaging winds, you could potentially have hurricane force winds, 75-mile-per-hour winds or above. And then also that large to very large hail is going to be possible over there for your region as well. So please be weather aware there near St. Louis. Going to be a dangerous day out there for you. And you can see starting to get some movement. There's that dry line initially is going to form here. That cold front's probably somewhere draped back in this area. And then once that cold front kind of overtakes the dry line, that's when that damaging wind threat is really going to get started out here in this region. But initially, these storms will have the ability to remain somewhat discreet and pretty dangerous. Let me see here. Do something really quick. Just give me a second. Phone is about to die. Wow. Good to go. But yeah, so that's what we're watching initially, and then also we're watching for storms to form somewhere along on this warm front. All right, let me see if we have Storm Runner Media up. Okay, they are live now. So first Storm Chaser is live. See where they are. They're near Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Where is that? Over there near Marlow. Let me see where that is. Rush Springs, Oklahoma. That's not right. Oops. Rush Springs, Oklahoma. Tornado watch could be imminent. Okay, we might have gotten a new mesoscale. So yeah, they're south of these storms, but they're pretty close to them. So we should, I mean, we're going to get storms fire all along this dry line here. So we should get a good view of these storms here momentarily from Storm Runner Media. So let me go ahead and throw them on the screen under me. Let me see if Connor's live yet. Okay, Connor's going to go live in 9 minutes. I do believe that airborne, yes, but it's going to be hit or miss. I was Trenton, Ohio. Trenton's going to be bad. Pretty much all of Ohio is going to be bad tomorrow. So let's kind of go back over that really quick for you. So tomorrow, Ohio, a lot of Ohio is in this moderate risk here. Again, that's a 15% chance for strong, long track tornadoes, a 30% chance for winds of over 75 miles per hour, and a 30% chance for hail of up to 2 inches and higher. So, very dangerous day out there for Ohio. Let me see if we can get some more information on whether or not we have a mesoscale discussion. Yeah, no new mesoscale discussion just yet. Yeah, we can go over the risk again for today. So for today, we also got an upgrade of a moderate risk. That moderate risk is mainly centered over here for parts of Texas and Oklahoma. For Arkansas, we have parts of Arkansas, mainly over here near Mountain Home and Russellville, over here near right there near Fort Smith and Bella Vista as well. Little Rock is going to be in that area for large hail, tornadoes as well. Not as strong as a risk though, so I would definitely still be weather aware. That's going to be later on tonight, sometime around like 9-10 p.m. out there. You can see the ongoing storms right now. We have a couple up here south of Canton near Peoria. Become into the higher resolution the radar here, you can see got a decently strength storm approaching Petersburg. Another one. So you guys just went through one, and you're potentially about to get another one there just to the north of Springfield, Illinois. And thank you, Tom, watching. Witch, Siha, Joey, and Lil Glow Frog for subscribing. I appreciate that. But yeah, dangerous risk, or dangerous day out there. Now just getting started out here for a lot of folks. So again, if you live in any of these areas, the green is not nearly as bad. The yellow though is a little bit worse. But in this enhanced risk, we have a risk for strong tornadoes, which is mainly centered in this region right here where those strong tornadoes could happen. So if you live in any of those cities, make sure that you are very weather aware. And then back here in this red region, we have a pretty high risk, a moderate risk, a 4 out of 5 there for some very large hail and even a potential for strong tornadoes going into Tulsa. So a lot to watch out there for. Yeah, let's go check out on these storms again here near Oklahoma City for that very large hail. Yeah, not quite getting its act together just yet. Actually, a little bit of rotation picking up here near Bridgeport. You got the reds, the winds going that way, and the greens, winds going that way. That could be a little bit of hail contamination, though, but I'm sure there's a little bit of rotation in that storm already. Not really concerned about it. But it's interesting to see that some of these storms are already getting some rotation to them. Also got another little storm firing down here as well. Yeah, if you're in Tulsa, you need to be very weather aware today. A lot of dangerous storms could be possible there for you. Or a lot of dangerous storm threats are possible there near Tulsa. What? Thanks for the $2 donation, but that's a weird message. Let's check on Storm Runner Media. They're still heading off to the north. You can see it's pretty cloudy out there right now. But that instability is already built into this area quite a bit. Matthew, what part of Indiana is that in? Please stop spamming in the chat as well. Let's go see if Connor's live yet. He'll be live in 3 minutes. Miami, Oklahoma. So that's up here in the top corner here. We can check that out for you. So yeah, you're just outside of the moderate risk there in Miami. Tornado risk. Looks like you have a risk for strong tornadoes possible up there. Also, strong winds potentially up to hurricane force. And you're just outside of the worst hail risk, but still 30% for very large hail is definitely going to be a problem there. So a lot of hazards to watch out there. I would definitely stay very weather aware, and that's going to be coming from eventually these storms that are starting to fire over there near Oklahoma City. It's in northwest Indiana, so yeah, northwest Indiana should be okay. Not really talking about much of a threat up there. Oh, looks like we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see if there it is. So there we go. Severe thunderstorm warning for Garfield County, Oklahoma, Kingfisher County, and Noble County, Oklahoma. Let's go check on the details for this. First one of the day here. So it's 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds that it's going towards Hennessy right now. Actually, a little tiny bit of rotation starting to pick up there as well. We're going to have to watch that storm. Douglas, Covington, also Fairmont, Garber, Billings all need to be indoors and away from windows. This event is getting started. I wouldn't be surprised if this storm got severe thunderstorm warned here in just a little bit. Also, another little storm forming just to the east of Ponca City. Near Emporia, Kansas. Yeah, there is a thunderstorm over there near Osage City. Let me check on the higher resolution here. Yeah, it is getting its act together. That one could eventually try to do something eventually there too, in terms of some of that large hail. Will tomorrow be worse? Probably. Not in terms of like, I mean, yeah, not in terms of like widespreadness. I mean, today is going to have a very widespread threat. It's going to impact probably a lot more people with, very large hail, those damaging winds, and potentially tornadoes. But tomorrow's definitely got a higher risk for tornadoes over there near Ohio, and the potential for long track tornadoes as well. Storms near Ottawa. Yeah, we do have some storms over here near Illinois. But as of right now, they are non-severe, mainly just heavy rain and lightning, maybe some small hail in a couple of these. All right, guys, just give me 30 seconds to 50 seconds. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. And also, I got some DoorDash coming in with my breakfast here shortly as well. So I'll probably have to go grab that really quick as well eventually. New mesoscale discussion. All right, we'll go look at that. Oh, yeah. So this one is probably one of our stronger worded mesoscale discussions that we've had today. Yeah, it looks like a tornado watch could be about to be issued out here for parts of Oklahoma and northern Texas. That would include like parts of Wichita Falls, Oklahoma City. Looks like supercell thunderstorms are expected this afternoon. Threat with these storms include very large hail, 3+ inches. Wow. So 3+ inches, guys, is again do I have the hail stuff over here? No, I don't. Yeah, 3+ inches is again, Easter egg size and higher. So tennis ball, baseball sized hail, and those wind gusts 60 to 80 miles per hour. That could be could cause pretty widespread power outages here across the region. So definitely, please be weather aware. That instability is really building up here as well. So it could be quite the dangerous day out there. Let me like and retweet this just to spread the word. If you guys have Twitter, come over and like and retweet this as well. It'll be on my page. Help spread the word about it. All right, Connor should be live now. Yeah, he's about to get started. Thank you, John, for subscribing. I appreciate that. Let's go check in on these storms again just to make sure we're keeping up with them. Yeah, still got a little area of rotation still with this storm here. That's in the right spot as well. Not super strong rotation. I do still believe that's a little bit of hail contamination. But definitely have to watch these storms as they approach Oklahoma City. It's a pretty populated area out there. Also, update on this storm: still 1 inch hail, 60 miles per hour winds. Still a little broad rotation there, but not concerning. That's heading towards Covington, Garber, and Billings now. And then also we got a stronger storm, also further up to the or strong storm over here. Not severe yet, no rotation on it, but it is building in strength. So again, this is what we expect initially here. It'll be a decent little start, and then those storms are going to continue to build in strength here. What's the tour threat for DFW? That's a great question. Let's go look at that. So it looks like DFW, Texas. So that's Dallas and Fort Worth. Looks like you guys are in a 2%. If you live in northern Texas, it's a 5% tornado risk, 15% wind risk. And it looks like your biggest threat today is going to be that very large hail, potentially up to 2 inches or greater of hail there. So definitely be weather aware down there. Do I think Huntsville, Alabama could see strong tornadoes? I think it's possible, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I just sneezed all over my mic. Luckily, I'm the only one that uses this thing. Link's invalid again? That's so weird. It goes invalid a lot. It's supposed to last a week. Let me get you guys a new link to the Discord. So if you guys want to join the Discord, you can. That's where I pretty much interact when I'm not live with any interact with people when I'm not live. Okay, so I'm gonna post that Discord link in chat, and also update my bio here really quick. Sorry about that. It's supposed to be good, but I guess I picked the wrong expiration date for that one. Okay, it's all updated. All right, so Connor should be live. Yes, he is live. He is in Indiana. So yeah, he's chasing the more northern portion of this storm. But he is in Indiana. That's way north. Thank you, Linda, Rhonda, JC, Valerie, Delight, and Jody for subscribing. Yeah, it's 44 degrees where he is. Wow, so that warm and moist air hasn't even made it up to him yet. Yeah, Connor's targeting the warm front. The warm front of these storms. So he is up here, kind of in like the, let's see exactly where he is actually. Where was he again? Couts, Indiana. Couts, Indiana. Oh, wow. So he is way north. Huh. All right. So he won't really be able to get us a view of anything for a while. But yeah, I'm assuming he's targeting this warm front and he's getting a late start. But he'll have to make it down quite a bit far to the south there. Anyone know a forecast? So San Antonio can get some large hail, maybe some damaging winds, but we're not really talking about too big of a day down there for severe weather down there. Outbreak, maybe it is possible today. I would say it's more possible tomorrow. All right, let's go check on the latest here for the severe thunderstorm warning here near Hennessy. Again, we still have 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. There near Hennessy, still seeing a couple little areas of rotation here, but again, still quite weak areas of rotation at this moment. Those are moving off to the north and east. Storm Runner Media is trying to get up into that area, so this is their view here. Still traveling to the north. Looks like there is a storm developing nearby them. You can see there's the base of it there. So they are getting closer to something. Not exactly sure if that's actually dropping any rain at this moment, but that is definitely a building storm. You can see the base of the storm being that dark indicates that there is convection above it that is thick enough to block out some of the sun. Yeah, we'll be monitoring Storm Runner Media out here, seeing if what they end up seeing, because these storms they should look pretty wicked. They should look pretty wicked here. Ones that are more discreet. Give us also a view on the ground as they get started. Yeah, this is definitely no April Fool's joke. No, yeah, I think these storms should be battling a cap at this moment. Let me check the latest on the meso analysis. Yeah, so the cap is just breaking. So all this blue here, that's the cap that's in place, and you can see right there where those storms are in Oklahoma. They're sitting in a pretty healthy 2,000 joules per kilogram of CAPE, and the cap is broken over them. So they should start to develop here pretty quickly. And that cap is broken also all the way over into Kansas as well. As of right now, still just one severe thunderstorm warning. But again, this is just the beginning of the event. It is really going to get started here shortly. Again, we've got a pretty dangerous risk out in these areas. Do we expect? Yes, we expect actually a tornado watch to be issued very shortly. And that's going to be mainly for this area here. Supercell thunderstorms are expected this afternoon. Threat with these storms include very large hail, 3+ inches strong gusts, and tornadoes. And so there's a 95% chance of a tornado watch being issued for northern Texas going into central Oklahoma. And that's going to be associated with these storms that are firing here. So that should be issued shortly. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch already out there for Winfield, Pittsburgh, Ottawa, Osage City, Emporia, Topeka, there in Kansas. No, it's just the storms aren't mature yet. Storms aren't mature yet, so they'll probably be monitoring these initial storms. As you know, it'll take a while for them to get their acts together. They started off pretty quick, but it does seem like they're still battling some sort of cap. So maybe there's a little bit more capping up a little bit higher. Let me check the mixed layer. The mixed layer. Yeah, so a little bit higher up above these storms, there is still a little bit of capping in place. So they're still battling that. Once the mixed layer cap breaks, then that's when we're really going to start to see these storms, increase in intensity. Yeah, it looks like my DoorDash is here. Let me get that really quick. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. 1 second. It'll take me like 30 seconds. All right. Hezzy, calm down. I'll give you some hash browns. I'll give you some hash browns. Just be calm. How do you donate to me? The best way is to Venmo, um, as I get to keep 100% of Venmo donations. So if you're looking to donate, definitely donate via Venmo. That's the best way. Or Cash App. Okay. Just got that new tornado watch. It's just been issued. Breaking news. Let's go check that out. Honor isn't in Indiana. Oh, so his radar's wrong again. All right, so this is the tornado watch here. It says a few tornadoes likely, widespread hail up to softball size. Wow. Scattered gusts of up to 80 miles per hour. So if you live in Ponca City, Bartlesville, Tulsa, Stillwater, Oklahoma City, Norman, Ada, McAllister, uh, Lawton, Ardmore, Durant, Wichita Falls, Sherman, Denton. You guys need to be weather aware and start watching out for those tornadoes. Very large hail and damaging winds. Yeah, EF2 is possible today. Yeah, that's why we have a strong tornado risk out there. That should pop up here on the map. It'll be pink. So where is Connor? Oh, he's in Missouri. Okay. So he's in Missouri, not Indiana. So his little position thing was wrong. And Kansas City, yeah, but that'll be later. George. Tuesday is scary. Yeah, it is scary. I agree. No, it's okay to be scared. It's okay to be scared. I think a fear of storms is a good thing because that means you respect them. You know they're dangerous, and you take precautions. So if you are scared, listen to it and prepare. Best thing though to not do is to panic. Do not panic, please. The chances of you getting hit by one of these storms directly is low, but it's there. I got hash browns and eggs, cheesy eggs, and bacon. Got a lot of fuel. These storms need fuel, and I need fuel. Let's come over to here. Yeah, fix the chat thing over here as well. So here's the two storm chasers that we will be using today. We have Connor Croft and Stormrunner Media. Stormrunner Media is slowly approaching these storms in Oklahoma. Those are these guys right here. You can see that we have not a whole lot of rotation on them, but they are still trying to get stronger here. You can see over there north of Hennessy, maybe starting to see a little bit bigger of a hail core there. Also seeing some storms form south of Winfield as well, near Arkansas City and Kansas. Seeing a whole lot of rotation with them just yet, so that's good technically. Check over here near Missouri. Yeah, Missouri, these storms still haven't gotten their acts together, so it's going to take a little bit for them too. But once they do, we're going to have to watch them pretty closely. Personal, I think it's spot on, Tracy. That's my opinion. I think it's spot on. We were talking about it before they issued it when we just went live, because the last update that we had before that was pretty tame. And I was talking about how I just don't believe that that's going to be what ends up happening. And we were looking at the spin in the atmosphere. There's going to be a lot of spin. There's going to be a lot of instability. There's really nothing holding it back. So yeah, I agree with it. Hash browns, yep, yep. We got hash browns, we got bacon, all from Huddle House. Yeah, Central Missouri could have a risk for strong tornadoes. So you see right there, there's the yellow area here. Strong tornadoes could be possible for Jefferson City, Columbia, St. Louis, Sedalia, Springfield, and Joplin. On the damaging wind side, 75-mile-per-hour winds and above, Joplin, Springfield, Jefferson City, Columbia, St. Louis again, and that very large hail is going to be possible for the same areas. So, you know, all severe threats are dangerous today. Bacon is so small. Yeah, it's a little burnt crispy. What does the shear look like in Kansas? Should be relatively tame right now. Yeah. Yeah, most of the shear right now is pretty tame. Come over to here. You see we have a little area. The highest shear is over here in like eastern Oklahoma, and then up there near northern Missouri. Highest lower level shear. Yeah, it definitely seems like this. Yeah, it does have the potential to be one of the bigger events that we've had in a while. Yeah. Thank you, Hawkeye, Coach Gillespie, Girl, and Mary Wright for subscribing. I appreciate that. I keep mispronouncing Sedalia. I don't doing it on purpose. So if you could correct me, I would appreciate it. I don't know how to pronounce every single city, unfortunately. I try my best, though. Yeah, I live in northern Alabama. Sedalia. Oh, Sedalia. Gotcha. I'll try to remember that. What's for lunch? Breakfast. Eggs, bacon, and hash browns. Say it fast with a southern drawl. Sedalia. All right, there's that tornado watch just got issued here. Looks like that's going to be for Wichita Falls, Gainesville, Denton, Graham, Vernon, Ardmore, Lawton, Norman, Shawnee, Oklahoma City, Edmond, Stillwater, Ponca City, Hominy, Tulsa, Muskogee, Claremont, and Bartlesville and Miami are all in that tornado watch. Check these storms. Yeah, you can see there's definitely a decent amount of storms over here. Just none of them have really quite reached, those severe limits yet. See, yeah, we're still talking about 1-inch hail with this storm heading towards Covington, Garber, and Billings. Yeah, late brunch. Obviously we had a bunch of upgrades to some of these threats, so we had to start pretty much as soon as I could get the thing ready. We started. Still no storms in view for Storm Runner Media. Looks like Connor is talking to his channel. Looks like there might be a storm somewhere in the back there. Yeah, they're near Duncan, Oklahoma. Crystal River, Florida for Wednesday. I do think there might be a potential there for like a small potential, but a potential for tornadoes. Yeah, you can see now that tornado watch risk is out there. So we got tornado watch here in Oklahoma, parts of Texas, and also a severe thunderstorm watch over here in Kansas. Oops. Just checking to make sure they haven't upgraded it. Yeah, they still haven't upgraded that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go check back over here for Illinois just to make sure. Yeah. So these storms are acting pretty much exactly how you would expect a storm to act. North of the warm front, they are struggling. So that we weren't expecting these storms to do much anyways, but just giving you guys an update. Still just heavier rain and lightning there near Bloomington. Not expecting anything too serious there for you guys right now. Go check on these storms in Texas. So yeah, we do have some storms starting to form here near Sweetwater, Abilene, Big Spring here. No rotation on it. Not severe just yet. Kind of in their baby stages at this moment. And those are the ones that will eventually kind of move off towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So we'll eventually have to pay attention to those a little bit. Yeah, Central Ohio is where all the big risks are tomorrow. We're talking about long track, significant tornadoes, large damaging tornadoes tomorrow in Central Ohio. That's also possible for eastern Indiana, like southeastern Indiana. Large hail of over 2 inches and damaging winds of up to hurricane force. Yeah, Ohio is not looking good, guys. Chicago will be fine. So we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Kay County and Noble County in Oklahoma. Let's go check in on that storm. So that's going to be over there south of Ponca City near Red Rock, Marlin, and Ponca City and Caw City. That's for a 1-inch hail. Damaging winds are not too much of an issue with this right now, but it's a 1-inch hail and around 50-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. So just make sure you're indoors and away from windows, and you'll be okay with that. How is Northwest Alabama for Tuesday? There's going to be a chance for tornadoes down there, but it should be sparse, a lower chance, but I would definitely still be weather aware. Yeah, it looks like they fixed that warning. Now Osage County is in that severe thunderstorm warning near Ponca City. So that's now includes Burbank. This one is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. So a little bit stronger winds on that warning, but it's for the same storm. So I think it's just different agencies. As you can see, the colors on this map, by the way, just a quick explanation. The green is light rain. The yellow and the reds are heavy rain. And this is like the national radar. When we have to, we can switch over to the high res and look at these storms like this. But I like to keep it on the national. I'm trying to keep it on the national radar, just because we're going to have so many storms potentially all at once, and then we'll switch over to high res when we need it. Were you expecting impacts on the East Coast Wednesday? Yes, potentially. There south of near like south of Richmond, near like Virginia Beach, and maybe so for some parts there of North Carolina as well. By the way, if you haven't liked the stream, please consider it. It does help us reach more people in the path of these storms. Also, if you haven't subscribed, please consider that as well, as that is super helpful, mainly for you so that you could get this kind of coverage again in the future. Oh, looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Kingfisher County and Logan County, Oklahoma. Just go check that out. So yeah, that's for this storm here. 1 inch hail still with this one too. So Kingfisher, Dover, Marshall, make sure that you are indoors and away from windows here with this storm. Again, damaging winds aren't really too much of a concern just yet with this storm, as it's still kind of in its beginning stages. But I would consider being indoors and away from windows for that hail. Yeah, it's definitely getting started out there, that's for sure. Not quite there yet. This is kind of how we're expecting it to get started. Still battling a cap, kind of in the mid levels of the atmosphere. So once it breaks through that cap, though, we will see a lot stronger storms. North Ohio will have an elevated tornado risk for sure. But it's not going to be as bad as like Southern Ohio. So if you live near Cleveland, you can still have a chance for tornadoes, but it's not going to be anywhere near as bad as like Central Southern Ohio. You're in the enhanced risk for Ohio too. Okay. Any news on Arkansas for today and tonight? Yeah, you guys on the northwest corner are in an enhanced risk. Little Rock's like right on the line there of a slight risk and marginal risk. So definitely some storms possible, but it seems like the most dangerous ones should stay mostly to the north of Arkansas. Is Youngstown, Ohio? Where's Youngstown? Yeah, it's possible, but again, you guys are kind of in that region where the instability should be dying off, but a chance there for stronger or for larger hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes are definitely going to be there tomorrow, and that's going to be around 8 or 9 p.m. So definitely be weather aware there. What's my opinion of the greatest risk in Missouri tonight? Strong tornadoes and damaging winds, I think, are going to be the biggest risk for you guys. Yeah. Pittsburgh, I think, is in a 10% tornado risk now, Liam. Yeah, understandable. For Ohio, it's definitely looking like a bad forecast for you guys. I'm sorry. I know you guys just went through it. Carrollton, Texas. Let me see where that is. Carrollton. Yeah, mainly just hail, but you are going to be in a 5% tornado risk. So definitely watch out for that. Let me check back in on these storms here. Yeah, still seeing some decent little areas of hail within this storm. Yeah, still 1 inch hail though. Not quite building past that. Let's check out the echo tops. Yeah, these storms are building in height. If we turn it to the 3D mode, you can really see which one of these is strongest. It's really this one near Pawnee right now as the tallest and strongest storm. This one back here is also starting to grow. And so we'll probably see this one as well start to do the same thing. There's Oklahoma City right there. Yeah, you can really see the height of these storms right now. Let me see if we can check how tall that is. No, we'll have to go back to this mode. So yeah, we're approaching 50,000 feet on these storms. So they're definitely do appear to be breaking through that mid-level cap. So we should start to see some of these storms get a little bit stronger here. See where Storm Runner Media is. And they're still sitting over there near Duncan. Connor's driving through light rain. 69 degrees where he is. Wow. Will I be chasing Tuesday? No. When the storms come through, though, I will go outside and check them out, but I'll be doing live coverage on Tuesday, tomorrow. So if you live in Ohio and you want live coverage, I will be live. Consider hitting that subscribe button. Mm. Over here, no. This is not a cloud lowering. He's not near any like big storms right now. They're just in position, waiting for the storms to really get started. They're over here, like south of Oklahoma City, somewhere in this region. Storm should fire either along this line or along this line here. Eating breakfast, some eggs, hash browns, and bacon. Just kind of nibbling, get my energy levels up. Yes, storm predictions. It was. It became very clear, very clear later or earlier today that we were going to get definitely an upgrade in the tornado probabilities. I mean, I was saying it. I actually said specifically while I was doing that forecast, I was like, with this kind of environment, this is where you get those significant long track tornadoes. And, I've seen 15% with this exact environment. And then, bam, we got 15%. That should start at around like 4 p.m. on the eastern side of Ohio, then work its way through the rest of Ohio over a period of about 4 or 5 hours. Let's go check on some of these other storms. Yeah, still mainly just heavy rain near Bloomington. These storms near San Angelo and Abilene. Still slowly getting their acts together here. We change this to 7 frames here. Yeah, could. Let me see what the Echo Tops. Yeah, this one's really building in strength here near Sweetwater. They get a severe thunderstorm warning on that shortly. Yeah, maybe some quarter-sized hail dropping there north of Roscoe. Watch out for that. Also, a new severe thunderstorm watch down here for Breckenridge. Let's see. Let me pull this out so you guys can see it a little bit better. So that's near Christoval, Mertzen, San Angelo, Sterling City, Winters, Ballinger, Abilene, Sweetwater, Brownwood, Comanche, Santa Ana, Eastland, Stephenville, Weatherford, and Moran, Texas. Also Rochester and Haskell, Texas as well. That's going to be for those storms down there that are firing. slowly getting their acts together. Not seeing any dangerous rotations on these storms just yet, but this one down here, yeah, so we just got to upgrade on the severe thunderstorm warning down here. We're now talking about 1.25-inch hail with this storm. So that is now $half sized hail north of Kingfisher, heading up towards Marshall. Those are the latest the latest on that. Also, this storm south of Ponca City, Caw City, and Burbank there in Oklahoma. You guys need to still be indoors and away from windows as this storm is getting pretty close to you. And then Billings, you're going to be next in line for this other storm here near Covington and Garber. Chattanooga, Tennessee. Yeah, I think you guys are just outside of the 10% hashed risk out there. So we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Moore County, Morgan County, Indiana, with a tornado possible tag on it. Wow. It's our first tornado possible tagged storm here. Yeah, a little bit of rotation developing here with this storm. They're near Ellettsville. Not super strong rotation, not too concerning just yet. So you don't need to go to your safe spots, but 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are associated with this storm. If you live near Hinduston, New Unionville, and Ellettsville, you need to be indoors and away from windows. Very interesting. Keep an eye on those storms now. Yeah, guys, spamming it. If you spam, there's a less chance I will read your message. I just read them as I can. So yeah, just give me if you guys want your uh, questions answered, just make sure that you are like do like northwest, southeast, and of your state. I'll be able to tell you a little bit quicker that way. April Fool's outbreak. No, if there's a tornado outbreak, I mean they probably will call it that, but I just think that diminishes the impact of the event. I don't like joking around with random terms for outbreaks, but that's just me. Everybody's different. Central Kentucky, definitely have a chance there for some strong tornadoes down there near Louisville and Richmond. So definitely be weather aware. Also, damaging winds of up to 75 miles per hour is going to be possible there as well. Idaho, you get a potato watch for Idaho. Southwest, it's a lower chance, almost non-existent. Northeast Kansas, yeah, you have a chance. Not for strong tornadoes, but uh, for uh, for damaging winds, a chance for tornadoes uh, and hail. Let me check in on these storms again here just to make sure. Don't have any areas of dangerous rotation. Yeah, only upgrade is on this guy here so far. Check back over this one south of Indianapolis. Yeah, still not seeing any strong rotation in this. A little bit back here, but not strong enough yet to concern me. So we're going to keep our eye on it, though. Still 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this, and that's really associated with this area of hail north of Ellettsville in the pink. Northwest Arkansas, low chance for severe weather, but could definitely get some damaging winds up there. Maybe some hail as well. So I'll definitely be weather aware, but it's a lower chance than some of these other areas. Thank you, Lauren and Larry, for subscribing. Yeah, it's skinny bacon. Southeast Tennessee, you do have a chance for some stronger storms. So definitely be weather aware. Tornadoes, damaging winds, and hail will all be possible with those. Dayton really has to watch out. You're in a lot of the bad risks for tomorrow in Dayton. Talking about long track, significant tornadoes, 2-inch hail, and 75-mile-per-hour plus winds. Yeah, I'm in the 10% strong tornado risk for tomorrow too, history nerd. New severe thunderstorm warning for Garfield County, Kay County, and Noble County in Oklahoma. Check that out. Where is that? Might have upgraded one of these. Yeah, they upgraded that one. Yeah, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with this. Near Billings, Red Rock, and Maryland there. And that's going to be coming here probably within the next, probably within the next 10, 20 minutes there. This guy down here is, it's getting a little bit stronger. Look at that. 1.75-inch hail now. So we are officially at golf ball sized hail with this storm. Golf ball sized hail. So if you live out in front of the storm, near Marshall, Oklahoma, you need to be in your safe spots, given that, or not in your safe spots, indoors and well away from the windows, as golf ball sized hail is strong enough to start cracking windows and causing some bodily injury. Also, car damage could be possible with this storm as well. So there we go. Looks like these storms are really getting there, are really starting to get started in terms of that larger hail. This is the only one though that's really got that bigger hail to it. I do want to check the echo tops down here. Yeah, does look like we might have some storms trying to fire off along this line still, but still, thankfully, nothing's really getting their act together just yet for Oklahoma City. But as you've seen with these storms, they can fire pretty quickly. So Central Ohio's is in the danger zone, Dread. You guys are going to have a lot of bad threats up there. Wagner? Wagner? So yeah, you're in the tornado watch, and you're also going to be in the path for, I think you're in that moderate risk, actually. Yeah, you're in that, you're in the strong, you're in all the risks. You're in that strong tornado risk, the very large hail risk, and the damaging wind risk. So definitely be weather aware there in Wagner. Yeah, 15% chance for strong tornadoes in Dayton, Ohio. Raksha. Hopefully I'm saying that correct. Yeah, we do have a tornado possible tag over here in southern Indiana. Some rotation is still there with that storm, but as of right now, it appears to be outflow dominant. But it also has a merger coming through, so we'll have to see what this storm does once it merges in with that. We're keeping an eye on it. Looks like it's still at 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, though. Back to the broad view. You see what Storm Runner Media is doing. Thank you, Ethan and Steve, for subscribing. Just trying to figure out which way they're going here on their little map. Does seem like they might be trying to relocate. Check Connor's view. Yeah, he's still in Missouri right now. His storm should get started here within the next 1 to 2 hours. Where is that? Where's Troy in Missouri? Again, try to do like, unless I recognize the city and where it is, it's not going to be very easy for me to search for it. So best thing to do is to do like southwest, northwest, central in your state, and I can tell you. Okay, south of Duncan. Yeah, that's where Storm Runner Media is. So we might have a new mesoscale discussion. Oh yeah. So here's our new mesoscale discussion. Large hail and damaging winds may remain isolated this afternoon. That's going to be, for parts of Indiana, northern Kentucky, and Ohio, and West Virginia. So severe watches probabilities at 40%. So yeah, there is still severe weather possible today in Ohio, but the main risk is going to be tomorrow. North Kentucky, Louisville tomorrow. Yeah, that's going to be strong tornadoes possible there. Make sure you have a plan in place to deal with that. Also, very strong winds as well, over 75 miles per hour is going to be possible too. North Texas by the Red River, you guys are in a tornado watch, but those storms really haven't came too close to you yet. But there are some storms developing back over here near Abilene. Go check on Kansas here. Yeah, storms in Kansas are still struggling at the moment. I am seeing this little cluster pop up near Cedarvale. And also another stronger storm over here north of Kansas City. Not severe yet, but watching it. Check back over here for Indiana. Yeah, still not seeing much rotation on that. But I'm keeping an eye on it. I don't know why this keeps switching back to 14 frames. It's annoying. Yeah, it looks like we just got an upgrade here on this storm. Now 2-inch hail with that storm. So that is going to be, let's see here. 2-inch hail is Easter egg sized hail. That's going to be for this storm here south of Marshall. That hail core is really there near Lovell, Oklahoma. If you live in those areas, please be indoors and well away from those windows. That's big hail. That will definitely cause some damage. Definitely caused some damage. All these other ones are still sitting around that 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind zone. But this one right here is particularly strong with that 2 inch hail on it. Yeah, Troy's in a 10% for hatch risk. Hello, welcome. Sedalia. Um, where's that again? Like what part of? I think it's Kansas, right? Um, no, can't be. So we just got an extension here of the severe thunderstorm warning off to the north here. That's going to be for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading towards Webb City, Schindler, for Rocker, and Granola, Oklahoma there. Yes, I talked about tomorrow's tornado threat. If you want, you could go back to the beginning of the stream really quick, because we did some very detailed coverage of what's going to happen tomorrow. The blue box is a severe thunderstorm warning. Is Missouri? Oh, yeah, Sedalia, um, Sedalia, I think that's how you're supposed to say it. You guys are good for now. There are some storms forming nearby you, though. Let me check on those just to see how far they are along. We do have some storms popping up around you, but your threat for today is going to be strong tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging winds. All that is going to be possible today. They could both be pretty bad. I mean, this day is going to be more widespread. And we also have a chance for strong tornadoes. But, in terms of the tornado threat, I think tomorrow's going to be worse. I think we can see definitely more tornadoes tomorrow and stronger tornadoes tomorrow. The hot spot for Missouri is going to be like right around in this region. All of Missouri could get some pretty impactful severe weather. Go check on this storm. I just want to make sure it's not rotating too much. Yeah, it's going through a merger right now. I don't know what I got to do to make that stay at 7 frames. I've changed it like 8 times. But yeah, the storm's going through a merger, which essentially means there's 2, maybe even 3 storms all in this one area. So this might help it, but in the short term, it should allow or to kind of stop the storm from maturing. So we'll keep an eye on it. But it's got a new severe thunderstorm warning here. Looks like they've extended this further off to the north. Oh wow, this is a considerable thunderstorm warning. That was loud. Was that notification loud for you guys? It was loud for me. That's 2 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Only slightly. Yeah, there's not supposed to be a notification sound on it, but it looks like the person that made this forgot to take it off, but it's okay. It will tell us when there's a significant severe thunderstorm warning, at least. So yeah, that's going to be pretty strong storm here. 2-inch hail. Still with this storm for Perry, Morrison, and Red Rock. Guys need to be going indoors and away from windows with this storm. Definitely already getting underway with some of that large and damaging hail. Check some of these other ones to make sure we don't have any upgrades on them. Good. That's the latest there on the severe weather. Sounded just fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is just the start of the storms, exactly. Any twisters for Pittsburgh? Yeah, it's possible, Dustin. You guys, I think, are in a 10% risk. Let me double check that, because we've been getting a couple questions about Pittsburgh, and that's kind of some new info. So yeah, Pittsburgh is in the 10% for tornadoes, not in the 10% hatched, but if the instability lasts for a little bit longer as those storms move through into Pittsburgh, definitely got to watch out for that. And those storms are going to be coming through, sometime around like 9, 10 p.m. Yeah, no tornado warnings just yet. We've just had severe thunderstorm warnings so far. Let me take this off. You said south of St. Joe. There's a St. Joe, Kansas, but I'm not sure if there's a St. Joe, Missouri. 10% just means a high chance for tornadoes, but there should be like EF0 to EF1. A 10% hash just for stronger tornadoes. That's like EF2 and above. So those are like the difference between those types of tornadoes is that EF0 to EF1 can cause significant damage to like mobile homes and trailers, but not so much to a damaged house or to a like a well-built house. But as you get into those EF2, EF3 and above, that's when you start seeing considerable damage to like well-built houses, like in communities, like brick houses and that kind of stuff. St. Joseph. Oh, St. Joseph. There we go. I see it. See the storm to its south. Oh yeah, this one right here. Yeah, that one is not severe, and as of right now, it doesn't look too bad to me. But definitely keeping an eye on it. Check it a little bit closer. Yeah, no bad areas of rotation, and definitely not really seeing too much hail in that storm at this moment, but probably a lot of lightning and heavy rain on it. That's moving towards like Cameron. As 2-inch hail is still moving kind of just to the south of Marshall now. Looks like it's making a beeline for Perry. Perry, Oklahoma, over there near Morrison as well. Thank you, Paul, for subscribing. Thank you very much. So check on these storms back down in Texas, see how they're doing. Yeah, kind of a rainy mess right now. Kind of a rainy mess. Not seeing any areas of really strong hail in there just yet, or large hail. So we'll continue to watch that. Time is the greatest threat for tornadoes. That should be in the evening hours, sometime after 4 p.m. But we already have a tornado watch out there here in the pink. And that tornado watch is going to be for Graham, Wichita Falls, Vernon, Ardmore, Gainesville, Sherman, Ada, McAllister, Oklahoma City, Norman, Shawnee, Edmond, Stillwater, Hominy, Tulsa, Claremore, Bartlesville, and Miami all need to be watching out for tornadoes with these storms. So far, I haven't seen any dangerous rotation with them just yet, but that could start to ramp up. By the way, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody that's tuned in so far. Thank you for choosing me to be your weatherman for this evening. And earlier today as well. I do appreciate it. I really do want to say a big shout out to everybody that has liked the stream and subscribed so far. Thank you very much. That's a huge help in helping and allowing us to reach more people with this storm and into the future. And also, big shout out to everybody that's donated so far. Again, we're completely crowdfunded, so your donations do go very far, and not only helping fund my endeavors, but also the storm chasers. We pay the storm chasers, and your donations go towards that as well. So thank you, Mike, Jake, Baleel, James, Connor, Becca, Earl, BHL, Mayor, Jackson, The Machine, Swamp, Brooklyn, Art and Chill, Zavi, Andrew, KJ, History Nerd, Heather, and Daddy Crab, all for your generous donations. I do appreciate that. Just wanted to get that out of the way. I do appreciate it. This is my passion, and you guys showing up and allowing me to do that. I couldn't be able to do this really without you guys. So thank you very much. Mm. Let's come over here and see what our storm chasers are doing. It's like Connor's looking at photographs. Hey, thank you, Christine, for the $10 donation. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Christine. Thank you very much. Yeah, you could put crabs or birthday cakes in chat. Yes, that is one of the things that you do get as you become a subscriber is that I do, you do get to show up to my live streams and I do get to butcher your town names. Yes, I will be on tomorrow, Miss Parmigiano, 100%. We're not going to miss tomorrow. We'll do the same thing we did today, which is go live early, go over all the latest news, forecasts, and all that kind of stuff. And then, during the event as well. Yeah, he's looking at the mesoanalysis right now. Let's go check it on Storm Owner Media. They're still near Duncan. Okay, I think they're going to the south of Duncan. Interesting. So they're going a little bit closer to the Red River and the Texas border. Not too much happening down there just yet, but this channel's my chill room during storms. Awesome. I'm glad. Yeah, we tried to keep it as chill as possible. Hey, girl, Frank, welcome. Yeah, free bloopers videos all the time. The Connor's feed. Let's go check on that Indianapolis storm here. I should be getting close to finishing that merger. Hey, thank you, Capricorn, for the $15 donation. Thank you very much. Thank you. What is your passion, Capricorn? But yeah, everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Capricorn. Yeah, a little bit of rotation still in this storm, but it's still going through that merger. One thing I'll say is I don't really like the look of this storm. It does kind of seem like this could be one of those types of mergers that might help this storm out. It's trying to, but it's going through a merger right now. Typically, when they go through mergers, they don't necessarily do much in that period. So you have to wait for the merger to finish and then see how it interacts with that storm. And then sometimes you can get an increase of rotation. And we just got another severe thunderstorm warning over here in Oklahoma. It's going to be, yeah, so we have 1-inch hail on all of these guys still. And except for this one, where that hail is still trying to approach Perry. I'd be surprised, though, if that was still 1-inch hail. I mean, 2-inch hail. It kind of looks like it's kind of lost a little bit of its intensity recently, but that could ramp back up as it gets close to Perry. So I still want Perry to be indoors and well away from those windows, as there still could be like little spotty 2-inch hail in there. Yeah, still not seeing any dangerous rotations with this storm. Still mainly a hail and damaging wind threat here near Pawnee, Pawhuskee, Bartlesville at the moment. Check on what's going on down here. I'm starting to see some more storms pop up there south of Hennessy. Also got a decently strength storm over here near Cedar Vale. Might be about to go severe thunderstorm warned. We'll have to see if it can actually get up into that. New mesoscale discussion is out. We'll check it out. So it looks like tornado watch is about to be issued here for parts of Missouri. Storms will eventually progress into Missouri from Kansas/Oklahoma. A tornado watch will be needed this afternoon. So there you go. Looks like they haven't issued it yet, but 95%. That's pretty much a guarantee there of a tornado watch for Missouri. So that'll be later on this afternoon, it seems. Now, there's no severe thunderstorm warnings in Arizona right now. Just a couple of spotty showers. Do want to keep a close eye. Looks like they did allow this severe thunderstorm warning to expire over here near Indianapolis. Let's speed up the loop speed on my radar here really quick. Yeah, it looks like it's struggling still with that merger. And yeah, look at that. So that was actually a deconstructive merger, as it did disrupt that little area of rotation in there. So I'm not seeing any more rotation with that storm. We'll keep coming up here and checking on it just to make sure. But again, the tornado risk really isn't that high over here. It's mainly going to be over here in Missouri, in Oklahoma, and Kansas. Check back over these storms north of Kansas City. Yeah, you can still see that there is a little bit of rotation there, but really not that strong at this moment. So still keeping an eye on it. Don't get me wrong. They're still kind of struggling. I thank you, Alaska Bound, for subscribing. Yeah, we'll give these storms a couple of scans here. Let me use the restroom for 30 seconds. Sorry, my body's still processing all the water. Oh, just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's for Kay County and Noble County, Oklahoma. All right, we'll go over that really quick before I use the restroom here. Yeah, they're just like they've got so many warnings in this area. They keep warning like the same storms. It's a little bit confusing, but they're all for the same thing: 1 inch hail, 60 miles per hour. So it's really not that confusing. Also, this storm down here still looking pretty hefty here near Perry. Not seeing any dangerous rotation with that yet, but Perry still needs to be indoors and away from windows there in Oklahoma. I'll be right back. Give me 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Hey, you might also bring me 2 Advil. I'm starting to get a headache. All right, I'm back. Yeah, we're funny. Oh, y'all heard that? Yeah. I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache, but it's nothing that 2 Advil can't fix. It's this dang light. It'll be all right. I'll be fine. Won't affect me. Again, it's really light. I'm just getting ahead of it so it doesn't get worse. Man, look at these winds with this storm. Not sure how accurate that is since we're looking up into the middle levels of this storm, but it's definitely kind of pushing out there near Holly. So I wonder if this will about to get severe warned here shortly. Yeah, so far, pretty tame. Not gonna lie. Let me check on the latest hourly SPC. Hey, thank you, Ron, for the $10. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Ron. Wear the sunglasses. I might put them on in a little bit. I'm gonna see how that Advil does, and if it doesn't do anything over an hour, then we'll have to put the sunglasses on, most likely. That is why I wear them to prevent this. Yeah, I mean, ooh, we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Fisher County, Jones County, Texas, and Nolan County, Texas. Oh, so that's this one. We were just talking about it. There you go. 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. So, yeah, that is some very strong winds associated with this storm here near Merkel. Heading towards Anson, 70-mile-per-hour winds with it. If you live in these areas, just make sure you are indoors and well away from those windows. This storm has a higher probability of knocking out power, as 70-mile-per-hour winds is no joke. Could definitely knock out power for your area. So be prepared for that. Be indoors and away from windows. And if you live near a tree, just make sure that you are in the lowest most interior room of your house, and you should be safe from those trees if they do end up falling on your house. At least that's the best way to be safe. Yeah, we'll zoom this back out since we have another warning. Maybe we can go a little bit closer here. We'll try to stick it where the severe thunderstorm warnings are. We're almost at 4 hours already. It's going to be a long night. Be careful. Yeah, you know how it is, Blondie. Whenever we have these higher risk days, I always push too hard just to try to get the word out. But we'll probably regret it later. But it is what it is. Any tornado threat for Wichita Falls? Yeah, you guys are in a tornado watch right now. As you can see, there's Wichita Falls in that pink area. So you guys got to watch out for tornadoes. But as of right now, not too many storms around you. You got one that will probably pass to your south, but that's about it. Yeah, it should stay to your east, Judy. Chance of derecho, yep. Yeah, it's possible. If we get I think it's a line of damaging winds for over like 40 miles per hour, or 400 miles, I think. Then that confirms as a derecho. Yeah, it has to be above 58 miles per hour. And the path, but yeah, the damage path must be past 250 miles. I thank you simply, Sean, for subscribing. I appreciate it. No, I was not in Ohio. A little something happening here. Yeah, that's an area of rotation there, south of Cost City. Not particularly strong yet. It's okay. Just leave it there. I'll get it there later. Oh, hold on. Yeah, right here, there's that area of rotation. It's not super strong rotation, but it is strong enough to keep an eye on for sure. And that rotation is located right in the middle of this circle, just in case you need a little bit more clarification. We're going to be keeping an eye on that. So some of these storms are starting to rotate. Oh, yeah. I remember that one, Cindy. I think I remember seeing that on Twitter. I think the moderate risk could expand into West Virginia. Just depends. If we start to get more of a consensus with the models that there could potentially be more instability, then it's possible. So we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning over here for Missouri. 1-inch hail over there near Maysville. Is that 3? get ammo? Thank you. Uh, Thank you. But yeah, not seeing any areas of like strong or organized rotation with these storms, but I'm definitely seeing at least a risk for some hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that's going to be going up towards Union Star and Maysville here shortly. That's again in Missouri. Let's go check back down with this severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. Yeah, still got that 70-mile-per-hour warning on it, heading pretty close here to Merkel. I guess it's just going to go just to the north of Merkel, heading into Anniston. But Merkel still could get some of these there. It does look like it's going to go north of Abilene, Texas, though. Speaking of Abilene, I thought I had cameras in Abilene. Yeah, this is a view of that storm from the distance. This is a tower cam. It updates like once every 5 minutes. But yeah, I mean, you can see there's the very tops of that storm off in the distance. Oops. Let me take that off there. Yeah, this is going towards Holly. And also noticing a little area here, little kinks in this line. Got to be watched. Maybe for some little quick spin up tornado potential there as well. But so far, none of them are strong enough to really concern me, but I am keeping an eye on it. But yeah, watch out for that storm. That thing's got some damaging winds in it for sure. We'll go zoomed out version again. Making yourself some spaghetti. I love spaghetti. I make Mexican spaghetti. Chasers just all over. Yeah. Yeah, it's a hard risk to pin down, that's for sure. But yeah, Stormrunner Media, they are near Comanche, Oklahoma. Looks like they're going still south towards the Red River. The Red River of Texas there and Oklahoma. Not sure what storm they're targeting. They're pretty random in the storms that they choose. Muskogee, that's in Oklahoma, right? So that's going to be like a very large hail, damaging winds, and a tornado threat there. Oh, right. Sorry. I said Mexican spaghetti, but didn't explain it. So essentially, it's like spaghetti, but you make the seasoning like I make my own custom taco seasoning, but you season the meat with like taco seasoning before you put the spaghetti sauce in, and then you put fajita cheese on it. Which is like a mixture of like 4 different cheeses. Oh man, it tastes so good. It doesn't sound like it would be good, but trust me, it is probably like it's like at least 3 or 4 times better than regular spaghetti. I would never, after eating that, I have not made regular spaghetti in the longest time. Yeah, updates on these storms. Still not seeing any real dangerous rotations with these guys. Being seeing like little broad areas of rotation kind of pop up, but they're still not organizing into really much yet. Got an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning now into Kansas for Sudan and Peru. Continue to be indoors and away from windows there. Check over this one north of Kansas City. Yeah, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds still with this guy just to the north of Maysville, heading towards McFall. Also seeing another storm kind of pop up over here near Glasgow, but that's not really the caliber of storms that we're expecting out here. Another storm firing also south of Lawson, Missouri. That's the latest on all the storms. We'll wait for the radars to update a couple times. But yeah, if you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, please continue to be indoors and away from windows. Enchilada sauce instead of tomatoes? I don't think that would work. We just got a new tornado watch. New tornado watch here for Missouri. It's going to be for St. Joseph, Excelsior Springs, Chillicothe, Moberly, Sedalia, Village of Four Seasons, Pittsburgh, Joplin, Springfield, and Branson. And thank you, Ronan C., for the $5 donation. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Ronan C. But again, yeah, scattered hail up to tennis ball size, likely scattered gust of up to 80 miles per hour, likely. So a lot of things likely here. So definitely make sure that you are watching out for tornadoes with some of these storms that are starting to form in Missouri. It's the first super chat on a live stream. Wow. Well, thanks for choosing mine. Let's go see what our chasers are doing. Speaking of Mexican spaghetti, Connor is in Mexico. Mexico, Missouri. So he's over there a little bit near Columbia. Columbia, Missouri, but he is currently in Mexico City, Missouri. So he's setting up. It'll be a while before he gets some good storms, though. It'll probably be Storm Owner Media here that gets us a view of something here initially. Turkish kebabs. Well, Connor's setting up for the warm front threat, which is probably the higher likelihood and where we'll see like a significant tornado today. He likes to target like the strong tornadoes. And Storm Owner Media, they don't really care. They'll take a tornado, but they'll also they like to go into like big hailstorms. So that's why they're positioned a little bit further to the south. I will say, down here in Oklahoma City, that area where we're expecting the storms to fire um, is slowly approaching. Back in there's that dry line. And so far, so good. Looks like these storms are remaining capped here near Oklahoma City. But you still got at least 30 minutes to 45 minutes before we can declare, maybe even longer before we can declare that that those storms are officially out of your hair. Hey, thank you, Lori, for subscribing. Let's go check back down here with this storm that has 70 mile per hour winds. Still moving on to the east. Next in line is going to be Holly. Holly, you're next in line for those 70 mile per hour winds. Make sure you are indoors and away from windows with that. Let's come back up here. Yeah, still 2-inch hail potentially in this storm near Perry. It has now officially fully gone through Perry. Is now going south of Red Rock, Oklahoma. And then this in here still has 1-inch hail. And that is heading towards Burbank, Schindler, and Webb City. And this one also still has 1.25-inch hail and is heading towards Sedan, Peru, and Neotas. There in southern Kentucky. Southern Kansas. Then we have another 1-inch hail, 60 mile per hour storm in Missouri, south of Union Star and King City, north of Kansas City. Still watching these storms develop here near Kansas City, but so far they're struggling to get their acts together. There's still a pretty decent cap over here in this region. That's the latest. We'll keep it on the wide view here. Audio out? I don't think so. Is anybody else having audio problems? Yeah, someone type no audio problems in chat just in case Joseph. Hold on, let me type Joseph, your audio might be muted. Roger, Roger. Holy moly, thank you, Laria, for gifting 5 memberships. Guys, if you get a membership from Laria, make sure you thank her. She just spent her hard-earned cash to give you guys a membership. And it's like Jalad, Big Worm, Lovely Lear, Silver Cat, Mad, Barbecuer, and Stan just got one. What's my predictions for Wichita? It can be hit or miss. Really just depends on where these storms form. Right now, this one is kind of in this area, kind of traveling like this. So, unless we get a storm that fires somewhere back in here, Wichita could miss out on some storms, which would be good news for you guys. I said they dropped the hail from 2 inches now to golf ball sized hail there near Morrison. So if you live near Morrison, just make sure, or kind of like north of Morrison near Sooner Lake, make sure you're still indoors and away from windows there. Oh, it doesn't start with the video, just back out and re-enter and it fixes. Gotcha. Where is Morrison, Oklahoma? It's kind of like northern Oklahoma, like north of Oklahoma City. Yeah, storms are still failing to fire near Oklahoma City. I wonder what's going on over there. I thank you, Andrew, for the $5 donation. Says if you're looking for background music again on your stream, I may be able to help on a studio make music. Thanks for all you do. Cool. We might work. I want to do some member only streams when I have more time because I also have a studio and make music. Not as much as I usually like to, but I do want to make an album for my stream. But yeah, maybe we can collab on that. That'd be fun. We'll do that with members. So let me check the SPC hourly here. Yeah, I mean, on the lower levels, it is completely uncapped. Yeah, but a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. Here's our problem near Oklahoma City. It is capped still. So these storms still haven't broken through the cap. I know what our lapse rates are out here. Wow. Yeah, the strongest lapse rates are kind of back in Texas and Oklahoma. And then also up there near northern Missouri, right in this area. They have plenty of lapse rates overspread the region, though. 7 to 6 lower level lapse rates. Let me check the mid level. Mid level lapse rates are looking pretty impressive too, but I mean, so far the storms are struggling to fire. Let me just check the latest model runs here from the HRRR and just kind of compare. Jeez. Yeah, look at that. So it looks like the HRRR is saying the cap's gonna break pretty much right before that moves into Oklahoma City. So somewhere around like 5 and 6 p.m. I don't know what is wrong with these warnings. All right, refresh, and I should be good. Okay, so let me refresh my warnings. Should pop up back up here in a little bit after the refresh. Let me make sure I don't have to do that for everything. Yeah, okay, perfect. All right, so we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here in Texas. Let's go check that out. The southern portion of this line, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading now towards Abilene, Texas. If you live in Abilene, make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. This line is approaching. I wouldn't say it's a weak storm, but it's definitely not, the strongest storm that we have. So just make sure that you're indoors and away from windows. In Holly, Texas, the potential for 70-mile-per-hour winds is approaching there with this storm. Should be there really within the next 5 minutes. You can probably already see the storm. Yeah, that's the latest there. They've extended this severe thunderstorm warning now for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So they've dropped the 1.5-inch hail, and now it's only quarter-sized hail, which means our biggest hailer right now is this one, 1.25-inch hail near Peru and Neotes. So still be indoors and away from windows. Yeah, that very large hail threat happens when this line convects here, which should be within the next hour or so. That's what we're watching for. So Oklahoma City, still not out of the woods yet. So it does look like those storms will fire pretty much right on your doorstep. Latest update for here up in Missouri, east of St. Joseph. Oh, there it goes. It's working again. Perfect. Near St. Joseph, looks like over there near Maysville, Union Star, and King City. Still got 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with this storm. Looks like that main area of hail, though, is south of Union Star. Still not seeing a whole lot of convection in Missouri just yet. That is expected to kind of pick up here and eventually. Possible Hookako? Which storm are you talking about? Yeah, let's do this really quick, just to kind of clear out this map so you guys can see the blue squares here. That is, those are those severe thunderstorm watches. The purple, like pinkish purple, is the tornado watch. So if you're in any of these regions, you are under tornado watch there. And then these yellow polygons here, those are the severe thunderstorm warnings. A severe thunderstorm warning in Kansas. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. They're heading towards Florence and Independence. Make sure you are indoors and away from windows there. It's just to the south of Cincinnati, Ohio. Another severe thunderstorm warning just extended down here. Looks like they downgraded this storm now to 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And is just now entering into Holly, Texas. Ah. What chasers do we have? We have we got Storm Runner Media, who's out there showing the storms. Looks like they're going to be trying to go down towards the ones in Texas. Hard to tell. Well, looks like it's time for them to be real. They only got 2 minutes left to be real. Did y'all see that notification there? And then Connor Croft, looking very much like a Connor Croft, still in Mexico. Yeah, this is the view here from Storm Runner Media. They're right there on the border of Texas and Oklahoma, just waiting for those storms that we saw on the HRRR to fire up. But yeah, so we got Storm Runner Media, Connor Croft, and I think that's all we're gonna have today. Tomorrow we should have 3 to 4 storm chasers. Yeah, he's got the mullet. Classic mullet. Yeah, still monitoring these storms right now, but in all honesty, um, you know, looking pretty tame right now. And look at that. They just allowed that severe thunderstorm warning to expire there north of Kansas City. But yeah, somewhat tame. We did have a little bit of an uptick then, but again, that really large and dangerous hail threat, those storms haven't even started yet. We're not expecting those until about an hour or two from now. But we still are monitoring for maybe an early tornado threat here, because again, we do have some areas here um, of little brief rotations still within these storms. Oh, okay, I think we're dealing with a little side lobe contamination there. But this is what a dangerous area of rotation would look like. Um, yeah, it's kind of in the reflectivity. That might actually be legitimate there. It's just kind of in a weird spot of the storm. The problem with this storm, unfortunately, is that it's in a radar hole. Let me check it with this radar too. Yeah, both radars are showing some sort of rotation there south of Schindler. Shid as in with a D, by the way, just in case. It's Schindler. I already know people in chat are gonna be like, "Oh, he said the S word." But yeah, this storm does have some rotation on it. We're watching it. Also, this one over here too. That's in a really weird spot. I don't think. Yeah, I think that's that's anticyclonic. Yeah, that's anticyclonic. Well, hold on. We'd be going around that way. Oh, actually, no, that's cyclonic there. It's in a really weird spot. I don't trust that. I think that's contamination there. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with now. Keeping an eye on this storm. This one does seem to have a little bit of a chance here. It is pretty broad, though. The problem with this storm is that we are really far away from it. But you can definitely tell, like on the latest scan here, this has definitely got some side lobe contamination with it. So I don't think that is concerning at this moment. Definitely helps to compare, though. Let me look up a little bit further into the atmosphere just to make sure. Yeah. So it's pretty broad up in the higher atmosphere as well. So probably near the surface, which we can't see right now, unfortunately, because this is so far away from the radar. Um, but yeah, near the surface, it's probably not tight rotation at all. Probably just very broad outflow dominant storm right now. Yeah. See, I can not only predict the weather, but I can predict chat. Looks like Holly is now getting that 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds now. Next in line is going to be Albany. Also, Abilene, this storm is approaching slowly. Kind of looks pretty weak, mainly just like rain and thunder, maybe some spotty 1-inch hail in there. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Just the very beginnings here. Go back to the wide view. Actually, let's go check on this one near south of Cincinnati. Yeah, still the same thing, but right there, there's a hail core just to the north of Rising Sun. And that's pretty much heading directly towards Florence. So if you live in Florence, watch out. Might also go into Union as well. Yeah, this storm over here is just to the south of Cincinnati, and I don't think it's going to drift into like central Cincinnati, but I think Highland Heights and Cold Springs is technically part of Covington, not Cincinnati, if I'm understanding correctly. So I think it should just miss Cincinnati. That's the latest on everything. We'll go back through it after we give these radars a little bit of time to update. It's Kaufman. Where is that at? Veshrimi. Yeah, this is just the start. We just started coverage early because we were already going over the latest upgrades, and there was already storms starting to fire. I mean, this is like really early on here. Things will ramp up here shortly, but it'll take a little bit. Still a cap to be broken out there. Should happen soon near Oklahoma. So we got to watch out. The growth, like the most explosive storms that we're going to see today, like in terms of going from a shower to like really strong, really fast, is probably, according to the models, supposed to be around the Oklahoma City area, like somewhere in this region at around 4 or 5 p.m. is when that should start. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning, considerable up here in Oklahoma. Oh, yep. 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm now. That is heading towards for Raker. It's either for Raker or for Rocker. There. South of Elgin. It's heading towards Big Heart, Hurd, Nanos, Whippoorwill, Oak Ridge, Bowring, and Bellingerville, Oklahoma. This one seems like it's trying to wrap up a little bit. A little bit of side low, but there could be a little bit of rotation trying to form back into this area. That also could be hail contamination. Definitely an RFD surging out here towards Masham. Not concerning rotation at this moment, but definitely I'm keeping an eye on it. Does seem like the lower level shear is increasing a little bit out here, which could increase the tornado potential a little bit here in the short term. Connor looks like the Joe Dirt of weather. That's funny. I'm gonna check to see if there's any latest news out there. Today's moderate risk is April Fool's joke. No, unfortunately, it is not. And these storms are firing up here to the north. What we're watching though is this little boundary that is straight back like this, and then once that cap breaks somewhere around Edmond and Oklahoma City, that's when we're going to be expecting the biggest hail. I thank you, Vicky, Silvercart, and BVO for subscribing. I appreciate it. But yeah, thank you, by the way, Knox, for that $2 donation. I do appreciate it. Yeah, that's what we're expecting there. Also got a new severe thunderstorm warning here in northern Missouri. It's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading off to the north towards Stanberry, Albany, Bethany, Ridgeway, and Grant City. We've also extended this one towards Independence and Cherry Vol there in Kansas, south of Neodesha. There for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. But yeah, this storm here, north of Pawhuskee, this one's definitely packing a punch here. So watch out. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds is no joke. Could definitely knock out power. So if you live north of Pawhuskee, be indoors and away from windows. Maybe Connor's hair is the April Fool's joke. No, that's Just to let you guys know, is he still showing his face? No. That is not an April Fool's joke. That is just Connor's hair. No, Kevin. Yeah, Connor's got the mullet for days. I love it. Yeah, latest scans here. Still not seeing any dangerous rotation with these storms. Let's go check down a little bit further south to make sure these guys aren't rotating either. Oh, wow. Look at this storm. It is picking up in intensity yet again. They have upgraded this severe thunderstorm warning here in Texas now for, oh, dang, that's golf ball sized hail moving at 70 miles per hour. So remember, with storms like this, you can definitely knock out power. And then with that hail moving that fast, it increases the kinetic force of that hail, making it more damaging. So again, we're talking about golf ball sized hail here, moving at 70 miles an hour. So please be indoors and well away from those windows there in Nugent and Phantom Hills. Hey, thank you, Jason Williams, for subscribing. I appreciate that. That is heading towards Al Campo and Albany next in Texas. Ugh. And south of that, near Abilene, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with this one. But man, I'm not really seeing much areas in there that really have hail, to be honest. But it'll probably just be mainly damaging winds and rain, some lightning. Let's go back over here to Kentucky. Yeah, still 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. Not seeing any dangerous rotations with these. Union, Independence, and Florence still need to be indoors and away from windows. Nothing has changed there. And not a whole lot's changed up here either. North of McFall, near Albany. So nothing's changed for a lot of these guys. Just continue to be indoors and away from windows. Some of them are getting a little bit stronger, though, over there in northern Oklahoma and north of Abilene, Texas. Yeah, that's him in real life. Yeah, not an April Fool's joke. Mansfield, that's going to be mainly for tomorrow, Dr. Dak. Hey, Knox, $2. Thank you very much for the donation. Look at the post you tagged me in. Not seeing it. Not seeing a tag post from you. Yeah, I appreciate the donation though. I'll keep an eye on it for it, but I'm not seeing one. Drink some water. Because I blocked you. I'm not gonna ask why, but I appreciate the $2 donation for let me see. I don't even remember why. It's probably because you're posting some long-term models or something. I just hate seeing that stuff on my feed. I don't know. Birthday cakes. It just feels like my birthday every time I get a donation. Is Kaufman, Texas in a tornado risk? Let me see where Kaufman is. Yeah, you are in a lower tornado risk, around 2%. All right, let's see where storm intermediate is now. Yeah. Nobody's still got a view of a storm. At least Connor's got some rain. See, Connor is really known for his ability to find rain. Thank you, Tiffany Hooten, for becoming an EF1 General Support member. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Tiffany as well. Oof. Already feeling it in the voice. I can like feel it up in my nasal cavity as well. Been talking a lot these last few days. I have to bring the mic a little bit closer and lower the intensity of my voice. Yeah, this storm is still trucking along here. Whoa! 2.75-inch hail with this storm now near Albany. Watch out, Albany, Texas. This storm is packing a serious punch here. So that would be, I think, baseball-sized hail moving at 70 miles per hour is coming towards Albany, Texas. Watch out. This is a very strong storm here. Luckily, there's no rotation on it, but those winds and that hail alone can cause quite a bit of damage. So please, Albany, I would get indoors well away from those windows. If you live in any trees, I would go to your safe spots. That's what I would do. This is a very dangerous storm here in Albany. Let me see if I can find any cams in that area. I don't think I will be able to. But it's not. It's worth looking, I guess. No, I'm not seeing any. Yeah, baseball-sized hail. Yeah. What state is this in? This is in Texas. Uh, just the north and east of Abilene, heading towards Albany, Texas. Yeah, it's very strong. It's a very strong storm there. Let me see what the cloud tops are for this. Yeah, so it's not even that really tall of a storm. Man, it's packing a punch though. So please, again, in Albany, can't stress this enough. You know, baseball-sized hail, 70 miles per hour winds. Uh, that's a damaging storm. So please be in your indoors and away from windows. And if you live near trees, I would be in your safe spots just in case. It's like we're starting to see some of those storms starting to pop up here north of Weatherford. I'm not sure if those are going to convect enough to be the ones that fire around Oklahoma. Also seeing something try over there near Anadarko, but still not a whole lot of serious convection there yet. Over here, we still have the 70-mile-per-hour storm south of Elgin going towards Chautauqua. If you live in that region, make sure that you are indoors and away from windows as this storm is approaching. Also north of Pawnee, 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Strom. A little bit further to the north. And nothing's changed on this one. About to enter into Albany, Missouri. There. 1-inch hail. It's quarter-sized. And then this one's still the same. Now approaching Independence, Kentucky. Yeah, that's the latest all the way around the board. Well, it seems like we have a lot of severe thunderstorms. We could potentially have way more than this later on today. I'm like getting congestion. I think it's because I'm like getting some type of sinus infection. I should be good to go. Yeah, no tornado warnings yet. Need some raw honey to help with the throat. I don't know if we have honey. Let me see if we do. I'll try it out. I mean, honey's good. That time of year, yeah. It is getting to springtime. You know, I'm actually curious. So we can get some live cams near Oklahoma. I'm just not sure if we'll be able to get them that far north. North and east near Bartlesville. Yeah, we can't get any cams on this one, unfortunately. Pollen, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably a mixture of the pollen and the fact that I've been like doing pretty long forecast live streams just because of the significance of this event. Santa Rosa Road blocked per Mississippi or Missouri Highway Patrol. Interesting. Yeah, let me see where our latest storm reports are too. Oh wow, look at this. We've already had a 2-inch hail report down here near Marshall, Oklahoma. Also, some damage reports here near Sweetwater. Multiple power poles down. And this is still approaching Albany. So watch out there. That's that strong thunderstorm there. Um, yeah, that's all the reports that we have for now. No reports in Missouri just yet, as the storms haven't really shown up. Okay, they did officially allow the severe thunderstorm warning in Kentucky to expire. At NATO cast. What are they saying? Whew. That would be pretty wild. I mean, I think that's actually pretty close to what the 10% hatch risk is right now. So NATOcast and SPC are actually in agreement for once. Have Roadster Jim blocked or muted? Not that I'm aware of. Unfortunately, that's not something that I can check live on air. Let's come back down here. Also, a 71 mile per hour wind gust was recorded with this line of storms, but they're not warning it for that right now. But yeah, 60 mile per hour winds about to head into Abilene. Still baseball sized hail. here with this storm heading towards Albany, Texas. Man, this storm means business. You guys should definitely be indoors and well away from those windows still with this storm. Looks like they have taken off those damaging winds though. So there's some at least some positivity a little bit, I guess, considering the situation. The hail's not the baseballs aren't moving at 70 miles per hour anymore. They're moving at 50, which is still pretty dangerous, but not as dangerous as it was before. But still, baseball-sized hail is going to cause a decent amount of damage there. Hey, thank you, Ethan, for the $5 donation. What time for Clarksville tomorrow? I think it's yeah, it's like it could be a little bit earlier around 3 p.m. and then a little bit later around 7 or 8 p.m. there for Clarksville. And also thank you, Knox, for the $2 donation as well. Okay, let's check out this new severe thunderstorm warning here. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Speaking of Knox, going just to the north of Knox City, heading towards Benjamin. There you guys need to be indoors and away from windows. Still with that. Yeah, this remains to be our strongest storm there in Texas. Let's go check a little bit further up north just to make sure these guys. Yeah, this storm is still ongoing here near Bartlesville with 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1.25-inch hail. Heading towards Bolingerville and Bolanger Landing, Big Heart, and Oak Ridge. And this severe thunderstorm warning here in Kansas still has or quarter-sized hail and 60 miles per hour winds. It's heading towards Independence, Kansas. And then this one up here is still ongoing, heading up towards Ridgeway, Stanberry, and Albany. There with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Area of rotation in this little skinny noodle storm. Yeah, this is the whole storm here. So our dry line is like draped like this. And then our warm front is like this. All that moisture and instability is riding up into this area out in front of the storms. Our warm front is increasing the lower level winds at the moment. Those are mainly over here, though. And then our upper level winds are kind of overspreading the region, mainly down in here first. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Still a lot of capping, though, in place, like over here in Missouri, which is keeping these storms relatively mild right now. Wind picked up big time in Faxon, Oklahoma. Okay. Is that near one of the severe thunderstorm warnings? Yeah, Roadster, if you're watching, says if you see me, Blondie says if you see me, comment on my page, and I'll grab the link to your channel so he can check if you. I mean, I don't know why Roadster would have been blocked. He's never said anything wrong. Oh, he's got a new severe thunderstorm warning, considerable. So yeah, they're extending this warning now. Yeah, there we go. Officially here, a 2.75-inch report, train spotter reported baseball-sized hail. My goodness. Yeah, well, they did downgrade it, though. They did downgrade it. So Albany is looking a little bit better for you. 1.75-inch hail now and 60-mile-per-hour winds coming towards Albany. So that's better than 2.75. So it dropped an inch. But still damaging. Again, we're now talking instead of baseball-sized hail, we're talking about golf ball-sized hail. Hey, thank you, Marshall and Gigi, for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's the latest there. Still gonna let this. What is that? That's hot. Okay. No, I'm good. No, no, I'm not gonna do a COVID test live on stream. I'll be all right as long as I'm in here. I don't think I am sick. Sick. Hopefully not. Y'all want to see me stick a? Want to see me stick a Q-tip up my nose? Do you like it? Help? Yeah, it's a new warning system. Pops up warnings and puts it at the bottom. Very helpful. Go check over here with our storm chasers. I still gotta remake this overlay so I can bring the warnings down a little bit further down. But yeah, both of them appear to be still not really seeing much. That might be a storm trying to form in the distance there on Storm Hunter Media's page. And it looks like there's actually some storm chasers next to them. And my mom just brought me some lemon and honey. I don't know if I want to drink that though. It's supposed to be good for the throat, but it smelled a little funky. And it's too hot to drink right now. Also, we just got some new warnings in. I think, yeah, it's probably for these guys up here. So we're getting extensions here. Now for 70-mile-per-hour winds. A little bit further to the north now into Kentucky. Going towards Caney, Coffeyville, Independence, and Cherry Vale now. So watch out. This storm is a little bit more intense heading towards you. Lemon and honey is yummy. Put that in a song. Lemon and honey is yummy. Yeah, I'll taste it. Whoa. The heck is that? Why does that look like a debris ball? I guess that's a little couplet in there. Could also be just very large hail, though. I can't confirm that as anything, but there's a little couplet underneath that that's kind of in the wrong spot. So I don't think that's a tornado. But we'll watch it to see what it does next scan. If it continues to track with that hail, it's probably just hail. I'm thinking it's just hail. And nothing's changed for this guy. It's like Abilene's storm is mainly just rain at this point, to be honest. Let me know if you live in Abilene and you're in chat. Let me know what you're feeling. This one down here near Tuscola actually might have some quarter-sized hail in it still, but it's probably on like very few and far in between. Check the rotations on these guys. Yeah, north. Not really looking any dangerous rotations just yet. Yeah, I'm seeing some like beginnings of some storms here near Oklahoma City, but it's hard to tell where that boundary is. It could be here, could be back here still. According to the models, it should still be back here. And it should start initiating here any moment. Huge thunderstorms in Bartlesville. Yeah, this one north of Bartlesville is definitely packing a punch. In fact, I think we might be able to get a cam on that. Hold on. Let me see. Bartlesville. Ah, darn it. Nope. We have cams in Tulsa, but they're too far away. Also have cams, like live cams in Missouri, I'm pretty sure, near Kansas City. So we might be able to see something there eventually, but yeah, this storm is still packing a punch there. That is ping pong ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds working its way towards Independence. This one back here near Paul, Huska, is still kind of weak. 1 inch hail, 60 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then this one up here in northern Missouri is still struggling. Not expecting it to do much. Again, it's kind of riding the northern edge of that warm front, so it should stay pretty elevated and non-severe, or not non-severe, but on the lower end of severity. It's not bad. Lemon and honey. Saw lightning in California. Interesting. Hey, thank you. No words, just vibes for the $20 donation. It's that time of year again. If you don't mind me asking, what state do you live in? Because I notice you pop up whenever there's something going on near Oklahoma. Am I close? Thank you very much. That's a very generous donation. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat again for no words, just vibes. Always a big help out to the channel. Thank you. Yeah, she popped in for a little bit, gave me some lemon and honey. It actually is helping a little bit, and it tastes very interesting. Maybe you guys are onto something. Yeah, it's interesting, especially in these formative portions of my live stream. Um, like, so my house got flooded like a year and a half ago. So, like last December, not this December, like the one that just happened, but last December, and it's still getting refurbished. And so, like that's just been like a whole hysteria. But there has been, so my parents let me stay at their house until that gets finished, and there has been some perks to it, like getting lemon and honey. But in my house, I have a doggy door for Chaz, so he would just go outside whenever he wanted to. So I didn't have to have anybody walk him. But here there is no doggy door, so they don't always, they're not always able to, but when they can, they do help me quite a bit when I stream. So big shout out to them. They don't have to, obviously. They're just nice. A little bit of rotation popping up here near Albany. I'm watching this kind of like a hawk. It's kind of weak right now, but it kind of has that look to it. It's surging kind of out in front. And typically when that happens, you can sometimes get some rotations on like the northern side of that surge. So I'm watching it there for Albany. I still want Albany to be indoors and well away from those windows. We're still talking about 1.75-inch hail. Hey, thank you. Yeah, no, I clicked on it, but like it. Sorry. Uh, no words, just vibes. I mean, vibes. Thank you again for another donation of $5. Fort Myers, Florida. Oh, where Hurricane Ian made landfall. Gotcha, gotcha. Is that when you found my stream and we were covering Hurricane Ian? And this storm up here is starting to get a little bit more of, yep. All right, look at that. We're getting a warning here for this storm now for 2.5-inch hail. This is in northern Oklahoma, just crossing the border of Oklahoma and Kansas. 2.5-inch hail. That would be tennis ball sized hail. Is coming now for Caney mainly. As you can see, that's where that strongest hail is in the pinks and black colors here. And that is about to head right over Caney. If you live in Caney, you need to be indoors and away from windows. And, this also is packing 70-mile-per-hour winds. So, think of it like a middle school or high schooler, hitting tennis balls that are like 10 times the weight of tennis ball. Well, not 10 times, but like 3 times the weight of tennis balls at your house at 70 miles per hour over and over and over until the storm is gone. That's what we're dealing with here. So if you live in Caney, Independence, Tire Oak, Deering, Coffeyville, and Cherry Vale, you need to be indoors and away from windows. If you live near trees, I would suggest you be in your safe spots. Also, we got a tornado possible tag on this. There is some rotation here, but we're dealing with a lot of side lobe contamination. So this right here, that's that red region. That is side lobe. So I don't think that is dangerous rotation at this moment. We'll keep an eye on it, but definitely a strong storm here now with 2.5-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds coming towards Independence and Coffeyville. Please take this storm seriously. You still have time in Independence, Coffeyville to get your dogs indoors and to get your cars indoors. Prioritize the living and then get your property indoors, please. Thank you, Saban. I appreciate that. Try our best. Yeah, it's good. It's actually really good. I've drank it. I've taken a couple sips. It is working. It's loud. Yeah, this is a strong storm here, guys. Very strong. This one down here is strong too. And oh yeah. It is starting to wrap up a little bit. It's still a little bit broad though. You can definitely tell we're starting to get that surge there. That inflow is forming. This could try to go tornadic here shortly. Hopefully not. But we got to keep an eye on this for Albany. It shouldn't go tornadic over Albany. If it does, it'll probably be in the next 5-10 minutes. So Albany should be okay. But yeah, that latest velocity, wow. Getting a little bit tighter there, but that's going to be to the east of Albany. So Albany, although it sucks that you did just get some pretty large hail, it kind of just went directly through your city. Technically, some good news for you is that it looks like that area of rotation is forming to your east and not over you. So good news and bad news, but still continue to be indoors and away from windows. Yeah, this storm is wrapping up. You can see it quite clearly here. There's that rain wrapping around just like that. Inflow right there. A little bit of a tighter couplet here. No debris ball just yet, but they could tornado warn this soon if it continues to tighten up. So if you live like down the line here for Breckenridge, south of Woodson in Texas, this is in Texas, north and east of Abilene, you need to be paying attention to that storm here for the short term. Yeah. Let's go check back up here with this storm. Yeah, near Albany, Bethany, and Ridgeway. Still want you guys to be indoors and away from windows. 1-inch hail, 60 miles per hour winds. Yeah, that's the latest. We'll wait for like 2 or 3 minutes for that next scan to come in, and then we'll give some more updates. In fact, while we're waiting, I see what Storm Motor Media is doing. Yeah, it looks like they're diving south. Actually, it kind of looks like they're going west. They might be trying to cross the Red River. I'm not sure if they're going to go for the storm in Texas, though, or not. They're kind of close, but I'm not sure if they'd be able to make it. Yeah, still waiting for the latest radar scan here. Okay, latest radar scan is it's still broad. Still broad, so it looks like it's kind of losing that tight rotation. We'll continue to monitor it as does seem like it has some potential. Still surging out, but you can kind of see where that outflow boundary is. It's just right there, but it does seem like it's getting some of that warm inflow in there, so I still think it's worth watching. The latest scan is a little bit less rotation, though. Let's go check back on this storm here. Yeah, still 2.5-inch hail. That's some strengthening rotation with this storm. This is a minute ahead, so that would be about this area here. But I can't tell if this is, I think that's still hail there. But this one also needs to be watched for tornado potential here near Caney and Tyro. Keep an eye on that one too. Those are really the only two storms that could potentially go tornadic. So we'll let and then also they let that severe thunderstorm warning in Missouri expire. I don't think that's a tornado. I think it's hail. We'll check it. If it's still there the next scan, then we might be able to radar confirm that. Scary day today and tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this event here is just getting started. It's just getting started. It's going to be a long day. Yeah, almost 5 hours already. And this thing is still trying to wrap up here. Yeah, you can see, I mean, it's still surging out ahead. And it still appears to me like it's still poking out ahead of that inflow. Right here, that's where that rotation should pop up next. Still not seeing debris ball, though. So hopefully that indicates that the rotation is still tight. Just got to wait for this velocity scan to come in. It's still a little bit behind. Yeah, there it is. Right there in the center of the screen is some rotation there. So it's not super tight rotation. Not super strong yet, but it's definitely something worth watching still. It does still, like, you can definitely tell there. It is like so. What you're looking for here is the greens close to the reds. So we got the reds over here on the right, greens to the left, and they are close. But you see these little grays in between. That still indicates that it's some broad rotation. But we'll keep an eye on it, big time. Big time there. All right, let's come back up to here. Check out, see if we got the latest scan for this area of rotation. Yeah, see, I think that was hail. Yeah, still some rotation in here. But I'm still not that concerned about it at this moment. It appears strong, but I think we're dealing with a little bit of side lobe and maybe a little bit of hail contamination. Yeah. Potentially a little bit of hail contamination. This is 2 minutes ahead of those velocities, but you can tell that this storm is spitting out hail around that meso, but definitely some rotation in there. Hopefully we can get a little bit of a clearer scan because this is a little bit blocky, but I wouldn't doubt if there was some decent rotation in there. So I definitely want people out ahead of this. Again, this is right on the border here of northern Oklahoma, north of Bartlesville, border of Oklahoma and Kansas. And again, this storm has not only some rotation, but again, some tennis ball sized hail heading towards Tyro, Deering, and Coffeyville. It looks like it's hopefully going to go just to the south of Independence. Yeah, it looks like it's going to go to the south of Independence. But if you live in Tyro, Deering, Coffeyville, and Liberty, just watch out. This thing does have some rotation. Okay, there's a little bit of a clear scan. So yeah, there is some rotation in there. Just a little bit broad, but there's a little tight area there. But no debris ball right now. You can see that hail pretty clearly here falling. So all the CC tells us, the debris scan, what it tells us is that there's stuff in the atmosphere that's bigger than a raindrop. And so all that stuff that's bigger than a raindrop here, that's that hail. And it shows up as like green and blue. You know, when it's purple, that's just rain. So I don't think we have a tornado here yet, but it's definitely trying to rotate on us. So keep an eye on that. That's the latest. We'll give these scans a couple more minutes here to progress a little further. Cams, we don't have any cams on these storms. I don't think. We don't even have any chasers on these storms. I might have some in Kansas, maybe. No, I don't have any cams near the storm in Kansas. So yeah, we're in a cam hole right now. In the cam hole. Also in the cam hole with that storm in Texas as well. We have a good one in Wichita, but it's not very helpful. Yeah. It's just in kind of a low populated area. Let me see where Connor is. He's in Martinsburg. And it looks like Stormwater Media is underneath some forming updraft, but yeah, they just crossed over into Texas. So it looks like they might try to intercept this storm in Texas. It's got a little bit of rotation on it. Not sure exactly how far they are, but they're in Byers, Texas. Holy moly. Thank you. Wow, that's a lot of money, man. Thank you so much to No Words, Just Vibes for that $50 donation. Thank you so much, man. I found you randomly looking for someone covering the weather. I would watch channels with about 500,000 subscribers, but they didn't go live until the big storms. Yeah, a lot of channels do that. They usually only wait for the big ones because that's where the most hype is. So I stuck it out with a more consistent guy. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. That was the reason why I started this channel. One of the reasons I was tired of it. You know, it's like no one's covering these smaller events, but I mean, you can still like we covered a 2% once and got an EF3 tornado out of it. You know, and you know, none of those bigger channels were live. We were like the only ones covering it. But yeah, I appreciate that. I'm glad that you guys see value in that because that's why I grind so hard because I just want to try to put a spotlight on like every storm. Obviously today's a big day, so you know all the other bigger channels are live, but we're here even when it's not, you know, super crazy. I appreciate that. No words. That means a lot to me. Yeah, this little area of rotation here near Breckenridge is starting to fall apart. So it tried, but it never quite got it done. We'll keep our eye on it still, but it seems to be struggling in the moment. I'm wondering if that outflow boundary is being successful in kind of wrapping some of that rain-cooled air into the inflow. They did extend this here for 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds towards Breckenridge. Yeah, latest here on this storm, a little bit of a clearer picture here. And you can see that rotation is pretty broad at the moment. And you can also tell it's very outflow dominant at the moment. So we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. I extended this Abilene one for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds towards Clyde, Baird, and Putnam. This guy over here, 1.5-inch hail now. That's ping pong ball sized hail. No cities here though, but eventually could come pretty close to Crowell and Vernon if it keeps on. Let me see where storm intermediate is. Byers, Texas. Okay, so they're up here near Wichita Falls. I don't think they're going to catch this storm. Another severe thunderstorm warning over here in Kansas or Kentucky. That's Bracken County, Campbell County, and Pendleton County in Kentucky. Those are the same storms that were severe warned earlier today. It's going to be 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Moscow, Neilville, Felicity, Chilo, and Hammersville. So a little bit of rotation in there. Not concerning rotation at this moment, but definitely something to keep an eye on. What? Yeah, it was very strong, but they downgraded it. Yeah, I missed that update, unfortunately. But yeah, 3-inch hail, 80 miles per hour winds. Wow. That must have been when it was really pushing out, like right around near. Yeah, they did downgrade it though to 1.25-inch hail. A lot of different warnings ongoing. It's hard to catch them all. Let's come back up here though. This one is definitely still a strong storm. Yeah, 2.5-inch hail, so we're still right around that tennis ball sized hail heading towards Coffeyville, south of Independence. This is in Kansas. Another severe thunderstorm warning in Texas. That's this one extends up to the north. It's still for 1.5-inch hail. That's going to be for Vernon, Texas. If you live in Vernon, Texas, watch out. Storm's going to make its way to you eventually. Around Oklahoma City, though, we still haven't seen these storms really get their acts together here. Does seem like a lot of these storms are still struggling at the moment. Which one, Andrew? Are you talking about the one in Kansas? There are some little pop-up thunderstorm or pop-up storm or rain near Storm Runner Media right now, but not too much happening there. And I think Connor's still kind of figuring out where to be today for Missouri's threat. It's not firing just yet. No. That doesn't mean it's not going to fire. Again, the latest models here from the HRRR had them firing around 5 p.m. You know, I usually subtract an hour and then add an hour. So yeah, you can see they're still supposed to convect sometime around 5 p.m. So pretty shortly they should. If they don't, then they might miss Oklahoma City and fire off to the east. All right, they've upgraded this now to baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, this is in a very dangerous storm here near Coffeyville. So we got baseball-sized hail moving at 70 miles per hour. Again, if you're in the path of this storm, please continue to be in your safes or indoors and away from windows. I would consider being in a safe spot, honestly, just given how how strong this storm is. Yeah, there's that 80-mile-per-hour wind report here. 88. Holy moly. Wow. That is crazy. Help or Sam, if you guys can find a video from there, I bet you that was just crazy. Yeah, 88-mile-per-hour winds, 3-inch hail just fell here, 3 miles east-northeast of Albany, Texas. Holy crap. It's a strong, strong storm, or it was a strong storm, but now it's a lot more manageable. But I mean, it's still got those 70-mile-per-hour winds in it. They did re-upgrade that to 70-mile-per-hour winds, heading pretty close to Breckenridge. So I would still be indoors and away from windows, and same with Graham, Texas. Jeez Louise. These storms are just they're kind of pulsating right now. Also got another severe thunderstorm warning here in Kansas. 1.25-inch hail heading towards Centropolis, Norwood, and Overbrook. Also over here, just to the south and east of Cincinnati, still seeing some areas of rotation here with these guys, but still pretty weak. Main threat still is 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That is the latest, man. Some of these storms, they're just like, they go 0 to 100. Like those storms have been going on for a while over here. I mean, we got a 70 mile per hour wind report out of this one as well. Keep an eye on Twitter. All right, thank you. Thank you, Brenda. I appreciate that. There's more concern with other people on the road than the tornado itself. Yeah, that's what you want to do when you're chasing. You want to chase, but like you don't really want to put yourself in a situation where you're, making safety worse for the or for the people that are in your are in the area. So we're starting to get some stronger storms fire here along that warm front. Not seeing a whole lot of rotations with these near Jefferson City. But some stronger storms. There's that warm front right up in this region, it appears. And some of these storms could become tornadic eventually, so we got to keep an eye on those. We did get a funnel report in Phoenix, Arizona. Makes total sense. Whenever we have any severe weather whatsoever, Arizona randomly will get either a tornado or a funnel or a land spout. That's been like every single time this year, I think. And then have we gotten our California severe thunderstorm warning yet? Not yet. Yeah. This hail here in Kansas, south of Topeka, is still heading towards Overbrook and Centropolis. Oh, shoot. I accidentally unhit him. I didn't see y'all hide him. Yeah, that's the latest. Let's go check back in on this very damaging storm here. Yeah, still has the same criteria to it. Nothing's changed. Baseball hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds are really about to enter into Liberty here. That's where the strongest hail is, and Liberty's going to get the brunt of it here. So please continue to be indoors and away from windows. If you live near trees, I would be in your safe spots. It's a very strong storm there. This one near Breckenridge. Still approaching, but not too concerning just yet. Yeah, let's not too many big changes. We'll give these storms a little time to move a little bit. For what day, Golden Warrior? Ugh. New tornado watch. Oh yeah. Oops. So we got a new tornado watch here. Oh wow. So this is our first mention of strong tornadoes today. Those are those storms along the warm front we were talking about just a moment ago. It says a couple strong tornadoes possible. Scattered hail up to tennis ball sized, likely. Scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour. So that's going to be for Fort Leonard Wood, Jefferson City, Columbia, Hannibal, Troy, St. Louis there in Missouri, and then south of Springfield, Mattoon, Effingham, and Centralia there in Illinois. Guys need to be watching out for tornadoes. Seems like that threat is ramping up. And that would be, I think they've issued this mainly because of these storms that are starting to fire here along the warm front. These guys right here. So that's why we've got to watch them just in case. Those would be the ones that could cause our first initial strong tornadoes, unless some of these back here near Bartlesville end up trying to do that. But so far, their rotations have stayed pretty outflow dominant and have been mainly a very large hail threat and damaging wind threat. Yeah, still nothing's changed there. So we'll give them a little bit longer to cook, a little bit longer to move around, and then we'll come check back on it. I don't have any areas of rotation right now that are really that concerning, and we've warned everybody in these severe thunderstorm warnings like 8 times by now. I'm seeing something on. Okay. Looks like storm intermedia is now approaching Wichita Falls. See, and Connor is here in Montgomery City in Missouri. Yeah, we'll look at the Cincinnati storm here in a little bit. We gotta let these move a little bit more, but we'll give you the latest update on it at the very least. 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's heading towards Moscow, Felicity, Neilville, and Chilo. Some of those areas are in Ohio. Yeah, we gotta let these a couple more scans load here. Sent me a funnel video. I can't show it, but this is the video of the funnel in Arizona, of all places. Hello, James. Welcome, welcome. In case I never saw the time I need to know for tonight, since that's the highest threat, would be perfect for Mansfield. Let me see where Mansfield is, since you are in that high threat there. Mansfield. Uh, Illinois, you say? Yeah, I don't think you're in the highest threat, but you are. Let me see. Just double check. Yeah, you're not in a high threat, right? Yeah, your tornado risk is low. Your wind risk is semi low, and then your hail risk. So yeah, your biggest threat's gonna be hail there, and that's gonna be later on today, like probably overnight when the stronger storms are gonna be coming early in the morning. All right, let's say we've got enough data here to go do another round of rate of updates here. So we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for San Angelo, Texas. It's going to be for Verbes, Miles, and Ballinger, Texas. This storm continues here with 1 inch hail, but I think they're about to upgrade this. I wouldn't be surprised there for Putnam. So watch out. Hail could be a little bit bigger than 1 inch with that. This one still is ongoing here near Breckenridge, still approaching with 70-mile-per-hour winds. So I still want Breckenridge indoors and away from windows, but that rotation is completely gone with this storm as it has become pretty dominantly outflow dominant here. But yeah, that hail might be building back in with this storm as well, north of Breckenridge. So watch out if you live up there. Got this storm still here near Vernon, Texas. Still with that ping pong ball sized hail, no rotation. Kind of that hail course heading north of Vernon, though. And there's actually 0 severe thunderstorm warnings in Oklahoma right now. But that should change, according to the models. We'll see. Yeah, this is the only severe thunderstorm warned storm here right now. Yeah, it's definitely. I think someone said it looks like this thing is taking a right turn, and I think you were right. It does kind of seem like it is going a little bit faster to the right there. Might be latching on to like. I think that's kind of in the triple point. Yeah, because that dry line I think extends down like that, and then the warm front is up like this. So this storm's in a pretty favorable area here to remain a supercell and maybe also to maybe try to drop a tornado out of it. But right now, the rotations that we have seen with this storm have been quite broad. But I mean, it's still a very strong storm with that 2.75-inch hail, baseball-sized hail going into Liberty. Storm south of Topeka. 1.25-inch hail. It's half-dollar-sized hail. It's going towards Overbrook. As of right now, should go just to the north of Centropolis. Let's just check it. Yeah, it should go to the north, but if any of these storms get any stronger, you'll probably still get some sort of hail there. These are the storms that should eventually make its way into Kansas City, Missouri, kind of in their infancies. Thank you, Sandy Bell, for subscribing. And then we'll go check back over here for Kentucky. Yeah, near Neeville, Felicity still. It looks like they upgraded this for a half-dollar sized hail now with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Heading towards Felicity, Moscow still. And that's the latest around the board. We've got to let this a little bit more data come in, and then we'll give y'all some more updates. Yeah, all of Ohio should be worried for tomorrow. Tomorrow's looking very dangerous for Ohio. Very dangerous. 15% hatched risks are no joke for tornadoes. It's not guaranteed. I will say one of the failure modes, because one of the things that's going to happen with these storms tonight going into tomorrow morning is we're going to have a lot of convection along in this region, kind of moving over that warm front. And so that will bring a lot of stable air into this region. But all the models are saying that most of the models are saying that the atmosphere recovers from that. But, if we get too much rain happen in this area, a little bit more than what the models were expecting, it could stabilize the atmosphere too much. So we just got a severe thunderstorm warning for Labette, Kansas, and Montgomery County, Kansas. So you're indoors and away from windows from that one. They've extended this one. And that's still for the same thing. So they haven't downgraded it yet. Still tennis or baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind or 70-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Altamont, south of Parsons and Oswego. Means you have a 15% chance of seeing an EF2 or higher within a 25-mile radius of you. That's what it means. Let's check some of the updates on these guys. Yeah, 65-mile-per-hour winds with this storm now. Heading towards Cisco, Eastland, and Ranger, Texas. Guys need to be indoors and away from windows. This one's becoming a little bit more of a wind and hail threat. And nothing has changed on this one. Looks like that line, though, is about to go through Breckenridge now. Yeah, nothing's changed on these guys. We'll have to wait. It's 10% hatch risk bag. Yeah, it can be. But again, with any hatched risk, it's mainly you gotta watch out for tornadoes, obviously, but they're not always guaranteed. Especially in a day like today, this 10% hatched risk is pretty conditional. But if these storms can latch on to the warm front, and that can increase its ability to rotate and potentially drop a strong tornado or two. So we've got to watch that, especially over there near Jefferson City, St. Louis, near Springfield, in that region. Chattanooga, I think you guys are just outside of the 10% hash risk, but there is some tornado threat for you, damaging winds and hail as well. So let me research where Connor is. It says Montgomery City. So let me see where that is. Montgomery City, Missouri. Okay, so he is just north of the warm front. So Connor's going to be in position for these storms, which are the ones that are highlighted here for a strong tornado threat. So he'll be there pretty shortly. I did. Ghostly. It's half dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds now. Ghostly. Damage report: wind blown hail has broken windows. Where is that? Help. Is that in Kansas? Yeah, don't worry, guys. We'll give a bunch of different updates here in a moment. We're just gonna wait for the radar to refresh. It takes about 5-10 minutes. Really concerned for St. Louis tonight. Yeah, and those storms are getting closer to St. Louis, and you definitely need to be weather aware. That is for sure. Is there dust in West Texas? Uh, might be just enough daylight to check for that. Let me check. Could be a dust storm. I wouldn't be surprised. The lower level winds are quite strong. Oh yeah, this out right here. You can see the dust. Y'all see it? Maybe that. Look at those storms fire along that line of storms. That's the cloud tops there. Wow. Absolutely explosive. Yeah, this is the visible satellite of Earth. We're looking down at Earth from space. Moscow, Ohio. Yeah, that's part of that severe thunderstorm warning over here. Still half dollar sized hail. So just continue to be indoors and away from windows there, and you'll be all right. Yeah, we're monitoring it. It's this storm right here you're talking about. Help. It's still warned for the same things, still the same people in its path. You guys still need to be indoors and away from windows. Nothing has changed there, but we gotta wait like 5 more minutes, and then we'll give a round the table update. How rare is a severe thunderstorm warning with 65 miles per hour? It's actually more rare than a 75-mile-per-hour one. You don't see them that often. I think one of these dangerous storms could hit Kirkwood. Let me see where Kirkwood is. Yes. It's in the realm of possibilities. You were just as south of that warm front, which is really not where you want to be. Do I think these storms will become outflow dominant because of their shear? I do think that that is always a possibility. Always a possibility. Today, I don't think so. We'll have to see. I mean, most of these storms have been pretty outflow dominant, but should be a little bit easier for these ones up in Missouri to stay inflow dominant because they're riding that warm front. But I think Columbia, Missouri will be bad tonight. Uh, it's possible. You know, this warm front is slowly rising to the north, slowly rising this way. But there's a caveat. At some point tonight, that warm front is going to sink back down to the south again. So if it rises just far north enough to come to Columbia, then yeah, that's when your tornado threat will start to pick up. How are you looking? Well, there are storms approaching. Some of them are pretty decently strong. But I mean, nothing you're not used to out there, but you know, we'll have to see if they'll make it all the way over to Dallas. I'm not sure what Storm Runner Media's plan is, but it still seems like they're going south. And it looks like Connor is getting closer and closer to these warm front storms in Missouri. I think Tulsa will get severe weather this evening. That's really dependent on one factor here, is whether or not we start to see these storms pop up to the east of Oklahoma City, which it seems like they're trying to. Got a couple bubblers out here, but they're not quite there yet. Not quite there. I do want to check on these storms along the warm front here, just to make sure they're not doing too much. That one's got a little bit of weak rotation to it. Not concerned about it just yet. Yeah, they're still struggling to get their acts together right now. Let's do a little update for everybody. So we'll start over here in Kentucky. All right, this one has now been upgraded to ping pong ball sized hail. So if you live in Chilo, Felicity, and Augusta, need to be indoors and away from window, that hail threat has increased a little bit. So that could be enough to potentially cause some damage to cars. So you might still have a little bit of time in some of those regions to seek shelter and bring your pets indoors. Thank you, Midnight and Matthew, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, with this storm north of Centropolis, looks like they downgraded it to 1-inch hail. And then this one over here on the border, still warned for tennis ball sized hail, or no, baseball sized hail, and 70-mile-per-hour winds. The most dangerous part of the storm is right in this region here. It's coming very close to Altamont. Afterwards, it'll have a chance to push into Oswego. Still seeing an outflow dominant look to this storm at the moment. We'll keep an eye on it. Come back down to San Angelo, and then we'll work our way back up. Yeah, this storm is still warned for mainly damaging winds, maybe some small hail in there near Ballinger and Burbest, but Paint Rock and Ballinger. Your main threat with this is going to be those 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then behind it, there's a lot of dust. So you guys might get a little bit of a dust storm after that, to be honest. Also with this storm, 1.5-inch hail near Cisco, Texas, and Eastland, Texas. Let's see where that's going towards now. It's like that's going to go right into Cisco. Not seeing any dangerous rotation with that. And this one is still 1.25-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Looks like that's officially made it through Breckenridge and is now going to be going to the south of Graham, Texas. Here, some heavier rain could make it into Graham, but it looks like you're going to miss the most dangerous part of that storm. And then this storm right here near Vernon, Texas. Now packing a little bit more of a punch. We're talking about 2-inch hail. That's Easter egg sized hail. That is going to the north of Vernon, though. I will miss Vernon pretty much altogether. Head towards Tolbert, White City, Fargo, and Dawns. But that's the latest across the board. Looks like they allowed that severe thunderstorm warning in northern Kansas, northeastern Kansas to expire. So now we wait for the latest updates to come in. Yeah, I'm in Central Time. Are we still doing that donation being on the map? No. No, we are. I mean, the problem with it that I figured out is that it clutters up the map quite a bit. It was a good idea, I think, but yeah, I still got everybody here though. These are all the OGs. It's pretty much just a list of all the OGs. You can see when I turn it on, the map becomes kind of confusing and disorienting. And sometimes it displays over a city and it makes it hard to tell. Like you see how you can't really tell that's Tyler, Texas there. It's a good idea, but they just don't have it set up appropriately on Radar Omega, unfortunately, for it to be something that I can turn on. Because if there's one person that's really blocking a city, then nobody can have it on because I can't turn off individual ones. It has to be all of them or none of them. Difference does being south of the warm front make? I mean, it's really right along the warm front where we're watching these storms. But essentially, the warm front can increase the vorticity with these storms. There's a little bit stronger lower level shear, which increases the spin in the atmosphere along the warm front. And that's why there's a tornado watch for strong tornadoes in this region. That's because of this warm front that is slowly lifting up. And we're monitoring those storms to see if they're going to become tornadic or not, like some of the models have suggested. We just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Gregg County, Texas. Looks like I'm going to have to refresh this warning system again. Hope I didn't just screw it up. There we go. Hopefully that fixes it. There we go. So yeah, they just extended this. This is now a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. For 2-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds that is now going into Oklahoma here. So that's going to be for Tipton, Manitou, Snyder, and Mountain Park there in Oklahoma. Also have another severe thunderstorm. Whoa. I would say there's no hail in this one, but they're warning this because it has 60-mile-per-hour winds. But Mobetti and Wheeler, that's weird. Watch out. Strong winds there. Not really a storm there, though. I don't know why they would call that a severe thunderstorm, because there's probably no thunder in that. Yeah, it is a gust front. A strong gust front, too. Could be associated with the actual cold front, which is supposed to be surging here in a little bit. Yeah, the first two moderate risks, Mike. Is the cap still the main problem? I mean, there's no problem with these storms. They're acting how we expected, except for the ones near Oklahoma City. Let me see. I mean, near the surface for Oklahoma City, there's no cap in place. But I think it's the cap that's kind of been present, yeah, a little bit higher up in the atmosphere. But it is slowly eroding. It is slowly eroding, so I should break here within the next couple of minutes to an hour, theoretically speaking. Wonder if we can get a view on this storm near Altus. I have some cameras near Lawton. I think Lawton's going to get missed. This means severe thunderstorm warning. It's for quarter size or ping pong ball sized hail. It's entering into Felicity right now. Yeah, we're giving updates. Just we're not giving like updates every scan for severe thunderstorm warnings. We're giving them a couple of minutes because we've already warned every city inside of these severe thunderstorm warnings like 8 times by this point. So we're just giving it a little bit more time for a couple more scans to come through, answering some general questions about the storms in the meantime. It allows us to be a little bit more attentive to the questions while also still giving out a warning when it's needed. See, Connor should be getting pretty close to some of these storms. Trying to see if we'll be able to see any, like, yeah, kind of looks like there's some type of updraft in the distance there. All right, Cody. Sounds good. Nelson, Missouri, you're sleeping in a semi. Yeah, we'll check that out for you. A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in Missouri. See where Nelson is, just to make sure you're not near this. So yeah, you're north of the warm front right now, but again, it could rise up to you, or it could stay to your south. But yeah, this is considerable. No, that's this one. Maybe it's not considerable. Okay, never mind. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning here in Missouri. Yeah, it looks like there might be a little bit of rotation in this. It's definitely got that scary shape. But the good news is that the rotations aren't backing that up yet. Little Burger, no! Little Burger, stay safe out there. Oh, we got Little Burger and Big Burger. Hold on, let me fix this. Much better. But yeah, stronger storm here with 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds coming towards you guys. They're in New Haven, Marthasville, Warrenton, and Wright City. This one's coming pretty close to St. Louis. It does seem like it's going to go track to the north and to the north and west of St. Louis. It's the burger to your fry. Yeah. That is true. Check on this storm again. It does have a little bit of rotation in there still, a little bit broad at the moment. Still a strong storm. Looks like they're going to extend it, though. They're dropping the hail from this to 2 inches. 70-mile-per-hour winds, but that's still a dangerous storm. We're still talking about Easter egg-sized hail for McCune, Cherokee, Pontiac, Pittsburgh, Girard, and Columbus. I remember saying Pittsburgh a lot in my forecast, so they should be pretty aware at this point, hopefully. All right. Let's move down the line here. Still got this gust front ongoing here near Mobeetie and Jim. Watch out. Again, no hail, barely any rain, but going to be very gusty and probably a lot of dust up there as well. Gusty and dusty up there for sure. This one south of Tipton, still moving up to the north and east. with still 2-inch hail. So still want Tipton and Manitou, Snyder Mountain Park to be weather aware there, as that is coming through. This one here in Texas, just to the east of Breckenridge, eventually going to be making its way towards Grafford and Mineral Wells. Still packing 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping pong ball sized hail. This one is about to go into Cisco, Texas, now with 2-inch hail, 65-mile-per-hour winds. That will eventually try to make its way into Eastland and Ranger and Strawn, Texas. Check these storms for rotation. Yeah, they ain't got nothing. These ones have exited out of this severe thunderstorm warning. They might extend it. This storm to the north looks still pretty powerful, so they'll probably extend it. And then this one over here near Ballinger is kind of falling apart as the latest scans as it heads towards Paint Rock. Yeah, you can really see that outflow boundary quite clearly there. So we've covered that one. We've covered that one, and we got to cover this one now. Update over here in Ohio near Felicity. Yeah, this one still has a little bit of rotation with it. Still not strong enough yet to concern me, but Utopia, Augusta, Higginsport, you're next in line for this hail. Higginsport, you're probably got a better chance of getting that hail there. Yeah, they just extended this severe thunderstorm warning here for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be for Cross Plains. And that's the latest. Now we got to wait. Although we might check in on that storm near St. Louis pretty often just to make sure, because that one could be the one that starts the tornado threat. Yeah, we're probably not going to get a high risk. When do I think the main tornado threat will kick off tonight? It could be about to, depending on what this storm here does. Yeah, this one's still struggling. It's kind of a mess. This one over here has had some rotation with it, though, but it's going through quite a bit of mergers right now, so it'll probably need some time. You can see that does have some rotation back in there, but these mergers should disrupt its ability to become tornadic in the short term. But after those mergers, might have to watch it. But yeah, those are the only storms that are really sticking out to me. And these ones over here near Oklahoma City are slowly firing here. We are seeing some more convection here just to the south and east, or south and west of Oklahoma City. So they are starting to fire kind of around when the HRRR said. So that would be your risk, depending on what these storms do there. Couldn't hear if you mentioned anything, but any updates on the tornado watch in St. Louis? They're saying that strong tornadoes could be possible in that one. Winds of up to 80 miles per hour and tennis ball sized hail. Your radar has storms being a mess in the future. Yeah, they will, especially as we go into like late night, early morning, especially up there in the Ohio Valley. Most of these storms will be a mess. Like after these storms down here near Texas, past Dallas, they should really start to lose strength around Tyler, Texas. These storms near Oklahoma City are supposed to fire, and these could become a threat for the majority of Oklahoma and maybe a tornado threat as well with those. These storms along the warm front here in the short term are going to have that strong tornado potential, but it's a little bit conditional, not guaranteed. Yeah, after all of those threats play out, and we transition into the overnight and the early morning hours, we're going to have this warm front boundary kind of just set up in this region, and we're just going to have kind of like a mesoscale system after mesoscale system bring damaging winds out into this region, which could be, depending on the scale of it, could be quite damaging. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Hey, thank you. GS70 Stealth for the $20 donation. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for GS70. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's a big help. There's a strong cap over Dallas, Texas. Yeah, there is. Yeah, especially up in the mid levels for sure. Yeah, the mixed layer, you can see still a strong cap there. Although that mixed layer cap is breaking there east of Oklahoma City. Still around 1,000 joules per kilogram there as well. Let me see. Surface base. Yeah, surface base. Mixed layer. Why are they not different? Cap's not really changing too much, so it seems like it's pretty lined up there. But yeah, I mean, there is a decent amount of cap still present out in front of these storms, but they are starting to break. Some areas are still capped over there near San Angelo, which is probably why those storms are struggling. And these storms over here are in a cap. Storms near St. Louis, though, they're uncapped and right on that warm front. So definitely gotta watch those. This one, like right up here, definitely gotta watch it. But joules per kilogram is basically just a measurement of how much energy there is per how much energy there is in the atmosphere, fuel for the storms. And so if you're, I say, so once you get over 1,000 joules per kilogram, that's enough fuel to sustain a severe thunderstorm or a tornado risk. So that's kind of the threshold you're looking for. Did North Alabama be downgraded on Tuesday? I would say it's a small potential, but yeah, it's possible. No, I mean you get a strong tornado in 1,000 joules per kilograms. You don't necessarily need 2,000. Where at, Mr. Top Fan? Let me see if I can find it. Be there. Oswego. Okay, so that would be this one. The velocities are all messed up. Yeah, I don't think so. I'd be surprised if there's a tornado in there. I can't confirm it via radar, that's for sure. Let me check here. Yeah, I can't confirm it on radar. It's a little bit too broad and uh, no definite debris ball there. Holy moly! Hey, thank you, Wendy, for the $50 donation. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Wendy. That is a huge amount of money, and it's on Cash App, so I get to keep all of it instead of YouTube taking 30%. So thank you very much. Sorry, this thing is still glitching out on me. I got to refresh it. Looks like there's still some kinks that got to be worked out of the warning system, but they did downgrade this storm though to 1.75 inch hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So we'll do it. We'll do another round of going over all of them, probably here within another 3 minutes. Thank you again. Was that Wendy for the $50 donation? That's huge. That's a big amount of money, and it goes a long way funding this channel and the storm chasers that we use. So thank you very much. Hey, thank you, GS70 Stell, for the $10 donation. Says, get something to eat. Thank you for all you do, keeping everyone safe. See y'all later. Time to monitor this 10%. I'm in. Yeah, well, good luck. Hopefully the storms miss you. All right, we just got a new mesoscale discussion. Wow. Look at this. Severe threat continues across the severe thunderstorm watch 66. 2 to 3 inch hail and 70 to 90 mile per hour gusts are the main threats. And that extends all the way into Fort Worth, Texas. There's definitely a strong line on the southern side of the storm. See where Storm Runner Media is. Okay, there's something nearby them. You can see it on their little radar on the bottom left. Yeah, from Mexico to Fort Worth. Yeah, but the main area is over there near Fort Worth and Stevensville. Trying to see if we'll get a view of anything here from Storm Runner Media. What's the latest on the weather? A couple of strong, very strong storms still out there. And that's pretty much it. It's pretty much it at this moment. All right, let's go. Let's go around the board. Looks like they've allowed that severe thunderstorm warning there south of Georgetown to expire. But we'll continue. Nope, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys still got severe warned sometime in the future here. Over here near St. Louis, this storm is still pretty messy, but it's definitely got a severe threat to it. 1.75 inch hail is golf ball sized hail about to enter into New Haven, Missouri there. Marthasville and Washington as well need to be indoors and away from windows. Over here near Russellville, 1.25 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds with this guy. It's in a huge radar hole though, so can't really tell what's going on near the surface. But it's definitely got that hail threat with it, probably increasing in size as we go on in time. But unfortunately, this is what we didn't want to see. These storms are maturing quite a bit along this warm front, so definitely have to watch that. Connor should eventually be getting a view on some of these storms. He's near Lake St. Louis, so he's kind of near the St. Louis area. It's like he's traveling off to the west. You can actually see that severe thunderstorm on the bottom right above his name warning is popping up on screen. So he's a little close. Not super close. It'll probably still be about 30 minutes before he's in range, but very low airborne. Very, very low. I would say 0%, honestly. Those strongest winds are located up here in Ohio for tomorrow and northern Kentucky. But yeah, that's the latest update with those. Let's come back over to here. Update on this storm here. This storm is still ongoing here with 1.75 inch hail, 70 mile per hour winds still. That hail is really, though, only located here, and I think this storm is losing strength. It does seem to really be getting impacted by these mergers here and is struggling at the moment. There still could be some hail in there, but I don't think we're talking about 1.75 inch hail anymore with this storm. Probably a little bit smaller, but that is heading towards Girard, Pontiac, and Pittsburgh now. This one near Altus might be coming pretty close to maybe some cameras. Thank you, CJ, for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Saying thanks for everything you do. Hope nothing of epic proportions happens in the Indy Metro tonight or tomorrow. I hope not either. We can be in agreement on there. But thank you very much for that donation. I appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, this storm still is ongoing here, but they've lowered the hail to $1 sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. That's going towards Manitou and Tipton. These gustier winds, a little burp, sorry. These gustier winds are still happening over here near Wheeler, and maybe some dust. Let me know if you live over there and you're getting some dust. Oh wow, this storm is intensifying quite a bit again here. I think this is the storm that, this is the storm that Storm Runner Media is trying to intercept, so we should get a view of it shortly. Storm Runner Media is like right around in this area. And so they're gonna be able to get out ahead of this thing eventually, right before Fort Worth. So we should have a really good view on it here shortly. But yeah, this is a strong storm now. We're talking baseball-sized hail again with this, and 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's heading towards Grafford, Mineral Wells, and Jacksboro, Texas. Getting real close to the Fort Worth, Dallas area. Then we also got these stronger storms to the south. 2-inch hail, 65-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Eastland and Ranger and Strawn, Texas. Guys need to be indoors, well away from windows with that one. That was also a pretty strong storm. And then to the south, we got 1.75-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Rising Star and Gorman. So a couple of pretty strong storms heading towards the Fort Worth, Dallas area here. Eventually. It's not quite there just yet. That's a strong storm. Let me see how close they are to that guy. Yeah, you can see on the bottom left, there's that severe thunderstorm warning popping up on Storm Runner Media's feed as well. So 2 chasers about to be close to 2 storms here, both in some good areas. So we should have some good views of these storms. How long do you have, Hannah? Let me check that out. So let's see. You're over Wolf City, so it's like right there. This is moving at 50 miles an hour. Semi into your direction. No guarantee that it actually hits you directly. So you're like over here. So about 3 hours. About 2 to 3 hours there for you. Yeah, that's the latest on all these storms. Definitely getting stronger there in Texas. That's definitely some of our strongest storms that we have right now. All right, I'm gonna go use the restroom really quick. You guys give me a good 30 minutes. I mean 30 seconds. Sorry, not that kind of restroom break. Hold on. Yeah, 30 seconds. Be right back. 30 minutes. Yeah, that would have been a real bathroom break there. No, it's just 30 seconds. Yeah, hopefully we can get a view of these storms shortly. Let me check on Connor's view. Yeah, it's gonna be a minute. Yeah, you can see that storm finally popping up on Storm Runner Media's feed. But one of the things I'm noticing is it does seem like there's also over here in St. Louis, kind of both of these areas are receiving a little bit of sunlight here, which is probably destabilizing the atmosphere a little bit more here ahead of the storms. Yeah, like out ahead of these storms, like near Springfield, you're still north of that warm front. But it should try to lift to you. But again, this warm front's going to go to the north initially here, but then eventually it should get pushed down to the south. Eventually it'll stabilize kind of in one area, and we'll get those damaging wind mesoscale convective systems going on there. I just do a little update down here. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Yeah, we're just, when I'm zoomed out, we're just kind of waiting for the radar to update. Well, we've got a couple updates in here. So it looks like Eastland, Texas is now about to get impacted by some 2-inch hails, 65-mile-per-hour winds. After that's going to be Ranger and Strawn. Still no dangerous rotations with these as of right now. And then south of that, Rising Star is still in the path. Should be a good 10-15 minutes before you get that storm. This storm here still has potentially up to tennis ball sized hail heading towards Grafford, Texas, 281 next, and then Mineral Wells after that. But it looks like the hail should go north of Mineral Wells, kind of taking a beeline. A beeline kind of towards Runway Bay, maybe Springtown there as well. So latest there for the storms in Texas. For reference, here's Dallas and Fort Worth. Dallas and Fort Worth is about 100. So Fort Worth is probably about an hour, hour and a half from this storm. Dallas is probably about 2 hours from this storm. And then, yeah, so still got a little ways away before these storms come towards you. Hopefully that instability kind of dies off before that happens. Over here near Snyder, Manitou, and Mountain Park still have 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with that one. Still having these gustier winds over here near Wheeler, so still watch out for that. Visibility could get low with that, but yeah, look at this near Oklahoma City. These storms are firing. Hey, thank you, GS70 Stealth, for yet another $10 donation. Thank you so much. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for GS70 Stealth. Thank you. But yeah, look at these storms. They are popping up, just like the HRRR said would happen here. So we got to watch these guys for Oklahoma City as they get closer. The ones to the south look a little bit weak right now. So hopefully that's all it is, and it's just a little bit of rain. These ones up to the north are looking a little bit stronger here near Stillwater, Perry, and Cushing, Oklahoma. Those could eventually make it near Tulsa as well. So that'll probably be another good 3 hours before it goes into Tulsa, though. Over here near Pittsburgh, Girard, we still have this kind of weakening storm here with $half sized hail, 60 miles per hour winds. That main little area of hail, though, it's going to be pretty small right there. So it'll come pretty close to Pittsburgh and Pontiac there. But it is struggling at the moment, which is good news. Let's check over here near St. Louis. So yes, this storm is still ongoing. Now ping pong ball sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds. That's heading towards Marthasville. Right there, there's that area of hail kind of going over New Haven right now. And then Washington's going to be next in line. And those damaging winds are still ongoing there on the southern edge. So watch out mainly for Washington. And that could eventually make it pretty close to St. Louis. It does look like the trajectory of this storm is kind of towards like St. Charles and that region of St. Louis. We should have a view on that storm also from Connor. He's getting pretty close to that one. This one near Russellville, south of Jefferson City. Got an interesting look to it. Definitely getting stronger. Now, golf ball sized hail, and that hail is located kind of right here in this area, heading into Russellville. So watch out there. Make sure you are indoors and away from windows. That little bit of hail is getting a little bit bigger. But that's the latest across the board. Now we just got to wait for the latest radar updates, and we'll be back at it. A warning comes through. You can try putting foam padding to cover the exposed surfaces. Normally putting fence panel on trucks and strap them down. Okay. Might be able. Okay, let's look at a new severe thunderstorm warning there north of Oklahoma City. Let's go check that out really quick. Yeah, it's going to be over here near Crescent. 1 inch hail with this storm, definitely building in strength. Slowly but surely there, so watch out there near Crescent City. Not seeing any dangerous areas of rotation, though, with that just yet. Might be able to get a view of some of these storms from Oklahoma's webcams. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Hold on. Put this over here. Give me a sec. That's north. I think it was here. So here's a view of a storm north of Oklahoma City. I think there was one a little bit further north that I liked. Yeah, this one right here. Nice little view of a storm here as well. This is also north of Oklahoma City, and you can see that storm is off in the background there. So yeah, we should be able to see some pretty good views of storms now that they're getting close to Oklahoma City. So we got a lot of cameras in Oklahoma City. Let me see which one would be the best one to look at here. Maybe just to the east of Oklahoma City. I wonder how many cameras we have there. Yeah, we don't have any out there, unfortunately. This has definitely got the best look. Yes, the dry line is firing in Oklahoma. But yeah, this is going to be that storm, actually, near Guthrie that we were looking at there. Let me see exactly where this is located, just so we can get proper. So yeah, Guthrie is to the south. So yeah, this is looking at that severe warned thunderstorm near just to the north of Oklahoma. And you can see it off to the right of the screen. You can actually see maybe something underneath it too, like could be some outflow, a little shelf cloud trying to form there, or I don't think the storm's rotating, so I don't think that's anything other than just some outflow. But yeah, that's definitely one of those severe thunderstorm warned storms there. We will have a lot of good views here shortly, folks, with the storm chaser and with all these cams. Didn't see it on radar. Interesting. I didn't see it on radar either, but we'll keep an eye on this storm. Storm Runner Media is about to potentially enter into the hail core briefly here in just a moment. This is that storm to the east of Fort Worth. And then Connor is also getting the view of a storm building there near St. Louis. Looks like he's traveling back to the east. Yeah, you can see a storm there on the top left. Yeah, starting to get some views in there. Storm we're looking at is this one near Crescent. This camera is like up here, looking to the south. So it'd be off to the right of that cam, which it was. 1 inch hail, 50-mile-per-hour winds, but that could get a little bit stronger here momentarily. So we'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, let's go over everybody's severe thunderstorm warnings again. Yeah, this storm is kind of picking up some stronger winds here. This is pretty close to the radar. We're talking almost 50, 60-mile-per-hour winds right there on the southern side of the storm going into Washington, with the largest hail still about to approach into Marthasville. So still continue to be indoors and away from windows. Also a storm building off in eastern kind of northern St. Louis there as well, kind of in its baby stages. This one near Jefferson City, wow, is now warned for 2-inch hail. 2-inch hail moving towards Russellville, and to the east of Russellville as well. So watch out there. That could eventually make it into Jefferson City, Missouri as well. So be careful. That's a stronger storm now with that 2-inch hail. So they just extended this warning for parts of St. Louis. That's Lake St. Charles, O'Fallon, Chesterfield, and Des Perez there. And that's still for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's check back on this one near kind of north of Joplin, still in Kansas, though. Here's, yeah, still nothing's changed on this. Still half-dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, still approaching Pittsburgh and Pontiac. I think they just warned the storm to the back here near Kingfisher as well. That's going to be for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Dover and Kingfisher. These folks just got severe thunderstorm warnings and hail earlier, and it looks like they're about to get a second round here. So watch out in all those cities. Same thing still going on there near Pampa. Still some windy, gusty winds and some dust back there to the east of Pampa. This storm is still at a quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Not really seeing too much hail in there near Mountain Park, but I would still continue to be indoors and away from windows. Let's go a little bit further to the south. Yeah, 1.75-inch hail, 65-mile-per-hour winds on this. So they did downgrade it quite a bit, but this is what this storm's been doing multiple times. This is also the storm that Storm Runner Media is approaching as well there near Jacksboro. So definitely going to keep an eye on this storm and see if we can get some views of it. So this is the view of the storm from the storm chaser's perspective on the ground. You can see it's out there in the distance. So it is getting closer. Yeah, that's pretty close to. I should go just to the north of Fort Worth, kind of towards like Bridgeport and Denton. But these storms back here, these are the ones that are going to try to make it towards Fort Worth. And as you can see, we have 2-inch hail on this one to the north. It's traveling along Highway 20 near Ranger and Strawn. We've got another one to the south of that with 1.75-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's traveling off to the east, south of Eastland. Then we got another one near Coleman, Texas, with 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And these ones would be the ones that would be the threat for like the Fort Worth, Dallas region if they can make it up that far north. It looks like Connor's trying to make it to that developing storm over there near the eastern side of St. Louis, going into Illinois. Let's go check on that one cam. Okay, I think that would be underneath here. Yeah. Yeah, so there's that view of that storm. Bring it up on the big screen here. This is that severe warning storm north of Oklahoma still. Still pretty dark and dangerous cloud, but not really seeing any features there that scream like organization for tornadic activity or anything. So that's good. Yeah, that's the latest out there for all of these storms. We'll keep it here. just for a little bit. Tornado on the ground and Kingfisher. Where are you getting that information from? Well, I mean, it's an interesting signal here, but it's not deep enough to confirm. Are you getting that from a chaser by chance? Is there Linda? Because I mean, I guess it wouldn't surprise me if it was. I mean, it could be like a land spouty type thing happening there. There's a little couplet there. I'm not really seeing like a definite debris ball, so might have been something brief there, but definitely not something you can confirm off on radar. A channel, which what is it a storm chaser? Who is it? I need to know so I can check it for myself and confirm it. It was a little interesting area there, that's for sure. But Channel 9 and Oklahoma is showing a tornado on the ground. Interesting. So yeah, that might have been a tornado there, but I can't really confirm it. Um, so we'll have to see. Let me see if we have any cams near there. This is our closest cam. Wow. Look at that. This is that severe warning storm here north of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Whoa, there's a little lightning bolt. He said circulations on the highway 81. Yeah, I'm not sure if I believe that or not. It's hard to tell. I would say I would put it under unconfirmed because circulations on the ground could be a gust NATO. Reported south of Cincinnati. Okay. Thank you, RG5, for that. Trees and wires down for a couple of miles. Okay. We'll see if we can get any reports in on that and confirm that one. It looks like Storm Owner Media could potentially be in a hail core here. I'm not getting any sound on him. I don't know what's going on there. It's like Connor is getting this a view of this storm that is now in northeastern St. Louis right now. Yeah, that's interesting. Might have been like a land spout or like a gust front, like a gust NATO, but I don't think we can confirm that yet as a tornado there near south of Hennessy. We'll keep an eye on it though. Let's do an update for everybody again. So the storm that Connor's on is this one here, but he could always reroute to this one if need be. This one is now warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that is approaching O'Fallon, Chesterfield, and St. Louis. Again, if you live in St. Louis, this storm will eventually make it towards probably the northern portion here of St. Louis, but continue to be indoors and away from windows. There also could be some hail here. In terms of rotations, though, I'm not seeing any strong tornadoes or strong rotations. Sorry. Video of a brief tornado at Kingfisher. Brief touch and go. Okay. So that would have been this little area here near Kingfisher. So that would have been an unwarned uh, potential tornado there. But again, that's looking like a kind of like a gust front kind of spin up there, or a land spout kind of spin up to me. But yeah, so that probably was a little debris ball there south of Kingfisher. Just note there, if you live near Kingfisher, this thing has a history of producing either brief land spouts or tornadoes. So if you live near Kingfisher, just continue. I would be in your safe spots if I were you, just because this storm could recycle and try to do it again. But I'm not sure if it's ever going to get tornado warned, given the fact that on radar, whatever that was is looking more like a land spout. They usually don't warn those unless it's been on the ground for a little bit. All right, let's go over here to Jefferson City. Continue our little round of warning these storms. So yeah, looks like we're here at one point still around golf ball sized hail here in Jefferson City and Wardsville. So continue to be indoors and away from windows there. The storm near Pittsburgh is still falling apart here. I'd be surprised if there was any sizable hail in there, but I would still consider be indoors and away from windows with that one. We got these two storms ongoing here, which is the ones we've been looking at on this camera here. Let's get a refresh on it. So yeah, that's this storm here. And as you can see, there's a lot of precipitation falling out of this thing. Also, this storm is in kind of the same environment as that other one. So, we got to watch this guy for the potential of, maybe little land spouty type tornadoes. But yeah, we'll keep this up here. So that's a great view of the storm. So that's this storm here, and this storm as well. And then this storm here near Kingfisher, still monitoring, not seeing any other little areas of spin-ups along that gust front. But still continue to be indoors and away from windows. Still a strong storm with 70 mile per hour winds and golf ball sized hail. Still have this severe thunderstorm warning over here. That's for those gustier winds. Still now north of Wheeler and Mobile, Texas. Down here near Dallas, looks like this storm is losing its steam a little bit. Now downgraded to about $half sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds north of Mineral Wells. This storm over here is looking a little beefy now, though. South and east of Eastland. Let's look at that. Yeah, this one's definitely going to be packing a punch here. They might upgrade the hail on this shortly. But yeah, Gordon, Thurber, you guys all, and Stephenville, you guys all need to be indoors and away from windows. This storm's going to pack a punch. Yeah, you can see those winds increasing on the southern side as well. This could be strengthening to be quite the storm here. So watch out for that. And also down here near Santa Ana, still looking like we got 1 inch hail, 60 mile per hour winds on that one near Brownsville, Texas. Looks like they just warned a storm out in front of this storm here. Now for a $half sized hail, 60 mile per hour winds. It's heading towards Newport, Jericho Springs, and Montevallo. Some strong storms there. Man, this one near Jefferson City was looking a little meaty. Also could have some rotation developing here south of Jefferson City. It's hard to tell given that, unfortunately, the storm is in a radar hole. But we got to keep an eye on that. Yeah, that's the latest. We'll come back over to here, check on our chasers. Yeah, it looks like Connor's pretty much in position for this storm that's crossing into Illinois. Trying to see if we can see this storm just off to the left. We cannot. Come back over here. Gonna refresh on this cam. Oh, wow. Look at it now. Kind of looks like there's something back in there. I think that's just Scud, though. Let's watch this camera for just a little bit, though. Man, look at that hail core off to the right of the screen. My goodness. This is definitely a stronger storm. Yeah, hopefully so, Killis. Hopefully you don't get anything. But yeah, that's definitely a strong storm there in Oklahoma. That's the one north of Guthrie. So we're gonna let the radars do their thing for a little bit. We'll come over here and wait. Oh wow, look at Connor's view. This is that storm northeast of Missouri. Wow. It's definitely a storm. Not really seeing any interesting features other than the fact that that is definitely a storm. Not seeing like a wall cloud or anything yet on this one. But it's definitely trying to get its act together. Again, this is up in south of Alton, about to cross over the border there, kind of in northern St. Louis. Can we see what's up in Kansas City? Sure. So Kansas City has some showers around it. Um, yeah, some storms, some lightning, some showers, but non-severe right now. Do you want to check back in on this camera here? Uh-oh. We might have lost it. Looks like we lost that camera. Probably got pelted by hail. Fort Worth, probably within the next 90 minutes or like an hour, hour and a half. Fort Worth. There are some stronger storms nearby you that are approaching. Also, there's a storm forming over there in Oklahoma City. Could potentially get a view on that. Let me try to get that real quick. Oh, where'd my radar go? Back up there. What about this one? No. Uh, Not really the strongest storm. Yeah, you can see there's something back there, but I think we're too close to it to really get a good view on it. We got this one back. Yeah, still struggling. There is something coming over on the right side of the view, though. That's this storm over here. Got little areas of rotation in there. It's kind of broad. That's about to come pretty close to the camera there. So, if we do get any other spin ups, we might be able to get a view on the top right there. This storm is now warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds there, going up towards Perry, Oklahoma. So watch out there. Checking back in on this storm here that might have had a tornado on it earlier. Kind of seeing another little area there, but again, that's out in the gust front. So that could have some land spout potential. What is that? There's something shrouded in that rain back there. Y'all see that? I can't tell if that's Scud. It's on the right side of the road. Can't tell if that's like a rain droplet or if that's like something actually back in the rain. It's hard to tell. It's probably a rain droplet because it's not moving. Yeah, that's the latest there. In Oklahoma. Also, this one is warned for 1.75-inch hail still near Crescent, south of Marshall. Also have some showers and rain moving into Oklahoma City, maybe some small hail in there, but those storms really aren't that strong at the moment. Keep an eye on them, though. They did allow that severe thunderstorm warning to expire over there near Pampa. Still want to keep checking over here on these storms, as these ones could be our strong tornado threat of the day. North of Lamar, going towards Jericho Springs. Still want you guys indoors and away from windows for that $50 sized hail. Yeah, this one south of Jefferson City, man. Definitely got that look. Heading towards Lynn. The rotation's really not there yet. Right in there. There's a little bit there. So I don't like the way this storm looks. I'll tell you that. Still want Lynn to be indoors and away from windows, and watch out for that storm. That one's looking a little bit interesting. Also, 1.75-inch hail now on this storm near St. Louis, now approaching. If you live near Chesterfield, Clayton, and St. Louis, you need to be indoors and away from windows eventually here. So just be prepared. It's coming. But for Chesterfield, St. Peter's, and St. Charles, you need to be indoors and away from windows with that. Not seeing any dangerous areas of rotation with that storm just yet. But this one, keeping a close eye on it. Let me see if I have any cams in Missouri. See if I can get a view on that storm. We should be able to, because that's pretty close. Jefferson City. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see it till it approaches St. Louis. We do have Connor Croft somewhere out there, so. Okay, Storm Runner Media has now got a view on something here. Yeah, they are now out in front of the storm there near Fort Worth, Texas. So this is what the storm looks like there. Tornado sirens? No. They're probably warning it, or blaring the sirens for a severe thunderstorm warning. Oh yeah.
The camera is, we're good.
This is that brief tornado. This is definitely a tornado. So now we can confirm we've got confirmation of a tornado that happened near Kingfisher, was unwarned. Looked like it was pretty brief. But yeah, it definitely happened. Unfortunately, it wasn't in a great area um, to really be confirmed off of radar. But yeah, lots of videos coming in about that in Kingfisher. That was definitely a tornado. Okay, latest scans here. Look like we're starting to get a little bit stronger rotation here near Westphalia. Yeah, this storm might be the first one to do it here, folks. Or the second one, technically. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds going through Teos. But this thing is definitely forming some stronger rotation. No debris ball on it just yet, but Westphalia, watch out. That could get tornado warned soon. I'd be ready to go into your safe spots, as that is now starting to look a little bit concerning there. Come back up here. Check on these guys. It looks like it's getting pretty messy on radar up here. Still not seeing any other new little areas of like potential for, like a tornado that we saw earlier. We're still watching it. 1-inch hail now with these storms, but still 70-mile-per-hour winds ongoing there south of Perry, near Crescent as well. 1.5-inch hail on that storm though. That's ping pong ball type or sized hail. And yeah, Storm Runner Media, they are just out in front of this storm near Springtown. Not a whole lot of rotation with it, but still some decent hail in there. 1.25 inches. That's half-dollar sized hail and 65-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Springdale. And this one down here. This one down here is warned for 1.5-inch hail. Here. It's also got a little bit of a couplet trying to form here on the northern side, but still not super convinced that that is concerning unless we can get some sort of report on the ground. There might be something in there, but it's hard to confirm with radar. But definitely a little couplet trying to form on the northern side of that. So I would still be indoors and away from windows and I'll continue to monitor these storms. It looks like the tornado threats are ramping up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's got a new tornado warning in Missouri. That's going to be for this storm right here. Wow, that went off there before it showed up on the radar. But yeah, we got a new tornado warning here in Missouri. That's for this storm. They're near Westphalia. You need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is a decently strength rotation here coming towards you. So Lynn, Westphalia, you need to be in your safe spots. We have a tornado warning in Missouri. Let me change my title. Yeah, right here you can see if you live in Westphalia and Lynn, you need to be in your safe spots, definitely. Right here, there's that area of rotation. We have those brighter blues right next to those red colors right there, south of Teos. And that is definitely a rotating storm there. So again, if you live in Westphalia or near Lynn, you need to be in your safe spots, please. Surprised there isn't any cams over in this region here. Yeah, Jefferson City just does not have a lot of cams by it for some reason. But if this moves anywhere near the St. Louis area, we're going to have Storm Chaser Connor Croft on it, and also some cams to watch it. So we'll be able to tell if it still has a tornado on the ground, if it does drop one, or if it's lifted. All of that stuff as it approaches St. Louis. So again, right here, there's that tornado warning in reference to St. Louis. It's pretty far off to the west here. But it's definitely a storm that you guys definitely got to watch out for in the future if it continues to rotate. But it'll be a while. But right here, near Westphalia. Again, Westphalia, you need to be in your safe spots. Also, Lynn as well. Again, that is the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Again, this is a tornado warning. We don't have any confirmation just yet that it's on the ground, but we are definitely watching it with a close eye here. I do want to check on this storm over near St. Louis just to make sure it's not exhibiting some of the same things here. Yeah, not seeing any dangerous rotation with this storm just yet. It's the blue debris. No, so this is just that rotation couplet there. We're not seeing any debris. This up here, that is hail. Yeah, down here, not seeing debris near Westphalia, and just seeing an area of tighter rotation there. But we're monitoring it. Um, Unfortunately, this is pretty far away from the radar. So it is possible that this thing could drop a tornado before we catch it on radar. Oop. Connor. I hate it. Yeah, so this is his no signal stream. Um, no signal screen. That's not like something that's happening currently. Just want to stress that. No, that's not. Okay. I was afraid of this. That's not right now. It's his dang pause scene. I don't know why he puts a tornado on it. It'll take him off until he comes back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know why he does that. It annoys me. I gotta tell him to change it. We'll come over to here until he gets his view back up. But yeah, that's the latest out there. Again, if you live in Westphalia and Lynn, you need to be in your safe spots. This is our only tornado warning right now, so we're gonna stick on this cell until it expires. Is he back? He is not. It's still waiting on that latest radar scan. If you're in Westphalia, you got pretty much 0 seconds. It's probably already over Westphalia, to be honest. Still not seeing a debris ball, though. And radar presentation looks a little bit outflow dominant at the moment. Okay, he's still not back. Yeah, it's got a decent environment around it, but it is struggling. Yeah, latest scan here shows that rotation now quite broad and weak, but still some rotation in there. So I still want everybody to be in their safe spots in Lynn, Missouri. Yeah, it's losing its strength quite quickly. So hopefully that's, if we look at this storm, you can see that it is becoming quite outflow dominant at this moment. So I'm wondering if that is kind of like what this storm is doing back here as well, near Jefferson City. If maybe it's got an outflow boundary that we just can't see because it's too far away from the radar. Yeah, that's the latest on this tornado warning. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for them in Ohio. We'll be live tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow could be a very dangerous day. So we'll be live. Don't you worry. We'll keep an eye out for you. We'll go live early, give you guys, the latest updates and all that kind of stuff tomorrow as well. So just make sure you're subscribed and you won't miss out on any of those notifications. Do you want to just check in on some of these other storms just to make sure there's no rotation potential in them? A little something there north of Stillwater, but can't really call that anything at this moment. What's this? That's contamination there, but we'll check on that next scan. See if we can actually get a clear view of that. Yeah, no rotation on that one. We'll check down to Fort Worth. Yeah, these guys are all being relatively calm right now in terms of that rotation. So it's just this guy right now. Yeah, this supercell right now is going to be going into St. Louis. That's got 1.75-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is about to enter into like eastern or western St. Louis. We're keeping an eye on that. But in terms of rotation, I'm not seeing anything definite on this storm, so it does seem to be a little bit outflow dominant at this moment, but we'll keep an eye on it. Do we have? I have no idea, Thales. I have no idea where you live, so I can't tell you. Yeah, latest scan here on the velocity, still showing a little bit of broad rotation here near Lynn, but it's not really picking up. Not really picking up in intensity, so that's good. Still want Lynn, Missouri to be in their safe spots, though. All right, is Connor back? Okay, Connor is back. Someone just let me know if Connor's screen does that again, please. I do not want to cause that confusion. Either that or I gotta get like a clean feed from him eventually. Let's go see. So Connor is kind of in eastern St. Louis. Not exactly sure what his plan is. I think he might be waiting for that one cell that's about to enter into St. Louis to come close to him. Awesome, I'm glad. Yeah, golf ball sized hail is coming to St. Louis. Yeah. That's this storm here. They just extended it still for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's Perez, Clayton, St. Louis, um, Jennings, Ferguson, Florissant, and Spanish Lake. Yeah, still not seeing any areas of rotation within here. Maybe something popping up here that associated with reflectivity. Yeah, super dirty look to this because it's right underneath that radar there. All right, let's check this storm. Yeah, still broad rotation. Really not concerning at this point. Approaching Lynn. I'll say your bigger concern is that larger hail that's in there. Oh, well, I guess they downgraded that as well to 1 inch. Man, this hail threat, it's kind of wimpy still here near Oklahoma. More wimpy than I expected. Stronger hail is still somewhat down here. near Fort Worth. But I mean, even then, we're still not dealing with anything too strong. Okay, looks like Storm Media. Oh, I thought they were about to get a view of something. Yeah, so that's that storm that's going into like north, just to the north of Fort Worth, Texas. So you can see there's really not any defining features with this storm. I mean, it probably doesn't have like really much rotation with it. It seems a little elevated at this moment. Kind of OKC. Storm to the north could go tornadic. It's a little messy. Rotation's in the wrong spot there. Uh, um, maybe something right here, potentially. This is a really messy line of storms, though, and unfortunately, it's really not got the best radar coverage, but you can tell just by looking at it. There are a couple little areas like a rotation right there. This is pretty gusty, though, or pretty outflow dominant at the moment. This over here is definitely some contamination associated with that storm, so maybe, but storms have been struggling up there for sure. Let's go check the latest here on this tornado warning. Yeah, that rotation continues to be almost non-existent here. Still want Lynn in their safe spots, though, just in case this storm does try to ramp back up. They're south of Chesterfield. Definitely keeping an eye on that. Does seem to be pretty outflow dominated, so I'd be surprised if anything came out of that. This is the view of that storm from a distance near St. Louis on the Illinois side. Does St. Louis go into Illinois, or does like the city stop on the border? Hunter won't have to fight traffic once it passes over the river. Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, there's a little bit of something there in this storm, but it's hard to tell what it is. Like you can definitely tell here. There could be maybe like an outflow or like an RFD surge here, something happening there. Because there are some greens there, but it's just such a bad view of the storm right now, given the fact that we're just so close to the radar. We're gonna have to wait for it to push out in front of it a little bit in order to be able to determine if there's like actual rotation there for the storm near St. Louis. It's called East St. Louis. Gotcha. Connor is east of East St. Louis. Yeah, he's over here. So he will eventually have a good view. I think he's like, yeah, he's over just to the east of O'Fallon. So he's like somewhere in this region here. So if it does try to do something, he'll have a good opportunity to chase it. But at this point, with this outflow boundary being so prominent, this storm's going to struggle.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. I wonder if we got a ground report. Yeah, latest scan, still hard to read, but
A new tornado warning has been issued.
yeah, right there. Still can't tell really what that is, but we might have an on-the-ground report here. No, not seeing one. Not sure what information they've got, but I mean, there's definitely something in there. right in that region. It's still hard to confirm. We're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer, but it is tornado warned. So they're probably seeing something near the surface here for St. Louis. So if you live in Ben Bush, Creve Coeur, Clayton, Maryland Heights, Overland, St. John, Ferguson, Jennings, and St. Louis, you need to be in your safe spot. This storm is tornado warned. Let me check this radar here. See if this gives us a little bit better of a look. Yeah, this is definitely giving us a better look here. We won't be able to confirm it using this, but yeah, there's a couple little areas of broader rotation here near like Ben Bush and Fern Ridge. And let's compare that to here. Yeah. So yeah, there is some rotation in there. It's a little bit broad, but if it tightens up, it could definitely drop a tornado. So if you guys live, again, in Maryland Heights, Clayton, Ferguson, Jennings, and St. Louis, you need to be in your safe spots. Let's go check back over here. Yeah, this rotation is completely pretty much died off here in Lynn. But, this is a very discrete cell on the warm front. We will have to continue to monitor this storm, but as of right now, that rotation is pretty much dead on that storm, thankfully. Any cameras? Yeah, we got a lot of cameras in that area. Let me get that set up here. Let's see. Traffic cameras. Here's St. Louis. No shortage of cameras. We're gonna want to be near Des Perez, kind of in that straight road. Like that. That goes up like that. So that would be that. So we would want one like right here. Okay, there's something over there. Hold on. A little bit further away. Want to spend too much time looking, but if we can get a good view. Something on the left side on this camera view. Keep an eye on that. Okay, looks like we got potential confirmed tornado. Yep, we got a debris ball here north, right here near Chesterfield. If you live in Creve Coeur, you need to be in your safe spots. That could be a debris ball and a tornado on the ground there. Right there north of 64, heading towards Creve Corner. Okay, you need to be in your safe spots, big time. Creve Corner. There's Creve Coeur. It'll be right into this region here. This is looking to the north. It should pass near Creve. Yeah, I don't know. That's hard to confirm on radar. It's hard to tell whether or not. Yeah, this is looking north. It should pass in front of this camera here shortly, if it's still on the ground. It could be on the ground. That signal kind of faded on the next scan. Refresh this really quick. Let's come back over to this view here. Looks like Connor is approaching this storm as well. Yeah, right there, there's Creve Coeur. We take this off, and then, yeah, we got that back up there. Let me move this down. Yeah, there is some rotation. Not sure if we can confirm it. Yeah, still saying radar indicated. If there was a tornado on the ground, we would have tons of reports. I think this is just clear air. It's hard to tell when we're just so darn close. Might have been a brief touchdown there, though, because that was associated with. That's hard to tell. We're just too darn close to the freaking radar. But regardless, the storm still has some rotation there near Creve Coeur, Olivet, Overland, Clayton, Jennings, and Ferguson here in St. Louis need to be in their safe spots still. This is a dangerous supercell. Might have produced a tornado there, but I cannot 100% confirm it using radar, just given the fact we're too close to the radar. It's kind of a weird problem to have, I'll admit, but I mean, this is like right there. This is Creve Coeur. Like, yeah, Creve
A
Coeur.
new tornado emergency has been issued.
Let me confirm that. Is that for real? I don't think that's accurate. I think that's the program messing up. Oh, it's observed. Okay, so it is observed. So this is on the ground. This is currently on the ground, heading towards north of Creve Coeur. Again, we've got a camera right there, but it's not a tornado emergency. So I don't know why my program said that. Sorry, guys. It's still a program in working. No, there's no tornado emergency issued. Yeah, it's just confirmed. Still gonna work some kinks out of the new program. But yeah, I mean, this right here, this is in Creve Coeur. It's looking north too, so it should pass pretty close to the camera here. Let me just make sure we got the best camera possible here. Yeah, I mean, this is right where it would be going. Somewhere around in this area. This one's looking south. This one's looking north. I'm not seeing anything. I mean, these cameras are right around it. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to get a view of this. Yeah, the problem is that, whoa, very strong winds. Holy moly. Uh, wow. Not sure what that was, but man, there are some strong winds associated with this storm here. The cars are still going, so they're not really indicating much. I can't look at Freddy's stream. Let me look at Connor's. So there's Connor's view of this tornado-warned storm. Just off to the left, there's that mesocyclone. And that rotation would be back in here still, kind of north of Creve Coeur. Again, we're still getting a pretty messy view here. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a observed tornado here in St. Louis. Rotation on this still is dead. They're going to extend it as a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. Just a little update there. Yeah, kind of there north of Maryland Heights is where I think it would be now. So that'd be near Overland. Let me see. Something is moving into view here. Let's see if I can get a little bit further south. See anything back in there. Just looking to the west. That looks interesting on the right side there. Not sure what that is. I just got a tornado warning here in Oklahoma. Radar indicated, though. Yeah, not very strong rotation on this. They'll probably let that one expire there shortly. Okay, latest on this storm here. Still really hard pressed to find where exactly that rotation is. Let me use this. Yeah. Even on this radar, it's not really showing up. So I don't think this thing is still on the ground. I mean, we have found a bunch of different views of it. I mean, here is looking pretty darn close to where that tornado warning would be, or that area of circulation would be. Trying to find a view because confirming it on radar is not helping at all, as I'm not being able to find really any rotation, and if it's still on the ground, radar is not helping at this point. Yeah. And that area of inflow is associated right in this area. I don't think it's on the ground. Yeah, back to radar indicated. It looks like Connor is getting close here. So here we are. Here's the view of the storm. Hopefully we'll be able to tell if there's a tornado or even a wall cloud with it still. Yeah, you can see that he's pretty much centered in that, like the forward flank of this storm right now. On the left side, that would be pretty much where the tornado would form again if it did try. Man, look at that thing right in the center. Is that a... Look at that. That is that area of rotation. That thing is rotating like a top right above him. Y'all see how smooth that looks? That is rotation right there. That is such a weird looking area of rotation. I wonder if that's anticyclonic as that thing gusts out there. It's probably one of those anticyclonic kind of rotations up there. I don't think that's going to be tornadic, but you can tell there's definitely some rotation up on the left side. Holy moly, that's a nasty storm. Again, this is Storm Chaser Connor Croft. He's here on the tornado warning here in St. Louis, and he's got a view of the storm, that is for sure. We're trying to see if we can see a wall cloud on it for you guys. It's not on the ground anymore as of this moment. But you can definitely see back in there. That's where the tornado would form if it were to drop again. Let's come back over to here. Yeah, still not seeing any new areas of stronger rotation, but this thing did make a brief touchdown here, potentially over there near Maryland Heights. And that is over there near Overland, about to cross over St. John. We might try to get a view over here on Highway 70 here in just a moment, try to get a better view of that, as that might be where the handoff of the circulation ends up happening. I think that's what we're looking at Connor Stream. Yeah, they've officially let this tornado warning expire. And this one still is ongoing over here north of Stillwater. And yeah, that rotation is well out of the path of that little tornado warning there. So they're probably going to let that one expire. We'll keep an eye on it, though. But yeah, Connor's real close. Not really. Yeah, I think like somewhere near that center, like on the center of the screen here, it looks really messy in there. I'm not seeing like a defined like wall cloud or anything. So he's on Highway 70. And so wherever that new handoff would be on the left side of the road there. On the left side of the road. Rain wrapped? Well, we don't have confirmation that it's on the ground, but that wall cloud could potentially be rain wrapped. It would be right in front of us. There's definitely a lowering back there that could be the wall cloud. I cannot confirm anything on the ground at this moment. Let's come back over to this view. Yeah, latest scans here. Okay, we got a clear view of this thing now. There's definitely does not appear to be anything on the ground at this moment, and not really that strong of rotation there near St. John. Still want Jennings, Bellefonte, Bellefontaine, and Neighbors to be in their safe spots. As this storm could recycle here. That old area of circulation is actually back out over here in this region. You can see it lifted up to the north. And we're not seeing any new rotation there. But yeah, we're watching this little area south of Jennings. This storm probably has some pretty big hail in it there near Ferguson as well. So keep an eye on that. Be indoors and away from windows and in your safe spots if you're in this area, and then indoors and away from windows if you live in Spanish Lake. You don't need to be necessarily in your safe spots for that. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's that little area of circulation back there. If a tornado forms with this storm, it's going to happen right there. Not seeing anything dropping out of it right now, but you can definitely tell that there's some rain about to kind of push over here on probably in front of our view, unfortunately. So he'll probably have to reposition here in a little bit. I'm not seeing a tornado back on the ground with this storm, and I'm not expecting to see one. Again, the rotation on radar has really died off here recently, but man, look how fast that rain is moving across the road. We definitely know that this storm has some strong winds associated with it. Again, this is that tornado warned storm here in St. Louis. Yeah, it looks like it's going to block our view here. Yeah, latest scan, we're watching right here over Normandy for a new area of rotation there. These cams aren't going to be really that helpful to us, so let's go ahead and put Storm Runner Media back up. Let's come back over here and check on this storm just to make sure we're not getting any new areas of rotation. Actually, we are kind of over here south of Ralston, right there in that region. That continues to tighten up. We could see a new tornado warning here with this storm near Ralston. No other places with rotation. Let me check over here near Denton. Yeah, 1.5-inch hail with these. 1.25-inch hail with that. Looks like HRRR might have nailed this little split here, though, for Fort Worth and Dallas. That'll be interesting if that really happens. All right, looks like Connor is repositioning. Glad to hear that, GS70. Glad you hear you made it through all right. Like they're also going to extend this as a severe thunderstorm warning, which might mean they might allow this to expire here shortly, which honestly, given the amount of rotation on it, unless it starts to pick up here again shortly. But yeah, over there near Normandy, you can tell there's still circulation in there, but it's not like strong rotation at this moment. We're monitoring it just in case it does try to pick back up. But the good news is, at least for the folks that are in Jennings, we do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now, but I still want you guys to be in your safe spots. New mesoscale discussion. Check that out. It says training supercells will continue along a warm front from eastern Missouri into far west Indiana this morning, or this afternoon, evening. Yeah, still not seeing an increased area of rotation just yet there near Normandy, but nothing's really changed with this. Still want everybody in their safe spots. Did officially allow this tornado warning in Oklahoma to expire. And this little area here is trying to kind of rotate here, but it's not really that tight. It's a little bit broad at this moment, but it's definitely something still worth watching. North of Stillwater, still do have a little area of rotation there as well. Send me a picture of hail from Heights. Okay. I said in weather chat, maybe? Oh, yeah. Look at this. This is a picture of some hail. I can't make it bigger, unfortunately. This is a big. There's definitely some hail that fell there in Maryland Heights. Thank you for sending that in, Regina. I appreciate that. It looks like Connor is getting back out ahead of this storm here. Okay, we still have a radar indicated tornado warning here south of Ferguson. But again, still not seeing any new areas of rotation quite yet forming in that storm. You can go to if you go to the Discord. Oh my gosh, look at that view from Connor. Whoa. So yeah, that's that tornado warned storm there in Missouri. It is looking quite wild. Wow. Definitely a beast of a storm. I mean, yeah, these are the cells we were worried about. And this one did produce a tornado. But yeah, this should be near the peak. Wow. Likely unwarned tornado in Edmond. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering if those tornadoes in Oklahoma are land spouts or if they're like real tornadoes. I know a lot of them are happening in like radar holes, unfortunately. Wow. What a storm there. Yeah, latest scan here, maybe showing a little bit more rotation here east of Ferguson, right in that area. Not seeing a new debris ball, but we've definitely got to watch this storm still. That's the storm that Connor's on. And it is trying to form a new area of rotation. Let's come back and look at this storm here. This one's trying to form a new area of rotation as 2 as well, but it's kind of weak. Man, this storm is really starting to ramp up its winds. Look at that. Right down there, south of Stockton, heading towards Humansville and Fairplay Boulevard and Cross Timbers. Might get an upgrade on that wind risk if that continues to increase. Yeah, we got another area here north of Stillwater that is starting to rotate quite a bit here near Glencoe. That might get tornado warned here shortly. We're going to keep an eye on that storm if you live in Pawnee, Oklahoma. It's coming. It's going to come pretty close to Tulsa as well down the line. So everybody needs to be on alert for that storm. Let me just check these ones back in here. It's mainly this one right here. You see above, there's definitely something there in the upper levels as well. Look at that, south of Glencoe. Right there. Let me check this radar again. Shawnee, Kansas, good. Man, that is really wrapping up there, south of Glencoe. Watch out, Glencoe. This could be about to drop a nadir right on top of you. So be in your safe spots. I would be there in Glencoe. That is starting to strengthen there and getting a little bit concerning. They might warn that pretty shortly here. Okay, yeah, this little area of rotation associated with this storm here is still struggling. Still struggling. Still pretty broad here near Bell Fountain Neighbors. So it looks like that little area of rotation that it tried to form a little while ago kind of failed there, thankfully. Worried you're going to get. So we get a tornado. According to spotters on the ground out here, we did have a tornado there in St. Louis. As far as I can tell, I'm not sure the strength of it, as a lot of that was underneath that radar. So we had kind of a rough view at it, but definitely looked like there was a decent couplet with that. This one back here trying to confirm. Yeah, this thing still has a decent amount of rotation on it. It's a little bit blocky, but right there. No debris ball with it just yet near Glencoe. But there might be getting a little bit of hail contamination here, given how blocky it's looking now. You see, it just kind of looks blocky, but there's definitely some rotation in there. I'm still keeping a close eye on it, especially since we've been getting a lot of unwarned tornadoes out there today. Yeah, you can see with both of these storms quite clearly pretty stout outflow boundaries out in front of their inflows, which might be keeping them at bay for now. But if any of these storms can kind of reorganize out in front, kind of surge out in front of that outflow boundary, we'll have to watch out again for a new tornado threat. But as of right now, that little area of rain-cooled air is keeping these storms at bay at the moment. No debris there, no. Just a decent rotation with that storm. Would Shawnee get any more storms in Oklahoma? Probably not. It looks like most of them are going off to your north right now. Unless one forms kind of like down in here. Still a little area of rotation here. Seems like we're getting a little bit better of a picture there. It's still a little bit blocky, but there's still definitely some rotation there. Might not be as strong as being indicated just by the fact that we do have a little bit of hail contamination, but there still definitely is some rotation there near Glencoe. Also, some broader rotation here to the east of Fairfax. Again, all of these rotations are in Oklahoma, north and east of Oklahoma City. We're keeping an eye on them, but it does seem like a lot of that is also hail contamination. We also have some storms over here in Illinois. Not really looking too dangerous right now, other than their severe threat of hail and damaging winds south of Taylorsville and kind of near Tuscola there. Connor getting all the shots today. Yeah, I mean, this is his view right now. Look at that. That's a wild looking storm there. But it doesn't really look that organized, thankfully. He sent 3 into Discord. Yeah, B just sent this into the Discord here. Yeah, some nice looking. Fortunately, it comes up kind of weird. Let me kind of resize this here. Now, right there. A little nice little structure there. Decent little look at a storm. Where is this, B? Yeah, Connor's really got a good view on this storm. Question is, will it try again, or is that it? If that's it, then man, we dodged a bullet. Although I don't know how strong that tornado was, so maybe not. I'm hoping to get some more news on it. I mean, there should be all over the place. Let me check. Tornado, St. Louis. This was a view of the storm as it approached St. Louis. There you can see a wall cloud, but no tornado under it at that moment. Should have been very visible according to the way that the radar looked. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything online just yet on that. Yeah, it looks like this area of rotation is pretty much completely dead, and this storm is really kind of contracting behind this. You see that outflow boundary is out here, and that storm is really contracting behind it right now. So this storm might be kind of running out of energy there, which kind of brings my attention back to here. But we're still not getting any organized rotation with it. But um, yeah, you can see that outflow boundary is way out in front of it right now. These storms are definitely a little bit more outflow dominant than I was expecting. But today's strong tornado risk was conditional. It's fairly conditional. A lot more conditional than it's going to be tomorrow. So we'll have to see how tomorrow plays out. But so far, I think we've dodged a decent amount of bullets today. Although hopefully the reports that come out of here aren't that bad, because that was a pretty populated area that was in there. I don't know. I don't even know if if how it was confirmed. To be honest, does anybody know, was that a radar confirmed tornado or was it spotter confirmed? Did anybody actually have a view of it? All right, no more tornado warnings. Tornado warnings have expired. Radar confirmed. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there was a little debris ball under there. I saw it too. But the problem that I was thinking when I looked at it was it really wasn't associated too well underneath the reflectivity. So, but yeah, I mean, here's the view of the kind of dying rotation of this storm here from Connor Croft. And it's still going. Definitely got to look to it, but it's really not that strong of a storm at this moment. Let's come back over here. So yeah, it looks like storm intermediate is like pretty much just to the north of uh, DFW here. So kind of Denver, or not Denver. Man, it's been a long day already. Um, Dallas and Fort Worth, Texas. Ay ay ay. But yeah, they're right around in the area of this severe thunderstorm that's out there. Connor's definitely got the best view of this storm right now. You got a spotter reported a brief touchdown. Okay. How are you looking? Let me check. So yeah, Wolf City's up here. It looks like this storm's gonna come pretty close to you. It'll either go just to your south or come very close to you. And yeah, I mean, it's still a dangerous storm at the moment. So let me see how far away it is from you now. About 77 miles. So if it's still moving at 50 miles an hour, but it's moving at 30 miles an hour. So about an hour or two before it gets there. And then for DFW, you guys do have this approaching storm. Looks like it's going to go. Actually, it might go to the south of DFW, to be honest. You guys might just miss out on it. But yeah, storm intermediate is up here on the northern storm there. Let's go check back. Up here in Oklahoma, a little area of rotation. Really seems like we have a clear view of it now, and it's definitely was contaminated a little bit there. But that little area of rotation is now completely dissipated. And this one right here kind of has a little kink there, but I'm not sure. I don't think I'm very concerned about that as of right now. So thank you, Adria, for subscribing. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's the latest. Latest on the storms. Still got some big hail in some of these guys. This storm here now has 70 miles per hour winds south of Humansville going towards Bolivar. Storm seems to be trying to surge here. So there's that outflow boundary is right here. And you can see it is trying to surge out into that outflow boundary, but then it curled as of this latest scan right in like that. So we'll have to see if that increases this area of rotation, if it can push out in front of it, or is the outflow boundary going to win? And then over here, yeah, this storm is become pretty much just a hailer now with 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Edwardsville, Hamel, Warden, and Alhambra. That's the latest on everything. Also got another severe thunderstorm warning over here. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds going towards Arthur. But my main area of focus is still back over here with these warm front storms, but still a question on whether or not they'll be able to kind of outrun that outflow boundary. New here moved from New Orleans. Oh, or New Orleans. Yeah, there's a burger city out there. Yeah. It's like Storm Intermedia is getting a view. Yeah, this is that storm that is north of Fort Worth with that 2-inch hail inside of it, apparently. And he's now getting a view of it as it approaches. As you can see on the bottom left, he is in Fort Worth, Texas. They're zooming into something, but I don't think that's anything. And then Connor looks like he's assessing probably his next plan here. As he's probably deciding whether or not to continue to chase this storm or the storm that is coming here shortly. A little something trying to wrap up in this storm. A little bit of rotation here south of Berger. Not concerning right now, but it does seem like this storm is trying to surge out in front of that outflow, but still not convinced that it's going to be enough. Do I think the new 10%? Yeah, I think they still have a 10% hatch risk. Yeah. I mean, these storms, if they can somehow push out in front of this outflow boundary, they could still pose a risk for tornadoes. And this one back here, its outflow boundary here near Bolivar, if this storm can, maybe organize a little bit more, you can see it's kind of already caught up with its outflow boundary. But you still see it's pretty outflow dominant at the moment. Not a very organized storm there, but they're probably going to upgrade this hail soon over there near Bolivar, as definitely seems like that hail is getting a little bit bigger there near Fairplay. So I'll watch out there. Storm Intermedia now really starting to get a good view of this storm north of Fort Worth. Clarksville's good for right now, but tomorrow that's when y'all's risk is going to be. Wow. Could be something back in there. It's hard to tell though with all those trees in the way. But I mean, they're in a good position. Oh wow, here we go. Here's a good view. Yeah, a little bit of an inflow tail on that. But yeah, they're in a pretty good position to intercept this. Hey, thank you, Nicole, for subscribing. Through Illinois, you live in North Aurora. I mean, we're not talking about anything dangerous for you, but some rain could come through eventually up there. But the strongest storms are going to happen to your south. Time for the tornado threats for tomorrow should be between sometime like 1 p.m. and 8 p.m., 9 p.m. there in Ohio. Joplin, Missouri for the rest of the night. You still got some storms kind of in the backside here that are going to be a risk for you. Potentially for severe thunderstorms. And we've been seeing little areas of rotation within this line as well. Like this little area was rotating earlier. Still has a little bit there near Pawnee. And then this one over here I wouldn't really consider this one rotation at this moment, as I think we got a lot of hail contamination happening there. But I mean, it kind of seems like it's forming a little bit of a couplet, but I think that's looking a little bit worse than what it is. But yeah, these storms will eventually make their way to Joplin. Still yet to be determined just how strong they will be. The strongest hail right now in these storms is at 1 inch hail. Let's check on the storm that Storm Runner Media is on. Yeah, not a whole lot there in terms of rotation, but definitely some hail there of um, what is it? Dang it. Not ping pong ball, but golf ball. There we go. Sorry. It's been a long day. Been a long day. Yeah, all these other storms to the south here are not exhibiting any strong areas of rotation right now. Yeah, south of
A new
Fort Worth.
tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, looks like they issued a tornado warning for this. Oh, yeah, look at that. Latest scan. Oh my gosh, we got a tornado on the ground here. What appears right there. That's probably a tornado on the ground. Latest scan just came in, and that does not look good. That could either be hail or a tornado on the ground. We'll have to wait one more scan. But that is definitely looking like a tornado on the ground there. So if you live in Winona, Barnesdale, Avant, you need to be in your safe spots. This is a potentially strong area of rotation. We're really starting to pick up here. And then we got a little hint of something right there. Again, this is in Oklahoma, north of Tulsa. Let me see if our cams are going to be able to pick this up at all in Oklahoma. And there are some in Tulsa. This is going to go pretty far north of Tulsa, though. So yeah, we can't pick it up. And if you're just tuning in, we have a tornado warning here north of Tulsa and potentially a tornado on the ground here. Yeah, that's looking like it's on the ground. Yeah, 2 scans. It's still there. I think we got a tornado on the ground here south of Winona, and that's a pretty strong couplet here, guys. So if you live in Winona and Barnesdale, you need to be in your safe spots. We've got a strong area of rotation and some debris being lofted up into the air, it appears, right here south of Winona. Again, this is a tornado most likely on the ground via radar. Again, Winona and Barnesdale, Oklahoma need to be going into your safe spots. That is the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. This is not looking good. Just waiting for it to get confirmed here. It's not the tightest or the deepest debris ball, I will admit, but it's been now there for 2 scans right under that couplet. It's definitely a tornado, but just and before I can change the title of my thumbnail, I gotta wait. Or title of my video, I've gotta wait. Yeah, south of Winona. Hey, thank you, Heidi, for subscribing. I appreciate that. Again, we are over here. This is kind of north and west of Tulsa. Let me just make sure we don't have any cyclone port
A new
cameras
tornado
over here.
emergency has been issued.
Are you kidding me? Why does that play every single time? Apparently, according to this program, every confirmed tornado is a tornado emergency, but that is not a tornado emergency. That's something that definitely needs to get fixed. I apologize. Might just have to mute this altogether because of that, because that's just, I don't want to freak people out. It's not supposed to be like that. Let's see here. Let me do properties, interact. Okay, it should not play through the computer now. Yeah, latest scan is we now have a confirmed tornado on the ground there, just to the east now of Winona. There it is, kind of heading up still to the north and east. That is the latest update. Kind of the north and east now heading towards like near Barnesdale, Pershing, Nelagoni, and Wool A Rock. Guys, need to be in your safe spots. Again, this is a tornado on the ground here in Oklahoma. Yeah, we got a tight couplet here. Right there, there's that tight rotational couplet. And right there, that is that tornado on the ground. Just waiting for that latest scan. Again, if you're out in front of this storm near Barnesdale, Pershing, Nelagoni, this is a confirmed tornado. You guys are running out of time to be in your safe spots. It could potentially even be a strong tornado. Again, this velocity couplet has been pretty convincing here for the past couple of scans. And you guys need to be going to your safe spots. Again, we know this is a tornado on the ground by looking at radar. So please be in your safe spots. Again, right here, we got bright reds right next to these bright blues right in that area. And then right under that, we're seeing this blue here. What that is, okay, ooh. Okay, let's look. It might have lifted, actually. As the latest scan, there could still be a tornado on the ground. It might not be picking up as much debris, but that is not nearly as deep as a couplet as before. So we'll have to give it one more scan before we can definitely say it's lifted here. But if you live in Pershing and Barnesdale, please be in your safe spots. We have a tornado that is still potentially on the ground here. 3.4-inch hail report in Denton County. Wow. That'd be associated with this storm near Flower Mound. Let me tell the guy that programmed this. A little interesting view of that storm near near Denton. We might be about to see a lot of hail here on Storm Runner Media stream. Thank you, Sarah, for subscribing. Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that hail.
Oh.
This is just to the north of Fort Worth, Texas. We have hail falling here,
They're not
and decent-sized hail as well. Probably. Oh wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, a lot of hail falling here on Storm Runner Media's stream here.
Yeah, there may be.
We'll keep him up. He'll be on the top right there. Yeah, latest scans here. Still seeing some rotation with the storm. It's a little bit broader than it was, but there does still seem to be something underneath that couplet. This could still potentially be on the ground here near Barnesdale and Pershing. So I still want you guys in your safe spot. Seems like it's going to come a little bit closer here to Barnesdale. I thank you, Regina, for the $4 and I mean the $1.49 donation. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I just messaged the guy that made the program. He says that it should be fixed now.
Here we go.
And he is resetting it. But yeah, I still think we might have a tornado on the ground here, because that is right underneath that couplet still. So please continue to be in your safe spots. This is potentially still a tornado on the ground. Whoa. Holy crap, look how big that hail is. This is just to the north of Fort Worth. Watch out. There's some 2-inch hail in there. Wow. Why is he just sitting there? Because he's a storm chaser, and storm chasers smart. Holy moly.
That's another 3-inch report. Where Justin, I mean, they're coming in. I don't think, though, I mean, we're in the core of it, but I mean, we kind of see 3 inches.
Yeah, their windshield definitely got cracked there.
Or train spotter.
Wow, wow, wow. Let's check back over here. Yeah, still some strong rotation with this storm. Although that debris ball has dissipated, I think it has lifted, but you can see that we have a little bit broader rotation, but that rotation is still strong here between Pershing and Barnesdale. Still want you guys to be in your safe spots, as it is still a dangerous storm. Hey, thank you, Jared, for the $5 donation. Saying thank you for being so reliable and effort you put into keeping us safe. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Also starting to notice a little bit of rotation pick up over here near Marmek. It's not super concerning yet, but keeping an eye on that storm. I want to check back over here in Missouri as well for a little bit. Oh, wow. Yeah, this storm's starting to get a little bit stronger here near Bolivar, Missouri, with now 1.75-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Urbana, Lewisburg, Buffalo, Camden, Osage Beach, and Max Creek. Watch out there. I do want to check this storm. Yeah, this one's still not rotating as of right now, but it does have a small or a decent hail threat of up to ping pong ball sized hail. Ooh. Well, might not be still. No, I mean, even if there's not much in this area, I mean, that area of rotation is still going over trees, bushes. I mean, there's little houses out here. So, I mean, if it was still on the ground, it'd be very evident. And there is no debris ball. But, I mean, it could redrop a tornado at any time here near Barnesdale and Wool Rock. So I still want everybody to be in their safe spots. Again, it doesn't matter if it's on the ground or not. It's a tornado warning here for your area. So be in your safe spots. Again, the safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house. As many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement underground. Yeah, it's definitely got some rotation on it. Perkins Storm in Oklahoma starting to look very serious now. See if we can get a good radar on it. I mean, it's definitely packing a punch there, but the rotation on it's a little bit weak. But all these storms here, I guess we're gonna have to watch every single one of them to see if they're gonna increase their tornado potential. As you know, the environment here definitely seems to be ramping up. Here near Pawnee, seeing some decent rotation, a little bit of rotation here near Perkins, but it's still going to need some time. And then this one here near Barnesdale has the most rotation, but it's now becoming a little bit broad, and still no debris ball being indicated. So it might have gusted out there. Still have to watch it, though, pretty closely. What time is it? It's 7:37 CDT. Where you at, Ronan? Just curious. Yeah, still waiting on that latest scan. Still could potentially be a little couplet in here. Still no debris ball at this moment. Just make sure we don't have any confirmation on the ground. Yeah, last confirmation was about 3 minutes ago. Back when that debris ball was still kind of there. So we're still waiting for new news here. Still want everybody in their safe spots. If there's not a tornado on the ground, this thing could definitely produce another one quickly. So still want everybody in Barnesdale to be in their safe spots, as that rotation is pretty close to you. And then Woollah Rock after that. He's issued a severe thunderstorm watch in your area in Indiana. Okay, we'll give an update on that as soon as we get that data in. But yeah, kind of nearby, you got some storms starting to fire there near Terre Haute. Definitely got some severe potential in there, that's for sure. Not seeing any dangerous rotation with them, but yeah, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with that one near Georgetown. Those will increase in coverage and get pretty close to you in a little bit. This storm over here is still not rotating, so that's good news. I just want to check this one over here real quick near Buffalo. Yeah, still no rotation with that one either, but it does seem like it is trying to push out. You can see that outflow boundary is right there. It's right next to it. If we can just jut out a little bit more, it might become a little bit more of a problem. We still got to watch that storm, I believe, and all of these down here as well. Yeah, latest scans here, still seeing that pretty broad rotation, no debris ball. Still saying observed, though, as of 7:34. Still no new reports there. So nothing's really changed. Feeling bad about the storm that just produced a tornado in Oklahoma. It's entering a favorable environment. Yeah. Hello, Jeannie. RFD is a rear flank downdraft, which is essentially a big surge of cooler air that wraps around the rotating part of the storm. And that can, it's a pretty strong downdraft, and that can bring pretty strong winds to the surface, which is why typically the rear flank downdraft of a supercell, you can have winds that are a little bit stronger than you would typically in other parts of the storm. Still not seeing a debris ball as the latest scans. Let's go check back this rotation here. Yeah, this little area of rotation starting to get a little bit stronger here near Cleveland and Osage, Oklahoma. Not necessarily concerning yet, but definitely something to keep an eye on. Hey, thank you, Nick ZLZ, 249 for the $2.49. I read the dollar amount as part of your username. Sorry. Biggest French fry fan. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the €2. Looks like they got the newest scan here. And still not seeing a new area of rotation emerge, and still no new debris ball just yet. See, it still says observed, but we haven't had a update on that for a while. I still believe that this thing is either not on the is most likely not on the ground at this point, but given how much rotation it still has, I still want Woolaroc to be in their safe spots just in case. Aiden Briggs confirmed that brief NATO up to 5-inch hail. He's chasing to get in front of the heavy rain. Aiden Briggs. Interesting. Is that with this storm? We might need an extension for the tornado watch in Arkansas. Maybe. Let me check the atmosphere over in Arkansas. Let's see. What's the latest? What's the latest in the sky? Dang, it's still pretty capped out there. Still pretty capped. But that wind shear over Arkansas is pretty strong. We do have a storm down there that is kind of pushing out into that region. Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see. Looks like they just extended the severe or the tornado warning off to the east, and there we go. Radar indicated. No more confirmation on this, which is not too surprising. Which basically means, yeah, this is broad rotation. Still not seeing a debris ball, so the tornado has lifted. No new reports yet. But if you live in Bartlesville and Ochalata, I still want you to be in your safe spots, just given the fact that this thing has so much broad rotation at this moment. If it tightens up, it'll tighten up quickly. So I want you guys to be in your safe spots. Yeah, this is kind of one of those scenarios here where we have this little outflow kind of really kind of pushing into this storm, but if it continues to kind of push out in front of that outflow boundary, it could definitely wrap up again and drop another tornado. Let's come check back down here near Cleveland. Yeah, still some rotation with this storm near Cleveland, but still having some problems in terms of it getting strong enough to concern me.
A new tornado
Tornado
warning
warning
has
here,
been issued.
now for Missouri with 2.5-inch hail. Holy moly. It looks like the radar program is kind of behind on the alerts. That got loud. Uh-oh. I couldn't hear it. Sorry. It was a little loud. Was it louder than before? Yeah, we do have a rotating supercell here. Not seeing a definite area of rotation here, but you can definitely tell. I mean, this is the storm we've been talking about. If it can kind of surge out into that outflow, which it is trying to do that. I do want to see though. It kind of sucks because we're really close to this radar. Problem is that I can't really tell what's going on right near that couplet. It's a little okay. Here's a better view. Yeah, so right there's that little area of rotation. It's not the strongest rotation, but we do have to monitor this storm. And also, it's got 2.75-inch hail. So not only is this storm rotating, it's also got that chance to drop baseball hail. So Buffalo, Phillipsburg, Lebanon, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, that is the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. Changing my title really quick. Still got some radar indicated rotation here with this storm. Very broad, still near Osalata. So not seeing that tighten up just yet. So that's good news. There's still no new confirmations that this is on the ground. Storms are ramping up near McAllister. Where's McAllister at again? Oh, yeah. Right there near kind of Stigler area. Yeah, definitely some stronger storms there. Not severe just yet, but it's trying to get its act together. We'll do a view like this for now. Moderate risk has dropped. Okay. It's still enhanced. Gotcha. Yeah, it's probably because the hails seems to be pretty much over for the most part. But I mean, we still have some very large hail still ongoing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It's got a new tornado warning down here in Texas now. Holy moly. Oh, yeah, look at that. Strong area, or decent little couplet is now forming south of Burleson. South of Burleson near Joshua, Keene, Alvarado, and Venus, and Lillian. So, guys, make sure you're going to your safe spots down there. Again, this is a pretty decent couplet here. Not seeing a debris ball at this moment, but definitely something that I would be paying attention to very seriously here, as that could definitely wrap up there pretty quickly. So now we have 3 tornado warnings ongoing here. Let's go check back up with this one near Missouri. Yeah, so not seeing any areas of strong rotation in there. This rotation is tightening up a little bit, but it's still a little bit broad. No new debris balls. So nothing's really changed for these two here. But this one down here near Dallas is definitely south of Fort Worth. He's definitely got my attention. Okay, latest scans. A little bit more of a unorganized look here with this storm south of Joshua. But still keeping an eye on it. Not it's still got a little couplet right here in this region. You see a little bit there, but not like the strongest signal anymore. So I still want everybody in their safe spots, though. Again, that's going to be Keene, Alvarado, Venus, and Lillian. Here, we'll try to keep all these tornado warnings up at once while we wait a couple minutes for that to for us to get more radar data out of there. This is north of Dallas. This is Storm Hunter Media. They're in this hail core right now. I was just wanting to see if we could see any hail again. But it doesn't look like we're going to be able to. Yeah, we have 3 tornado warnings right now. We have one up here in Missouri, another one over here north of Tulsa, another one just to the south of Dallas, Texas. Just waiting on the latest radar updates on these storms so we can get back in it and give you guys the latest on them. And it takes about 3 to 4 minutes for new radar updates, which we should be about 30 seconds from the next ones. Pretty close. Drink some water. Where's Connor at? I'm not sure. Not sure. Yeah, I don't know. A new severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County, Indiana, Montgomery County, and Park County. All right, let's go check, see if we got those latest scans here. Yeah, noticing a little bit more rotation here north of Buffalo. Right there, north of Buffalo, but still not tightened up yet to concern me. And still no debris ball in there, but still a healthy supercell. I mean, you can really see that warm, moist air wrapping around like that. And you got that rain wrapping around the backside, and then that outflow kind of in this region, kind of pushing down like this. And that is what is causing the storm to rotate at the moment. Still keeping an eye on it. But that's the latest for that one. Nothing's really changed. Everyone still needs to be in their safe spots for that tornado warning. Latest update with this one. Getting a little bit more broad here. You can really see we got a pretty wide area of those grays, but there's still a little couplet here. So I'm still watching this one. Still no confirmation that it's back on the ground, but Bartlesville, you're almost out of the path for this. Next in line is going to be Hog Shooter. Let's check on some of these other cells. to the south. Not seeing any strong rotation there, but there's still some rotation picking up with that one near Osage. Yeah, still a little bit of a couplet here south of Fort Worth, but still not very convincingly strong. You mind um, giving them some treats and a bone? 3 bacons and 1 bone. Okay.
After I talk to him.
Thank you. We just got that newest scan here. Go, Chazzy. I got food, so you might have to get a treat to get him out. Oh, hold on. Let me throw a piece of bread out there. Or not. But anyways, yeah, still weak rotation with the storm, even weaker. I think it's becoming pretty outflow dominant at this point. We'll keep an eye on it every scan, but that's the latest on all the tornado warnings. If you're still underneath one of these tornado warnings, please make sure that you are continuing to be in your safe spots. What is going on here? Can you shift, please? Thank you. I've finally gotten some dinner. West Virginia severe thunderstorm. Yeah, I've missed a lot of severe thunderstorms, unfortunately. I can't cover them all. When we have 3 tornado warnings, I've gotta stay focused on them. All right. Just multitasking. All right, let's go see this guy. Yeah, still radar indicated here on the latest scans. Yeah, still not really seeing that area of rotation really pick back up here. I mean, there's still a little bit there. But I would say it's about the same strength as it was before, so still want Lebanon in their safe spots, but it's about all I'm noticing right now with that one. Yeah, this one's still got a little couplet on it on the southern side now. Still not a whole lot of tight rotation and no debris ball just yet. They might extend this, though. If they do, it'll be for, like, no WADA. But I'm sure no WADA, no WANA tornado, so hopefully that doesn't happen. Let's come down here south of Fort Worth. Yeah, that area of rotation is almost completely gone now. Still want Lillian and Alvarado to be in their safe spots. Keene, though, and Joshua, you don't have to be anymore. It's past you. Ah! Stop it. There we go. Sorry. Keep pressing the wrong buttons. Tornado near Glencoe. Yeah, I think so, Jacob. Bad wreck? Where?
A new
There.
tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so they did just extend this. They just extended this tornado warning. That's going to be for no WADA, Oklahoma. Still waiting on the newest information here. But nothing's really changed on this one over a while. Still got that broad area of rotation with it, but it could still tighten up. So if you live in Nowata, please be in your safe spots. Yeah, still seeing some rotation here south of Hamini, but it's not really that strong just yet. Let's check over here near Lebanon. Yeah, this rotation is still a little bit on the broad side right now. I still think it's worth watching. Also, this one over here, south and west of Max Creek, got that supercellular shape and a little bit of rotation on it, but not really strong enough yet to concern me. Yeah, and this one still, I'm not seeing any rotation in that one still. So that's the latest. If you're in a tornado warning, still continue to be in your safe spots. Thank you, Ironhide. I appreciate that. Yeah, they did drop the moderate risk. Yeah, but there's still a chance for strong tornadoes. You being all feisty? Here's a cutie pie. Thank you so much. I was starving. I'm doing good. Thank you. All right, let's see if we have any new information yet. Nope, still waiting on the newest scans. Still not in yet. Somebody said we had a 120-mile-per-hour wind report. Is that confirmed? Trying to confirm. Okay. We have just now tuning in. We have 3 tornado warnings at the moment. All of them, like this one, as of right now, not really concerning. This one is probably the least concerning. There, south of Dallas, Texas. This one over here, I'm still monitoring pretty decently here. So, still waiting for that latest scan to come in. Let's see. Should be coming in any moment. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's like no rotation in this storm right now. But that being said, uh, potentially some larger hail, although I don't think that's happening anymore. It's happening back here, but you can see as the latest scans, that hail is starting to kind of die off a little bit. But still could be some hail in there. Still want Lebanon in their safe spots just in case, Just in case. Just in case. With this storm over here near Nowata, if you ain't got no water, you should go get some. Stay hydrated. But yeah, right here you can see that we do have an area still of some broader rotation. That's kind of the strongest, broadest rotation that you have right now out of all these storms. But again, not really concerning. Delaware, Twin Bridges still need to be in your safe spots, though, just in case it does. Try to get a little bit tighter. Let's check this. Yeah, it looks like this rotation might be trying again. It is getting a little bit stronger there north of Alvarado. But yeah, Keen, Joshua, you guys can all come out of your safe spots. Just expired for you. Still radar indicated. Venus and Lillian still need to be in your safe spots. But yeah, that's the latest. We'll have to wait for the newest scans. Hey, thank you, Jeannie, for the $5 donation. Thank you very much. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Jeannie. Confirmed 110 north of Tulsa. Jeez. Those would be quite the wins if that was true. Thank you, Swamp Cat, for $2 donation. Thank you very much. The news is saying it. Gotcha. Check DMs on Twitter, Blondie, or in somewhere else. I'm gonna check Connor's view here. So Connor's near Alton, so he's still near St. Louis. He's not near this tornado warning, unfortunately, in Missouri, so he probably won't be able to get a view on it. I think Stormrunner Media is getting a lot of lightning on their stream. What about eating? It's a cool little recipe. It's canned chicken on toasted bread with red pepper flakes, pepper, mayo on the chicken, and then pepper jack cheese. Discord? Okay, you're good. I'll check it in just a second. Yeah, still don't have the latest scans up here, so still got to wait for that. Not quite in just yet. But again, we have a tornado warning here north of Springfield, another one over here near Bartlesville, and another one south of Dallas. We'll be able to sleep. Looks like you guys are north of the warm front. So
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I just got a new tornado warning. It's going to be over here for this little area of rotation we've been monitoring, which is interesting. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, no. Okay, that didn't produce anything, I don't think, but man, I did tighten up there just very briefly. And still got a decent little area of rotation there. So Avant and Skiatuk? I think that's right. And Barnsdall still needs to be now needs to go into their safe spots as we have a new tornado warn storm here. So please be in your safe spots. Let's go check on these other storms. This one to the north near Nowata still has some broad areas of rotation. Not seeing any tightening there, but I still want Nowata Twin Bridges in their safe spots. And over here near Springfield, yeah, still not seeing an area of tightening rotation with this near Lebanon, but I still want Lebanon to be in their safe spots just in case. Let's check this one south of Dallas. It did have a little bit more rotation, but yeah, that died off really quickly. They're probably going to let that one expire here. Venus, I'm not really concerned about you for a tornado threat with this, but we'll keep monitoring it as we get new data come in. But yeah, St. Louis should be north of that warm front. Maybe if these storms start to become a little bit more of a QLCS threat, some damaging winds could definitely still be possible. So it still might be a good hour or two, maybe hour or 2 hours and a half before you can go to sleep there. It's going to be a little bit, but yeah, now we have 4 tornado warnings ongoing right now. Let me check my DMs. Okay, Blondie, I sent you a DM. Okay, so they officially let that tornado warning near Lebanon to expire. And now we have just these 3. So 2 in Oklahoma, north of Tulsa, and another one south of Dallas. Still waiting for the latest radar scans, though. Yeah, no problem, Jacob Lewis. Thank you for the $4.99 donation, and good luck with that journey if you do start it. All right. Let's check to see if we got those new scans in yet. Okay, we do have them in. Yeah, I mean, still not seeing a whole lot of organized rotation on this. It does seem like this broader area here might be trying to reorganize, but we're also dealing with a little bit of side lobe there. But still want Delaware and Twin Bridges, no WADA in their safe spots. With this little area of rotation, seems like we still have this little area here that did cause that little rotation right there, but that rotation is pretty much completely dead here. But I still want Barnesdale in their safe spots just in case. Check this thing out. Yeah, the storm's still trying to organize. Oh, wow. It's with severe warned. 1-inch hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds for Quinton, Canadian, and Carlton Landing there in Oklahoma near McAllister. So they're going to extend this guy as a severe thunderstorm warning with 65-mile-per-hour winds near Midlothian, Waxahachie, one of those two maybe. Ferris and Enos. Not a whole lot of rotation in there right now. A little bit, but not a whole lot. That's the latest. I wish my thing would stop doing that. Waxahachie, thank you. Oh, wow. Look at that lightning on Connor's stream. Did y'all see that? A little bit of cloud-to-cloud lightning bolts. Where are you at, Zinthroth? Yeah, I think it's still in the possibility, Marley, yeah. It still has to be monitored. Even though you are north of the warm front, or should be. Let's go check here. Yeah. Well, you should be north of the warm front. It does appear like there still are some storms that could still pose a spin-up threat as they approach St. Louis. Let's go see if we have that latest scan. Yeah. It does seem like this thing is starting to tighten up a little bit here near Delaware. Right there. And maybe also attempting to do something down there near Nowata, although that looks more like side lobe contamination to me. But this up here is definitely looking concerning, a little bit more concerning there near Delaware. So Delaware, continue to be in your safe spots. And next in line for that little area of rotation might be a little bit further north than what is indicated. Let me check. Yeah, if this tries to collude to the north, watch out there in Lenape too. You're not necessarily in that tornado warning, but this thing does kind of look like it's one of those storms that could have collude. So just watch out there, and we'll let you know if it does. Maybe the beginnings of something there. Hard to tell, though. Yeah, no new areas of rotation here south of Barnesdale near Avant yet. So still watching that storm, still not very concerned with it right now. And yeah, this one's really becoming a strong kind of windstorm here. You can really see it's gusting out. We're pretty close to this radar. And this is like 80 miles, yeah. 80 to 90 mile per hour winds here, just above the surface near Venus. So watch out. This thing could be gusting pretty darn strong here. And you could potentially get maybe even stronger than 65 miles per hour winds, especially along this little yellow area about to approach Venus, Texas there. So watch out. That seems a little bit concerning there for damaging winds and power outages. Hey, thank you, Every Dog's Dream Rescue. They say, we watch your show all the time. Aw. Hey, reach out to me. I love rescue dogs. My dog's a rescue dog. If there's anything I can do. But yeah, thank you so much for that $20 donation. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Every Dog's Dream Rescue. Yeah, my Chaz is a rescue dog. And he's a little cutie pie, so big fan of rescue dogs here. Okay, they officially allowed that tornado warning in Dallas to expire, so now we're going to keep these guys mainly in focus here. The latest scan still north of Delaware. Still seeing that little tight couplet there, and they did shrink that to the north, that tornado warning. Still radar indicated. No indication of debris yet, but man, that's still a decent little area of rotation. So Delaware, Twin Bridges, still want you in your safe spots. Check back over to here. Yeah, still unconcerning rotation with this south of Barnesdale, but just in case, still continue to be in your safe spots. But yeah, these are the only 2 tornado warnings that we have ongoing here. Whew. The pergola, that'd be funny. Yeah, maybe sometime in the future, those Dominators, I think, like Reed's tornado intercept vehicle, I think he's sunk like 100 to 200 grand into that thing. The most I've ever made in a year is like in my entire life has been like, I think the most I've ever made is like 40, 50,000. I'm definitely not making that now, so it would take me at least like 10 years to save up for a Dominator. So it'll be a little bit. But that's not a cool, I mean, that's not a bad idea. I would definitely be interested in that, but I would like to invest into more like helpful projects like buying a new radar. If I ever had that much money, I'd probably be buying radars instead of buying radars and donating to the NWS, right, rather than like spending it on extravagant stuff like that. I'm not a storm. I mean, I am a storm chaser, but my main passion is here. I'm scared of storms. Like being that close. I'm a horrible storm chaser. People like to be up close and personal with the storm. I stay pretty far away. A little interesting area of rotation kind of picking back up on this. I'm not sure if that's like a glitch, though. It kind of looks like a little contaminated there. Oh. Radar Omega's freaking out a little bit. Okay, yeah. Latest scan here is still, that was a little contamination. So Avant, you're still good. I just wanted to make sure there. Wow. Still a pretty tight couplet here, north of Delaware. Look at that. It's still there. And that's pretty tight and strong. If you live kind of north of Delaware, Oklahoma, north of Childers, watch out. That's getting pretty close to trying to drop a tornado there. Do I think there's a chance we get a high risk upgrade in Ohio? Oh, I don't think the parameters are that high. I don't know. If we did get one, it would be the morning of. But I mean, I'll tell you this: there's not much difference between a high risk and a moderate risk in terms of 4 tornadoes. I mean, you're still talking about long track, potentially violent tornadoes on both of those. Like a 15% hatch risk. That's very serious. So, all right, looks like they just dropped that tornado warning there in Hamini. Now all we have left is 1 tornado warning. Uh, Velocities on this storm here getting a little bit weaker. I'm still not seeing a debris ball, but still want Twin Bridges, Oklahoma to be in their safe spots. Wow. They have upgraded this severe thunderstorm warning to 70-mile-per-hour winds for Waxahachie. Ferris, Enos need to be in their safe spots still. And Honey, what? Oh, Hominy, Oklahoma. Interesting. So that would have been that brief spin up. Yeah, that would have been this. That's really a tornado, was actually a tornado on the ground. That could have been. There was no debris ball, so we couldn't have confirmed it via radar, as you can see. But it looks like we're getting a tornado report out of this area. So might have had another tornado there near Hominy. Hominy. Oh, okay. Kind of like harmony, but without the R. Oh, it had an unconfirmed tornado before. So that might be old then. Is there still a slight risk for tornadoes in Maryland? That would be for tomorrow. And I don't think so. There's no such thing as a slight risk for tornadoes, technically. But yeah, no tornadoes for Maryland unless you live near like Cumberland and Crespatown. Yeah, tomorrow, I feel like we're going to get a lot more tornado warnings than today, if everything lines up correctly. Hopefully, it doesn't. But I mean, the ceiling of a very powerful tornadic event tomorrow. As a scale discussion just came out. Let me check it. Yeah, it says severe threat continues across the tornado watch 65 with all severe hazards remaining a concern. Local extension in time may be needed for central Oklahoma with additional watch issuance. So looks like the threat is still there for tornadoes, very large hail, and damaging winds, which makes sense. That's what we're seeing here. Yeah, looks like this rotation here north of Delaware is getting a little bit broader, a little bit more outflow dominant here. So hopefully the storm is about to go outflow dominant. The good news is, other than that, a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings are pretty piddly diddly. This one has some damaging winds to it for sure, but 1-inch hail with it is not really that bad. Not really that bad in comparison to what we were expecting. This one over here, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Just make sure you're indoors and away from windows with those, and you'll be perfectly fine. Yeah, the hail risk is really dropping off for these storms. Really dropping off. Yeah, this one over here, north of St. Louis, near Grafton, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Got another one approaching Indianapolis here. This one's actually pretty strong, or stronger, technically. Yeah, that's ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that's heading towards Indianapolis. So watch out there in Indianapolis. That makes it to you. Could pack a little bit of a punch. Holy moly! Thank you, Lewis, for the $20 donation on Venmo. Thank you very much. It's another donation. I get to keep all of it instead of having to give 30% to YouTube. So I appreciate that. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Lewis. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. Y'all are helping big time with the channel today, monetarily, and I do appreciate that. It's not dumb. I mean, come on. Without YouTube's algorithm, I would not be able to reach that many people. So, I don't mind giving 30% to YouTube. I don't like it, but I'm not that greedy. I understand that they have a value, right? Without them, I wouldn't be able to reach you guys. We would have never met. This channel would have never existed. So, I mean, I owe them something. All right, latest scan for this tornado warning. Still a little area of rotation here, but not nearly as strong as it was. So that's still good. Still appearing pretty outflow dominant as that pushes into Twin Bridges. We might get a little bit of a break here. Might get a little bit of a break. If this gets to expire, I mean, I really don't see any other storms that could really become tornadic here in the short term. I might take an extended break after this and then, relaunch a live. We'll see how the environment's looking. I haven't had much chance to look at that right now, but I might go into monitoring mode. Because I would like to be able to rest the voice, because tomorrow is going to be insane. So I need to take as many breaks as I can today so that tomorrow I'm ready to go. No, it's not over for tonight. No, definitely not. Definitely not over, I don't think. Connor's still alive. I was about to intercept that storm near Grafton. Should be able to see some lightning from his stream. Can we go over current models? We can go over the latest HRRR. I'd be down for that. I'm not gonna load up. It takes me like for my live streams when I do like pivotal weather forecast like that, it takes me like an hour to set that up. But we can look at like individual models on Radar Mega. Yeah, rainy. That's a good view of DFW. There you go. No tornado warnings. I'll stay live here for a little bit just to monitor the environment. I do want to look at, and we'll look at the latest models for tomorrow. Yeah, it does look like we're getting a pretty substantial cap build in here, which is really keeping these storms at bay. So we might be transitioning more into the damaging wind threat now. There's still going to be a chance for spin-up tornadoes, though. So I do think, though, the strong tornado threat is getting less and less, but it's still probably there, but like at a lower percentage. But yeah, I mean, we definitely have a lot of capping now working back in here across Oklahoma and Texas. But that's not going to really do much for the... Yeah, and we still have some decent lower level shear. But that's kind of to the south of... It's not really over really any of the storms right now. So probably gonna have a little bit of a break here from the tornado risk, if I had to guess. But let's look at the latest HRRR here. Kind of see how this is going to progress. According to the latest models, the 0Z is almost out. We have the 18Z. We haven't looked at that yet. So let's kind of look at this. So this is a future radar here. Kind of push this forward. You can see these storms are going to continue kind of off to the east. You can see they're really going to congeal into a kind of a mess here. That's going to bring damaging winds potentially over there near St. Louis. South of Indianapolis there near Cincinnati, Columbus, and that pushes off to the east. And then, yeah, still showing, wow. Still showing that potential tornado outbreak up here tomorrow for Ohio. Yeah, strong lower level winds. Strong, really strong upper level winds. Wow. See how long that surface-based cape lasts for. Blue is severe thunderstorm watch and purple is tornado watch. Okay, so here's a little bit of a change. It looks like that instability, at least on the latest HRRR run, doesn't last for nearly as long. So it looks like it's going to be primarily eastern Indiana, and then going into potentially making it all the way to Columbus. But it really seems like this area right in here could have the strongest tornado threat tomorrow still. And I mean, it's still looking super dangerous. Still looking super dangerous. That's for sure. All the parameters are there. Storm mode is a little bit on the messy side, but you can see a lot of these storms do end up trying to rotate and become a little bit more discreet too. So, again, that goes all the way down into Kentucky as well, where we'll still have a strong tornado risk down to there. Doesn't really look like. Yeah, and initially, yeah, it looks like those storms might fire a little bit earlier to the east of Nashville. This is really going to get started tomorrow at around right around 12, probably around 2 p.m. We could see our first storms try to become tornadic. And then that should end by around 11 p.m. So it could be another long day, but hopefully not as long as today. Yeah, in Albany, Texas. Yeah, I saw that report earlier. It's right here. 88-mile-per-hour winds in Albany, Texas. Apparently, we had a over 100-mile-per-hour wind near like the Tulsa area, but I haven't seen that like show up yet. Yeah, let's go over these severe thunderstorm warnings again. So over here near Indianapolis, yeah, still got some 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds that's heading mainly for Danville, and those damaging winds could also make it into Plainfield. Eventually, that should make it into Indianapolis. Over here, still have this kind of weak storm here near Grafton. Not really concerned about that at this moment. South of Jefferson City. Yeah, still not seeing too much out there with this storm. Let's come over to here. Yeah, some areas of rotation here. You know, it really does seem like that main spin-up threat's going to be along this line of storms here. But, you know, it is a fairly capped environment, so like the large hail risk should be quite low. But I think we're still going to get those random spurts of gustier winds out of these things. Let's check back down here near Texas. Yeah, still strong winds with this storm, but no areas of like concerning rotation. Also over there, if Hannah's still here near Wolf City, it does seem like you know, that severe threat should be pretty low end for you, if non-existent. But some heavier rain and thunder might make it into your area. But yeah, guys, I think I'm going to take a break. I think that's the plan. I'm going to take a nice little break. I'm going to go just relax the voice, and you know, and I'll be monitoring the radar pretty extensively. So if you guys are still in the path of these storms, I won't forget about you. Hit that subscribe button. Make sure you can get a notification. If we get another tornado warning, I will initiate another live stream. I will do that. I'll probably be up. Yeah, I'll probably be up until about 12 a.m. tonight. So I'll be monitoring the radar for another 4 hours. I just don't want to keep talking for that time if we're just going to be covering like 1-inch hail, just because I'd rather save my voice for the more dangerous tornado threat tomorrow. I don't want to like run out of steam by that time. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. We definitely got the warning out there for a lot of people. Thank you everybody who has donated. It's been absolutely crazy. This stream, you guys have really helped me out a lot, and I appreciate that. Also, thank you to Blondie and E-Rev. Yeah, Hannah, I think you'll be fine. Thank you to Blondie and E-Rev for doing an amazing job keeping chat a fun place, even with, I think we had over 2,000 people at one point during this stream. Even in the face of all of that, I didn't really see too much happening that was too crazy in chat. So you guys did a wonderful Wonderful job. Got to work out the kinks though on that new warning system. But the good news is that I am in contact with the developer. So the good news is that should be able to get fixed by tomorrow's live stream, hopefully. But yeah. All right. Everybody have a good rest of your day or night, and hopefully I don't have to see you again. Peace.